YouTube. We got a new box to open, and it's right here. Amazing. It's huge. It's all new to us, and actually all new. So really excited to be bringing you this product from HobbyKing. And I know what it is this time. It is the Avios Twin Otter 1.5. Super excited to see this one. We're gonna cut it open. We'll see how it goes together in the Unbox build radio setup, which is what you're watching right now. We're gonna get this thing completely set up, ready to fly, and then we will have already flown it likely by the time you see it. But then you can watch and learn what you need to learn. I am struggling though to figure out exactly how to open this box. Looks like this whole thing folds open, but I might be mistaken. Looks like the type of like a shoebox that like slides in here. Kind of a different setup. Nope, it's just folded. It's folded over the top. All right, so if you're brand new to Brian Phillips RC, what we do is we unbox these planes, we build them, and then we set them up on a radio system so that you don't have to figure out how to do it yourself. We'll help you through every step, up to and including ordering it. In that case, if you need to order it, check out the links in the video description below. When you order from the links, you'll help support Brian Phillips RC. If we bring you some value, smash the like button. Let us know in the comments below. All right, so it looks like, oh, then there's like retail style packaging in here too. Okay, so let's let that fall.
Okay.
Okay. And there it is. Oh, upside down, dang it. Okay, so the Twin Otter, 1600 millimeter plug and play, or plug and fly, scale STOL twin. Super excited for this. Has some huge wheels, which I'm excited about. Big lights, it looks like. Nav lights, anti-crash beacon. Don't know if that flashes yet, but the nav lights and the landing lights are gonna be exciting. And then of course this thing is capable of floats. Now I'm not sure if it comes with floats. We're gonna obviously let you know that. I know for sure they're optional, but I'm not 100% sure if they all come with floats by default. So we're gonna show that right now. Not our first Twin Otter before, but this one's gonna be the bigger of the Twin Otters that we've reviewed. So just cutting this open right now. Ooh. There's something right here, I'm not sure what it is. Packaging looks fine, foam packaging, which is what I prefer. Oh, and then we have some specs here. Let's see if we can read these. Okay, impressive power to weight ratio, light wing loading, give exceptional low speed and STOL, short takeoff or landing, flight characteristics fully sprung, all metal CNC nose strut with servo saver mechanism. Okay, we'll see if that actually works. And so it looks like the Aerostar G2 RVS ESC pre-installed for instant reversing option supplied with floats. And I can't remember how that worked, if we had to use an extra channel for that. Didn't we have thrust reverse on the... It was a Yak.
Flycat. Oh, was it the Yak?
Was it the Yak? Maybe it was a Flycat. So either way, scale connectors. Okay, so we're just gonna unbox this. Oh, here it is, 63-inch wingspan, 1600 millimeters. Looks like it's about 47.6 inches long, 1210 millimeters, 30-20, 800 kV, clockwise and counterclockwise. So we've got counter rotating props. That's gonna be sweet. Aerostar 30 amp ESCs, there's 2 of them, and it looks like 9-gram metal digital gear servos. That's pretty exciting. Or metal geared digital servos. There's 7 of those. The props are 9.7 by 6E, clockwise and counterclockwise, cool. And it flies on 2200 4S.
Wow.
That's a crazy small battery for a twin, in my opinion. Let's hope our battery holds up. That being said, 2200 4S, in all likelihood, is unusually, well, it's not unusually small, but for a bigger plane, it seems small to me.
It's a popular size though, which is nice.
It's a very popular size, but it just concerns me that it might be a little bit low on capacity for having a twin draw. But it's twin 30 amp ESC, so we have plenty of 70 plus amp ESCs that we're running. It's just that the load requirements, just because you have a 70 amp ESC doesn't mean you're drawing 70 amps all the time. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this thing is hard to pop off.
Do you want me to help you on the end?
Nah.
Okay.
I'm almost there.
Yeah.
It does look pretty cool. They've got a step on the nose too. We'll point that out once we see it. I'm just looking at the picture as I pull this open. It does have flaps, of course. Now, no retracts because there aren't retracts on this type of plane. I don't believe in real life. But I was talking about that step. That looks pretty sweet. And this is Avios, so it's kind of like the house brand for HobbyKing. And we've been just kind of coming back to HobbyKing recently because they've been revitalizing their product line here, and we're super excited to be part of it because I started out my RC experience with a lot of HobbyKing products and largely got away from them. But they also sell a lot of rebranded stuff, which we did over the years too. Okay, so we'll just start with what we get first, although, okay, so we've got the outboard portion of the wing. This is, of course, part of the wing. Quick disconnect, wing spar, screw points. This is the aileron, landing light, and a nav light. Don't know what, well, that should be green, okay? And then it looks like a pinch hinge that might be reinforced with glue. It's kind of hard to tell. I don't see any embedded hinge work, but it feels robust, and it's a really long hinge, so that'll be good for strength, but it is kind of a big plane for not having some sort of an embedded hinge. I guess I usually just kind of leave that to chance. If it's a problem, it'll rip off while we're playing with it, and then we can share that with you. That's what we do on Brian Phillips RC if you haven't figured out. We show our full experience so that you don't have to necessarily guess. Also, this is gray, and that'd be black. So it is a different color. It's kind of hard to tell on the box, but this would be like a bladder, simulated bladder. And they use those to de-ice the wings, I believe, in most circumstances. And they actually have bladders on this surface and then here and here. It's kind of cool that it goes around the light too. All right, so continuing onward, of course, there's no motors. That's just the outboard portion of the wing. And so we'll just keep going with our unbox here and show you guys as much of the details. We like to show all the details, no matter how frustrating they are on Brian Phillips RC, because at the end of the day, the frustration factor for a build can sometimes translate to whether or not you want to actually build it, okay? And first thing I'm going to say about these props is I love the paint, very cool. And yes, these are assembled props. So we have screws here.
Oh, cool.
And screws going through the back. They've got an octagonal drive. And I don't know if you can fix those, like if you would break one prop, if you would be able to replace the blades. Now you can see these are counter rotating, so you'll want to make sure you get those onto the right side. Now, one other cool thing about this is since it's got an octagonal drive, that's usually going to be a collet. Well, the problem is a collet goes onto a prop shaft, and as you tighten the assembly down, it bites the prop shaft. Well, the problem is a lot of times you have to have a counter rotating nut. So you have a nut that's actually turned backward to tighten. And so if you get them on the wrong motors, they like to undo themselves. Also, because this has thrust reverse on the ESCs by default, provided you set it up, which we'll show you how to set it up if we figure it out ourselves, then you have to be aware that occasionally you might have to check your props because you don't want them to spin off in the water especially. But our experience is when we have water or float equipped planes, thrust reverse is a very vital part of keeping away from the banks, okay? So as you navigate, you're always having to negotiate into the wind, and you can actually get pushed off course pretty bad when you're on the water. Okay, so here's a quick start guide. If you want to just show them that real quick, and then if you want the full manual, you can actually go to that QR code. Now, the other thing too is if you ever need a full manual or you need some technical information that we don't regurgitate in a video here on Brian Phillips RC, follow the links in the video description below like you're gonna buy the plane. And of course, you know, if you decide to buy it, great, we'll, you know, make some small commissions on that. But really, in the meantime, while you're there, you can check and see what the technical data is there. And you can also find manuals most of the time. So first things first, before I flip this, I want you guys to see that little pluggy doohickey. So there's a breakout board. So instead of having like 14 Y cables, we just have a few. And I must say, look how clean that is.
Looks nice.
Quick
actually.
disconnect, and then one XT60. So I don't know how this is gonna go back to the ESC. I'm assuming this will plug into the ESC and receive power. Kind of a unique design though, because this is powering out Oh, the ESCs are on the wings. They're right there. Duh. Right there. They're in the pylons. I don't know if this is a pylon or a nacelle. I guess that'd be a nacelle still. But as you can see, the motors are earmarked differently. Do you see how one's black and one's silver?
Yes.
Or aluminum, I should say. One's, is that painted? No, that's like black. See? Reverse. Reverse.
Yeah.
Okay? Correct? Normal? Reverse. Okay? See, I'm turning it the same way. That's undoing. This is tightening. Okay? So as I'm tightening now, I'm going out to the outboard portion. As I'm tightening, I'm going to the outboard portion. Pretty cool. All right, and then we have inboard flaps. Looks like a Fowler flap, I think is what we're called here, a slotted flap, if you will. So that pulls away from this pocket, and it makes this little area for the air to shoot through. And that's supposed to help with, I believe, with high alpha, sort of higher alpha configurations. It takes a little longer for separation to happen because you've got that little Fowler opening or Fowler gap. Okay, cool. So then also, just full disclosure, very clean wiring. I'm actually quite surprised, but it doesn't look like these are plugged in all the way. So I'm just pressing. No, they are. They just are a very shallow bite. And then I think this thing will eventually fit right there. So I may end up gluing that in, if in any doubt, just so it holds tight and holds true. And then nice, I want to be careful how I lay that down. Nice quick disconnects. It's a molded end. Very unusual to see such a nice connector like that. Usually it's just heat shrinked on like that. You would think they would have maybe omitted that somehow and just terminated straight at the connector. But it's nice keeping the weight down and all that. Obviously this isn't like a sub 250 model or anything like that. So if you're flying outside of a free and you want to be compliant in the United States, you have to have a remote ID. Not that we really care what you do. But if you're curious, you can use remote ID real quick. We'll actually talk about this for a second. If you decide you want to use a remote ID, there's a bunch of different remote IDs out there now. When they first came out, there was only a few, and now there's more. But the two that we would normally recommend would be this if you want to spend a little bit more and get a little bit more telemetry data with your Spectrum stuff. Or you can use something like this, and there's a bunch of them. This one's called the Ruco. And there's different brands that are like this. These go for like 30 bucks. They're really cheap. I would suggest, even if you don't want to comply, that you just get one and have it, get it like registered or whatever with the FAA, and just have it with you. Self-contained battery, which is really nice, as opposed to the Sky module where you have to either energize it with a small battery and just like throw it in the plane, or you can steal power from the receiver and actually run things. But the functional data won't come through on telemetry unless you actually hook it up through the receiver. My thinking is I'd like to be able to pull it out real quick and just jump between different vehicles if that's what I was doing. So again, we really don't care what you guys do. It's up to you. It's between you and God and the FAA if they happen to be listening. So, okay, real cool. Wow. So whatever this is, I don't know. I'm going to start here. Okay, it looks like the vertical stabilizer. It's a big rudder. Look at that thing. It's a monster. Look at the hinge mechanism. Really cool.
Nice. Looks really smooth.
Very nice. Yeah, and then vortex generators. That's pretty cool. And look at that tail. I mean, wow. Like almost model quality. Rough finish here. A little bit of alligatoring or whatever we call that. But I would say otherwise, like looks really good. Considering it's an Avios plane. See that plug there? Mm-hmm. That's going to have to get plugged in. We'll have to be careful to remember that. In fact, kind of tempted to just take this knife right now that I've been unboxing with. This is a low-C style, or what do we call that? Molex connector. I just want to get this out of this cavity so I don't forget. See?
Oh, yeah.
So that's pretty sweet. And then we have something that's going to receive that. And that looks like the tail dragger sort of, maybe there's like a fin adapter down there. Not sure what that's going to go into. But that is going to help translate that movement to something else. And I love this. This thing here looks so realistic, super scale. Love it, guys. Good job so far, HobbyKing. All right, let's cut. Well, what's this? Looks like, oh, these are the, these are fins that go vertical, right? It's on the horizontal stabilizer. I think it's on the horizontal stabilizers.
Okay.
And I forget what these things are called. I think they're called strakes. No, strakes are on a nacelle. Leave it in the comments if you guys remember what it is. As soon as I remember it, I'll regurgitate it.
What's a wing fence?
It's a wing fence. It's a wing fence. There you go.
Oh, okay. Is that what it is?
Yep, it's a wing
Okay.
fence. Thank you. Yeah, a strake is on a nacelle, and it creates like a vortice that kind of like goes around the nacelle and helps. It helps to encourage airflow around the wing. I'm not sure why they always use it, but definitely not a strake.
Sheesh.
And yes, we do have floats in this. So that's pretty sweet. So now, if you guys didn't already know it, we built a pond. While I'm untaping myself from the box, you can look at the pond for a second. So our pond is outside. It's gonna be exciting when we get to the point where we can go ahead and start showing some aircraft on it. We have only shown, what, like 2 or 3 airplanes so far?
Maybe 3.
But
and some boats.
we've done a few helicopters and stuff over there, but the helicopters generally don't need the pond to take off and land. Okay, so let's open this bag of goodies. I don't know what it is yet, but I'm being super careful. Gosh, it's just like keeps going forever.
Very secure.
Okay, so lots of pieces. Looks like wing joiners. Let's get this garbage pile in a pile. Okay, so let's go right here with it. A lot of pieces, guys. A lot of pieces. We're not usually big fans of high piece count planes, just because that means more assembly for us. And that's just the nature of us having built hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of planes. And as much as I enjoy the process of building a plane that's very quick, that does not necessarily translate to a good model, okay? So quick models are not always quick to build, or excuse me, good models are not always quick to build, and quick built models are not always good. Carbon fiber, all of them. Very sturdy, not super thick sidewalls on this, and more conventional than what we've seen. We've seen some like crazy thick ones lately. And then this one here is also thin, but very sturdy. And it looks like we got 3 of those. This will be for the floats. Okay, nice thick and painted, very nice. Looks like a lot of little pieces here, okay? So these of course are going to be like the spinners and some screws and things to put those together. Looks like a couple of more like fairing pieces of sorts. I don't know, we'll have to figure out what those are for. And there's the steps that I was talking about and a couple of antennas. That's pretty cool. Lots of screws, holy cow. That's probably because there's a lot that goes into the floats. And then some linkages and assemblies there. That's gonna be for the wings, for the control surfaces, and another Y cable. This will likely split off for the water rudder if there is one, okay? All right, so continuing along, and if you guys are scratching your head saying, what is all that stuff you just described? Well, you'll see it all in this video. Now, full disclosure, if we have a float equipped plane and we intend to fly a float equipped plane, we'll show the entire float assembly as part of our Unbox build radio setup. But if we ever opt to take off with wheels up, wheels down, which is what we almost always do on most models, we will do a follow-up, which we call a second thoughts, or in this case, it'd be like a float equipped flight. So it'll be a separate Unbox build radio setup in most circumstances. And unless we got this as like our second unit, we've never done one with floats, plan to see it on wheels first, okay? There's your wing fences as well. Can't tell if that's carbon fiber, if it's just, it looks like it is carbon fiber actually. Yeah, look from the side.
Yeah.
So that's really high quality components. These are painted. These are wing struts, okay? They look really nice. Just strange to see them painted like that. Okay, so empty, 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 empty. We'll keep this to put stuff back in. And guys, so far, really impressed with this plane. We haven't even gotten to the fuse yet. So just a lot going on inside of this box. As you can see, well packed. Really nice design, surprisingly good packaging. For being a HobbyKing product, I mean, sometimes you don't expect the sun, moon, and stars from some of these product lines. HobbyKing has usually been middle of the road, but sometimes a little bit more on the project-oriented side of things. So that's what we do on Brian Phillips RC. We show all the different models that we can get our hands on, and we help you guys to be able to have a heads up on what to expect when you buy it yourself. Okay, got a nice nose cone and another nose cone. What the heck? Why?
Why? And one's longer and one's shorter.
I'm confused. Do you see one there and one there? Or wait, is it the same?
No, they're different though.
No, I know, but just because they're different, I'm trying to figure out, like I see that plane with a longer nose and that one's so close it's hard to tell. Mm-hmm. It's almost like there's two different styles. That's very weird. I've never seen that before. So we have two nose choices.
Okay.
Now I don't know a ton about twin otters, but I know some of you guys watching this channel may have flown in them, and let me know what the difference is between those two models. And by the way, as I pull this tire, I am squishing it, and it's squishing.
Yay.
Yeah, so not only is this a soft tire, beautiful guys, look at that. It's not pneumatic, non-pneumatic and soft. That may seem hard to you in real life, but this is still a pretty good size model. When we had that T28, Carbon ZT28, one of my favorite planes, it came with some rock hard tires. We got soft tires, you could barely tell that they were softer. And they were expensive, it was like 20 bucks for just the tires. And it made a night and day difference on landing ability, okay? So I'm just gonna tell you right now, that's really stiff. So that's probably not gonna do much unless you work it in, okay? But, I mean, especially on a lighter nose. When I say a lighter nose, is I mean how it pivots on the center of gravity. These planes tend to be pivoting very easy on the mains. And that is beautiful. I love that soft nose gear, okay? And 3 total, and look, also soft. But they're soft in such a way that they feel like they're realistic. They're like a pneumatic looking tire, but they're not pneumatic. They're definitely foam, and that is sweet. Cool. Not sure how these are gonna spin, but it looks like a 2-piece hub assembly, and I love the way that that looks. So if you were to pull this apart, my guess is there's a flat spot in the middle to support this, but they look like they're really nice. And those are gonna be quiet. So we don't have that rattle.
Mm-hmm, nice.
Yeah, super excited about that. It's funny because soft tires seem like such a non-issue until you fly from a hard surface like we do all the time.
Yeah.
Soft tires make me look better as a pilot, so I always appreciate them. Okay, so gray, black, not meant to match. This is where that foam's gonna mount. There's your vertical stabilizer adapter. Oh, look, we have only one hinge, and one hinge to supplement the pinch hinge, but that is in fact glue reinforced. They've dropped in glue in this seam, and it looks like they did a job of it, really good job of it, because you can barely tell it's there unless you look close, but I can see it here. I can see the seam right here, and it's stickier.
I can see the shine.
Yep, exactly, that's right. But that means that you have a nice strong hinge with reinforcement, reinforcement, and reinforcement. Good job striking the balance between value, cost, and weight. Those are all good things. And a huge stabilizer. Is it stiff? Got a little bit of movement, but not much laterally, just a little bit of twisting. That dynamic can make a big difference. Look how wide this is.
I know, I was saying that's a big wing surface.
Yeah, they always are.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. All right, so we're continuing along. All right, so I'm gonna take the floats out right now. We are, full disclosure, not gonna put floats on this plane right now, but that doesn't mean we won't ever. We probably will do it, hopefully this season. Whew, slipped out of my hand. Nice reinforcement here. So if you're gonna be flying from snow with this, that'll help to protect a little bit, but you gotta remember, this is really where you need the protection, in my opinion. I would like to see that plastic go all the way to the front. But nice and light, got good strength, nice solid box. I keep these wrapped up and marked so that when I'm ready to use them, I don't have to figure out what plane they belong to, because you guys will be very surprised when you realize that these are almost all the same between different manufacturers, and it's incredibly difficult to tell the difference, okay? So when we get down to the point, nice clean markings, love the detailing, looks amazing. I don't know if that's like the center of gravity marks. They look symmetrical, are they not? Are they not symmetrical? They sure look symmetrical.
They look like it.
So why are they labeled left and right?
Is the attachment point the same? Looks the same.
Looks the same to me. I mean, it could be different. So I know for a fact that these are gonna go to the floats, so I'll just lay these off to the side. Now what I mean by I wrap these up, I'll take these things and I like to put them something like this or something like this, and I will many times put packaging like this around just to protect it. And then I take stretch film and I wrap around this. And then I'll go around a couple layers and then I throw this stuff on there and then I write on there what plane it belongs to. Because it might be a few months before you play with the floats and it might be hard to remember. So just wanted to give you guys that tip. You don't have to follow our advice on these things, obviously, but we do learn a lot in terms of how to deal with the logistics of a lot of models on this channel because we have done a lot of models. Guys, this fuse is beautiful. Oh, look at the windows. That is sweet. You can see through back here, but not up here because there's foam in the middle.
Yeah.
Which is too bad because that would be so cool.
But the window, they're recessed though, so you can see in, you're just looking at the foam.
This one's got a bubble. Oh, that is so sweet. I gotta say, oh wow. So cool. Instrument cluster and detailed at that. Can you see it?
Yes, I can see it right there.
That is so sweet. Okay, so this is what we were talking about earlier. I don't know if you guys can pick up on this, but we've got evidently two different styles of nose. So there's a shorter nose, and then there is a longer nose here. And there are definitely different models, different styles of plane. Kind of some dirtiness on the windows, but I can tolerate that. It's a little disappointing to see that. But just having that bubble door is so cool. A lot of these twin Otters they use for skydivers. And so, I mean, this one's obviously looks like it's designed as a float plane. But it's really cool to see scale details like that. And I'm just loving this. Look at this. Reinforced landing gear and float receptacle. Looks like up here you've got your octagonal drive that's gonna receive this. It's gonna be super easy to put that in. Probably a single screw from the top and you're ready to rock and roll, which is gorgeous. And then of course the fairings, the wing fairings are gonna slip in something like this or like this, depending on which direction they go. It looks like it goes this way. And that is gonna be just really, hopefully easy to do. I think I got that the right way. So super excited to get this built, and then we see these little reliefs there. So cool. Look at all the door panel lines.
Oh yeah.
Only problem is the decals don't necessarily carry that detail through, which is too bad because you end up, like right here, you see this detail? There's no detail that passes through on the decal. So if you want to make it pass through, you can just take your fingernail or a blunt object and kind of score through it. And that's so cool. Cargo door, double door. That is so sweet. And then up here, the pilot's quarters here to the cockpit. That's so cool. I love it. And then this door here. This is so cool. All right, so then obviously a little bit of tape here helps pull the canopy off. Huge, huge battery bay. Looks like this is enclosed, which is a little bit weird. Not really sure why that's all enclosed. It feels like it'd be a perfect place for FPV gear to go if you were into that sort of thing, which I'm not, admittedly. Then how do you get in there and put that screw in for that steerable nose gear? Oh, you press it through this hole.
Oh.
Or this hole, one or the other. So that's pretty sweet. What is that thing there? Is that like a trimming from a window? Trimming from a window. Oh. Well, better than what I thought it was. Okay, good. And then we've got, looks like some light window, or some light controls and servo controls. So that's pretty sweet. One of them is labeled. Looks like it's got a painted over sort of like pink wire. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I can figure it out. There's a rudder and an elevator back here. Don't even know which one's which. Doesn't matter. But I gotta say, very light. And that's because the bulk of everything is on that mid-wing point. Okay, so lots of pieces. This build's gonna take a few minutes, which is ideal because as you can see from our wind conditions outside, it's quite windy and we won't be flying anytime soon if it's that windy. Sorry, we had a cat fight. Okay, so it's pretty windy out here, and so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a minute, clean up, and get these parts ready to build, and come right back. All right, so we were getting everything laid out, and I'm like, uh-oh, where's the landing gear? I forgot something here. Sorry, in the unbox, we had put this all away too. On the bottom of the box, there is another cavity, and I'm like, let's hope the landing gear is in there. And yep, sure enough, there it is. Okay, so don't forget to check the bottom of the box. There is what appears to be the landing gear. The fairings are built in, which is kind of cool. Really thick and robust. I'm super excited about this. Feels springy too. So when you get ready to do this, also these are gonna be for the floats, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll be right back. We just wanted to get that done and we almost forgot it in the unbox. Our apologies. All right, so we're gonna start the build now. As you can see, piece count seems a little bit daunting. There's definitely a lot of parts to this plane, but I have a sneaky suspicion with the downloaded and printed instructions, it's gonna be pretty easy. I went through the instructions, Megan also went through the instructions, and it looks like it's really laid out nicely.
Yes.
Most of the instructions that we're getting nowadays don't tell you what screws to use. And the thing that's nice is M330. Look. Wow, it's a number on the bag.
That
I know
matches.
It's impossible to conclude that that could be a helpful detail, but somehow HobbyKing did it.
I would say
Okay.
like top 3 companies for instructions.
Well, I would say so far, pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Good details, they show exactly what to do, and that's nice. Now, the other thing too is keep in mind, when you see a lot of parts, that can sometimes make you think maybe this isn't a plane for a beginner. I don't make that determination until I see how a plane flies, okay? Now I can tell you generally twins are not as easy as, you know, like a regular, just a singular motor. But I don't want to turn people away from a plane that might also be relatively easy to fly, okay? Now keep in mind the way we set ours up might be more sophisticated than you have to do to make the plane fly, but we like to give people a baseline that showcases most of the features of a particular aircraft. Now, since it's plug and fly, we are gonna be putting our own radio in. That'll be at the end of the build, unless we run into a circumstance where we have to have it done partway through because we lose access to it, like a wing blocks access to where the receiver is gonna be. I don't think we're gonna have that problem on this one. We do have this hole here where wires are gonna drop down, but then there's a huge cockpit area where we can reach all the way almost in to where we can get to that, and very big battery tray. In fact, that's a huge battery tray for a 2200 4S. There's gonna be like ample room for everything and the receiver and lots of side spots that we can mount and even up on the top potentially. But just wanna let you guys know at the beginning of the process, this should be a relatively easy build, even though there's a lot of pieces, okay? Okay, so one other weirdity about this is because we have 2 nose cones, this is the 100 series, this is the 200 series in the full scale. I honestly don't know which one I like better. And so I guess, I don't know. I'm kind of inclined toward the longer nose.
I mean, longer is usually better.
So we're gonna go with the longer nose. And also we're gonna just look through the instructions as we go. They're calling out mounting the wing first. And so for that reason, I will go ahead and mount the wing first. Normally I would wanna do the tail feathers, the vertical stabilizer first because it's the lightest and easiest to rotate, but look how long the tail feathers are.
Yeah.
And by the way, the horizontal stabilizer gets trapped by the vertical stabilizer, and that's what this is for. This is a spar for the vertical stabilizer, not the horizontal step. So keep that in mind. You don't have to follow the instructions, but I would suggest that you follow the instructions if you want to get the best results in this. Now, also, I was a little bit concerned about this and whether or not it was going to be a problem, okay? A couple things too, just a quick glance shows brown, 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 black, 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 and then signal alone on the top. That's gonna be our thrust reverse breakout, okay? Which is kind of weird, and I'm not sure exactly how that's gonna come through on all of this because you see throttle, flap, aileron, and then this must be...
That would match up to that thrust reverse port, right?
That's right. So these are like Y cables, okay? Now, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go all the way around the island, all the way across here, and I'm gonna take and use a little bit of mucilage type glue. You could use CA to do this, and it should be fine as well. But this stuff is really nice. Ours comes from FMS, by the way. Full disclosure, this is China glue. China does a good job of making glue. We'll just put a little bit on there. And you're probably thinking that can't do anything because it's just a little tiny dab of glue. And I'll let you know right now, yes, it will. And yes, that will be dry. If I were to go fly this in 10 minutes, that stuff would be set up fully, ready to rock and roll. In fact, it'll be set up in minutes. But all I'm gonna do is spread it. And I'm gonna try to get it along the edges. And then I'm gonna spread this here and get it along just that bottom little edge. No, it doesn't need to be perfect, just gonna hold it in there. And by the way, I don't want it so perfect I can't yank that thing out of there. Now, what do we do with China glue? We let it set up for a minute. And then once it sets up, it bakes, it cooks off, if you will. It chemically reacts in the air. Then it becomes super tacky and you can stick it to the other half of the equation. It works really nice. By the way, if you're buying this product, when you're ordering this from HobbyKing, when you follow the links to get this plane, also look up mucilage, M-U-C-I-L-A-G-E, mucilage, okay? And that is the type of glue. You can get it in white tubes and large tubes that are about 3 times the size of this. And then you can get small tubes that are real similar to this size. The smaller tubes are what I recommend because we have had mucilage from HobbyKing that has come.
I'm not sure they actually have those giant tubes anymore.
Well, our big tubes have been where we got them and they were dried up by the time we used them.
Yeah.
That turned me off because I used to almost exclusively use mucilage until that happened. Admittedly, I ordered a lot at once and that might've been partly my fault because I was trying to save on shipping, okay? So now that that's set up for just a minute or two, we'll stick it down in there and that'll hold it in place. Now, the other thing is you'll notice my screws are down. The only reason I chose to do that is because it was luck of the draw, okay? It might be that that's deeper. Doesn't feel like it wants to stay. And that could be because, no, it's the same depth. So it's not wanting to bite very good. And if it doesn't stay, then I have another trick because sometimes these cavities are deeper than you think and then it won't stay, okay? But it feels like it's just not getting enough purchase, okay? So one tip, and you wanna be careful, please, there, camera crew, you about knocked that off the table. I'm gonna go a little bit thicker on this glue, and I normally don't need to do this. Whoa, that was like way more than I meant to put out, okay? So you can see I've got this big glob about to fall. So the only reason I'm doing this is because of the physical size and dimension. It does not need, you don't need that much under normal circumstances, but I'm just trying to let it act as a thick, kind of like a filling agent. Now I also put it on that. That's gonna help keep these wires from pulling out as well, which is kind of nice. So we'll let that cook off for a minute again, and we'll come back to that in a second. Now, the second thing that they're gonna have us do once we get that down is we're gonna be putting in 4 screws. The screws are M330s, which are these, okay? So we'll grab the bag that's labeled. While we're waiting for that glue to set up for a minute, we're gonna get 4 of these out. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a 5th. We'll leave the 5th in the bag. As we complete a task, we'll put them out of the way, keep order and reason in our build. Also, you'll notice this thing. This is not necessarily for driving your parts in. That's actually for the tail feathers. We'll go into that a little bit later. So don't think you can just throw it in your tools because that won't work very good. Okay, not 2 millimeters, it's 2.5. Looks like it's a 2.5 and somebody put these in the wrong order. 1.5, 3. No, they are in the right order. 2.5, see? 2.5 millimeters. Okay, so we've got that ready to drive in and hold the wing on. Now also in this step, I'm gonna wanna have the cockpit off of here. So I'm just gonna grab it and pull it off and lay it off to the side because I wanna be able to drape the wires through and then that will be ready for me to go. And we're gonna come back over and address this glue. Should be tacking up nicely. I'll demonstrate real quick. As you can see, it's starting to kind of peel off good. So we'll come back in at this. If you have a void that's like real deep and you don't want to use China glue, you can use gap filling medium CA. Okay, obviously that's working and that's gonna hold everything in place. And one of my goals is to force these wires kind of down into this opening. And the reason that I wanna do that is because then that will stay nice and tidy for me as we finish the rest of the build. And then all we have is this and this to come down. Now, if you're concerned about this and the reach, this may need to get pulled out at some point for extra length. And so you may not glue that, but you'll just have to wait and see how it works out for us, okay? So easy assembly process here. It's tempting to put this on right now, but we'll come back to it. It just might be easier for you to do it while it's disassembled. So take note of that in your own application because you can fast forward and we can't. Okay, so I'm just gonna drop this in here. And I'm not gonna worry what direction they go. I'm gonna try to favor the heavier cable down. The smaller cables I'm less concerned with. But here's a trick of the day. Watch this, guys. And just put this out of the way. These wanna kind of drape in a funny way. So I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna trap them in here, okay? Just like that. And then I can pull these kind of tight and they will go in as a unit, okay? And then you see I've got this hanging. Watch this. Hold this in the air. Grab your fuse. Drop it in. Let it fall. And then it kind of comes forward. Camera crew, reach your hand in, grab that XT60, pull it down. See? Pull it down. Yep, if you had two hands, you could help me. Okay, let go. All right, so now we can just drop this in here and that's gonna seat down. We'll see if it's got a good fit. The flaps don't hit the fuse. It seems like they might, but they don't. And I'm gonna reach my arm in here before I do anything else and get those wires all pulled back to me so that, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. But oh no, I'm not. See, look, one of the wires here got trapped. Now I can push that back nicely. Okay, push that back nicely. There it is. Now it's in. Okay, lay that down and we'll go ahead and start screwing this stuff together. Now, Brian Phillips RC is here to help you get out of the chair and into the air. And so what we do is we show the entire build, sharing the full truth and nothing but the truth, so help us God. If you're brand new to the channel, we'll help get you where you want to be. And that means that sometimes you're going to be looking for the pucker. Stay where you are. Okay, good tight fit, no pucker. That means that the plastic is holding tight to the other plastic. So how do we do that? We basically show you guys all the latest and greatest tips and tricks, or at least as we've figured out, as we've gone through our own evolution into the RC experience. Watch this point. Watch this point and this point. When you start to see a pucker on one of the two, see that? We have the first crimp. You can hear it. Oh, plastic on plastic. As it gets tight, it's not crimping. It's not causing a big like bite mark, which is nice. We see that a lot on model airplanes, okay? So this time we're gonna be looking for this seam to close over here. Hopefully you can see. I don't know if you can get from that angle. We're just watching, and it's tightening, tightening. Now remember, we're not just, it sounds terrible, like something's breaking in there a little bit. That could be as simple as like a basswood backer that's being pulled up through a nut zert. It could be as sophisticated as a big piece of plastic that's just pulling some of that glue in. But that cracking noise is what always makes me nervous. Hear it? Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's tight. So now that wing is part of the plane and the flaps are hanging low, which is totally fine. Oh, and then also, what's our next step? Let's see what they suggest. Okay, so we're gonna flip it on its back and we're gonna put that in. Okay, so that's gonna be our wing struts. I just want you guys to see how fast this plane goes from a 1,000,000 piece count to like not very many pieces. It's gonna go fairly quick. Now, because of the nature of these wires, I don't want them flopping around and damaging something while I'm not noticing. So I'm gonna drop this canopy back on. There's big magnets that hold it as well, which is nice. And then I'm gonna drop this, probably so the nose catches, okay? Put the flaps down. Big chunk of foam here. I was gonna blow it off, but I wanted to show you. Okay, so these wing struts, are they labeled right and left? They're not. So I'm just gonna use pure conjecture to guess. This is gonna drop in, and this is gonna slip in, I assume. Yeah, it's in there. But that doesn't look right there. You know why that doesn't look right? Because the landing gear are gonna go in here, and they're gonna fill that void. And this is gonna tuck into that opening, okay? Can you see from there, or do you wanna come around here by the oven maybe? All right, so as that drops down, it's gonna go down into this pocket here. as you can see this pocket I'm pointing at, that pocket would ordinarily receive these connectors if you were putting floats on. But because these go with the floats, every time I see a component that's ruled to be for the floats, I put it to the float pile. That's how I do it. That's how I suggest you do it too, okay? So we're gonna drop these on. These are gonna be pulled up. See that relief we were talking about? Pretty cool. Okay, so once this gets in, it's gonna slide in, same drill. And then over here, same drill. Okay, very good. Now, you can pull these down to their final resting spot. And you see how that drops down nicely and nicely. Okay, pretty sweet. So it looks like we're gonna have quite a few screws. 1, 2, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that right?
Yes.
The wheels are super easy to put on. They go with a C-clip, so we'll come right back to that step next. I want to put the screws in first. Yeah, they're not showing any screws. Do they? Oh no, it does say, slide the tongue of the wing struts into the slots into the fuselage and secure using the M2.5 by 8. M2.5 by 8. Attach the other end of the struts to the wing with 2 more.
2 more?
2 more. What? How's
1.
There 2 more. 1.
Is there one under that wheel pant?
Well, you can pull these up too. I'm just gonna pull this out because I might have missed that step, guys. I was looking for a picture that indicated to put them in, there was no picture. So these M2.5 by 8s, supposedly there's 3 used on this step on each side. So I'm just gonna lay those down. They appear to be, they're a 2mm drive. So a 2mm drive is gonna help us get this done. Let's check and see how this goes. It looks like one up here and one down there. They must have changed something because it looks like at one point there was a second hole here maybe. Okay, so that definitely goes in, but then does that get covered? Because I feel like...
Yes, it will, won't it? But is that...
Is it?
Because then the 8 would be 1, 2, 3,
Yep,
4
you're
on
right.
each side.
So, yep, so this is 2. But they said 2 on the wing. There's 1. I don't see a second one.
I don't either.
Because look, I can see where there would have been holes, but there is definitely only 1 that I can get to. See, there's a second hole there. But it looks like at one point they probably just changed the design and have a typographical error, I'm guessing. I'm just glad we don't have to guess what it is.
Yeah. And
But-
those screws are really close in size.
Some of them are.
So, yeah, some of them are.
All right, so this is gonna drop down in here and we'll see if that goes. Feels like it's gonna go. I do like that it's a 2mm. I wish that they would have had a 2mm drive for the wing as well. It would have been nice to have the same size for those of us that have to take apart the planes, which we're not one of, thank God. Okay, so we'll drop this. Where does that go? Does it go here? Nope, it goes up here. So yeah, that's where the actual landing gear are gonna mount.
It's a lot of landing gear mounting points.
Yep, that's good though. You want strong landing gear. All right, are we gonna be able to get the flap control linkages in later? I guess that'll be yet to be determined.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't tell us to put them in until later.
Okay. Okay, very good. So now the landing gear. The landing gear are gonna slip in just like what we showed you. So you can just kind of slide those down in there. Just as you get that down, then you'll slot these in. They sort of line into position. It's weird how they go actually. They do go in like surprisingly easy. Okay, so you're supposed to put the wheels on, but I'm not gonna do that yet. I'm gonna wait and get these hardwares in first. And same thing, 2.5 by 8. So the M 2.5 by 8, I have 4 of them out already, so we can do one side. Here's 1. A lot of screws. Hear that squeal? If you hear that squeal, and you don't like that noise, you can put a little bit of dishwasher soap on there, or you can lubricate it with something else. But we like dishwasher detergent because it is close to us in the sink.
Yes.
And you don't have to worry about gumming up the threads. It'll just lubricate the threads, and you don't have some solvent. Like if you were to put WD-40 on these, you might break down the plastic over time. Do not use Loctite on here, okay? I don't care what your buddy told you. It's not good. It will break down, and it will cause these to fail prematurely, 100% guaranteed. That stuff eats the plastic. Okay, look at this. We got more de-icing down here. That's crazy. Must be a water plane. Except that's on landing gear. Well, wait, is that not? I guess that's not for the floats then.
Right, that whole assembly comes off.
Goodness gracious. That is a lot of bite for those. Now, also, I want to point out the fact that this is a different size grub screw. In fact, do they have that in upside down, or is that just in my head? Nope, it's just much smaller. Okay, M2.5, we're going to do 4 more of these. So guys, if you have questions that come up along the build, leave them in the comments below, but make sure you timestamp your questions so that I can remember what you're talking about. You have to remember, we've filmed thousands, probably tens of thousands of hours here on Brian Phillips RC so that we can make content that's just like this for all sorts of other planes, from competitive brands, manufacturers, hobby shops, and different one-off projects. And so we do not remember all the stuff. But if you show us a timestamp, if you don't know how to do that when you're typing, you'll say, hey, Brian, I got a question about the screws. This is the situation I had, and it refers to a time at 1 hour, 15 minutes, and 32 seconds. So you would type 01:15:32, and then that takes me to the timestamp, and I can actually click on that, and it will bring me to that point in the video. And of course, YouTube will then play ads before I can load my own video.
So we can watch them all.
So, but that's okay. Don't worry. You guys are not the only ones that get ads.
Yeah.
So I'm grateful that we have a platform to operate on, which would be YouTube. So we actually haven't had a lot of problems with YouTube lately, which is great. Yeah, I know. It just reminds me, how long ago was that we had our problems?
Like 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Almost.
It was very scary. Yeah.
That's not great.
When they're like basically threatening to take your channel down because you're breaking a rule that is arbitrary and capricious,
that they can't
they
explain,
can't even define,
or
and then
cite.
You are clearly not breaking
Yeah.
once they do define it. Yeah, that was fun.
And they're super easy to get a hold of. So, you know, it's like no big deal.
Once you get 100,000 subscribers, you get a chat bot. And basically they don't help you still. So they're like, whatever, you're just still a number. Yeah. All right, so we've got those on. Now they're suggesting that we put the nose wheel in. And what appears to happen is you put the nose wheel in, and then there's a screw that goes in behind it, which is kind of weird. So insert the nose strut into the fuse and then secure with the M3x10. Oh, that's from the top. Okay. M3x10.
I think that's the one unlabeled bag. Because that's a 30.
M3x10.
Must be those.
So since it's not labeled, I guess that's what we'll assume. Now you can also measure the length of this bolt, but I can tell you this right now, if that's 30, that's about a third of 30. And if this is 8, then this would be longer than by 20%. So yep, that's a 10. So this is an M10, and that is back to 2.5 millimeters. As you can see here, 2.5 millimeters. Yep, so very good. All right, so the nose gear is gonna drop in here like this, and then they're showing the nose in place. Weird. Okay, so that goes in, and you see that's keyed. So you guys see that? Beautiful. And you know what? That is really nice. It actually works pretty
really
good.
Nice.
Okay. I'm gonna flip this over. I wonder if it would fly without the outboard portion of the wings. I bet it would. Because you would just use these flaps still. And then you would have a rudder. It'd be a 3-channel.
Back hole.
You sure
Ooh,
about
really?
that?
That's what.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. She asked for it. There it goes.
Okay.
It just dropped down. It was not originally dropped down.
I was going to say that didn't look right. I was just going to be what the directions said.
Oh, look, you can see from here. That's pretty cool. There's a spring there too. Oh, it's a servo saver.
Well, that's what they were talking about.
That's it. It's cammed. Look at that. Cammed.
Wait.
That is so cool. Look at that. You see that assembly? It's cammed. And there's a big soft spring that will let this get pushed out of the way. I love it.
Wow.
See that? That is so sweet. So strictly speaking, look, the wheel's spinning and it's not driving the wheel. Oh, and you can even see, sweet, the metal gear servo. Metal gears. So by the way, short side note, back in the day, when I was first getting into RC, back when our channel was just emerging into the World Wide Web, I used to do a lot of work and I used a ton of Turnigy servos, tons of them. And metal gear or plastic gear, I still found ways to destroy them. It never mattered. All right, so we got to put these wheels on. I forgot to do that. Okay, so these wheels have the screws, and I'm going to put the screws in. And did that go far enough? It did not. Okay, so now I got to get another driver because the 2.5 and the 2 are too big. So I don't know if it's 1.5. It's definitely not 3, so I'm assuming it's 1.5 millimeter. So 1.5 millimeters goes here. Yep, okay, loosen that grub screw, slide this back. Ooh, you see how that almost fell out? Mm-hmm. Back it up, give it a half a turn. There it is, back it off, okay. Screws go in. Slide it in, don't mess with this. Get to this point, what do you see?
A spot for a clip.
You mean like a clip like this?
Yes.
A C-clip?
Or an E-clip if you're HobbyKing.
Oh, is it called an E-clip?
That's the column in the directions.
Well, then it's an E-clip.
Like, what's that?
Because it looks like an E, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm going to hand these off to the camera crew.
Okay.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to do immediately. Hold still. I'm going to take everything I don't need. I'm going to put it straight back in the bag. And then we'll be left with 2 E-clips. Okay, so I'm going to grab the E-clips. And I'm going to just be ready to put those in. We've laid down our screwdriver. Now, if you don't know how these go, they're easy to lose, so be careful. There is a trick. The trick is use a tool. I'm going to try doing it without a tool, okay? You're like, Brian, how do you do that without a tool? You just press hard and hope it doesn't stab you, which it didn't.
That's it?
Yeah, it's on. Yep.
Okay.
Make sure it's seated all the way and you should be able to spin it. Then go to the back side here. Now I'm going to press this out with the wheel. I'm going to push the whole assembly forward until it's tight. I'm going to be prepared to tighten this down by getting in, and then I'll back it off just a hair. See how I'm just wiggling it? Now I'm going to torque this down tight, tight, tight. Toy like a Toyga, okay? And I'm not sure I love the way that that spins, but it's spinning free enough that it will spin, okay? So we're gonna repeat that process here. If you guys didn't pick up on what I did, loosen this just a hair, bring that all the way back. Take the wheel, the screws go in so that the more beautiful part goes out. Now, if your shaft is dirty, this would be the time to clean it. Slide it on, take your E-clip, line it up. I like the E-clips to point back so that there's less likelihood of them popping off, but that's of minimal consequence just to be totally fair, okay? I'm holding it sideways, see? Had a hand under it to catch it. Now I'm gonna show you the right way to do it because I'm getting sick of fighting it. There's 2 ways to do this that I've found in my experience. You can either use needle nose pliers or you can use forceps. And in my case, I prefer the bent tip forceps. I like forceps for most of these tools because then I can clamp it this way or I can go the other way if I need to. Okay, so I just clamp onto it like this. And these things lock to hold in place, makes it incredibly easy to slip it on. Okay. So just slip it on. Okay. So now that I've got it, I can release this. Okay. And then I can come at it from this side if I need to and force it on, but I already have it on. So it's on all the way. Sometimes you got to go back and bite them lengthwise. What I mean by that, so that the camera crew can see easier, is that we go like this and you would bite. Okay. So that spins, but I feel like I'm maybe just a hair too tight. This, see how it's loose, spins free? I don't want to create friction. So I'm going to push it tight. I'm going to bring it back like a little bit. And then I'm going to torque this screw down, this grub screw. Now don't get too crazy. You can probably overscrew that, okay? That's really smooth and free. This is not. That's going to create an asymmetry. It's going to want to jack the plane to the side. I'm going to loosen this. I'm going to walk it out just a little bit more. And then I'm going to retighten it. Okay? I think it's just the shaft.
Okay.
Okay? All right, so we'll put our 1.5 millimeter back. We should be done with that for the time being. All right, so the plane is, as you can see, there's a lot less pieces available and necessary, okay? So we'll leave those there. They show the nose installed. So I guess we could install the nose. Which one are we doing, the long one or the short one?
You said long earlier.
I'm so torn. I honestly don't know which one.
You just can't grab it by the nose because it's magnetic.
I know.
It's not gonna be a problem while we're building.
Let's do this. A little bit less to hang on to. That seems to fit a little better.
Okay.
So we'll go with the short nose because it fits better. Okay, so we're flipping that back over on its upright side, and now we have to position the horizontal stabilizer to the seat at the rear of the fuselage. Okay. So obviously work this a couple of times, make sure there's no binding. Pay attention to the ball link. Everything seems free. Also pay attention to this wire. That's going to be a Bearcat to get later. So maybe just pull that up a little bit. You don't want to go too crazy, so you pull it all the way back so you can't get to it. But I'm just going to put that right there. Drop this on top. And then that sits down and it's good to go. So then I think we screw that in probably.
I believe so.
Yep, it looks like secure the horizontal stabilizer using 3 of the 2.3 by 8. So 2.3 by 8, that's why they labeled them. So these are like self-tappers. Look, they're self-tappers, see? Mm-hmm. So I believe these are 2 millimeter drives. So we'll find that out if I'm correct here in about mere moments. Yep, I was correct. So 2 millimeters to drive these in. And there's 3 points. It's pretty obvious which one's which. All right, that went pretty dang smooth. Very easy fit. Good fitment means good design. Now, earlier I was talking about crushing and crimping of foam right there, that crushed and crimped. So you're gonna look and match that crush and crimp amount. Watch it as I tighten. See the crimping? Mm-hmm. Okay. Let me just get this one picked up. Hold it like this until I'm ready to drop it in, and boom, ready to rock and roll. Beautiful. Watch the crimping. Okay. Give it a quick wiggle. Looks good. Look how wide that is compared to the wing.
I know, it's crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
It's funny right now.
All right, so then the next step is we're gonna go ahead and put some screws on the bottom, it looks like as well. On the underside of the horizontal stabilizer screw, there are 2 more 2.3 by 8.
Wow.
Okay. Glad they had that on the instructions. I would have never thought of that.
There's a lot of screws in this plane.
Yeah, but we're burning through parts like fast. And that's what we like, guys. When we build these planes, first of all, there's a certain amount of satisfaction that comes with building a plane. It's not like we're building this. It's not like it's a balsa wood plane. And so for those of you old timers that are watching and just, you know what it was like to build planes back in yesteryear, we're not trying to take anything away from that by saying how easy it is compared to what it used to be. But also we still complain and gripe about what is actually still relatively easy. Okay, so don't worry, it's not lost on us. We are physically aware of it, but that doesn't mean that we don't want to see improvements over a long period of time, and that would be from when I was a kid till now. And that's not to take anything away from those that build stick-built balsa wood planes from kits, as opposed to ARFs and things like that. Okay, so this little thing right here, I want to show you what this is. It's not a tuma. What is it, hun?
Glue.
It's mucilage. Look, bite and spin. Or just leave it. I don't want to see it though. See? Can make a whole YouTube channel
but it
just
was
pulling
red.
the glue off. Now, listen. What kind of an RC surgeon would I be if I didn't fix that?
Now we have to get out the Sharpies.
Yeah. Red Sharpies. Red Sharpie, and I'm going to guarantee that this will match.
Yeah.
It always does. Red is like the only one that matches. Watch.
Red's better than blue.
Okay. So does that pass the 1 meter test? You'll never know it was there except that we filmed it. And it's maybe not quite as dark.
But
Right?
I mean, I guess from like up here, you wouldn't notice.
So what if I take another more nice red Sharpie? This one's actually crappier, I think. See, this one's crappier. Let's see if it works. No, it actually put out more red. That one was feeling a little weak. But yeah, as you can see, it covered up. Why did I take the glue off of there? Because whenever I see those things, I always rip them off because they drive me nuts.
Because it bothers you.
Yeah, because I'm, retentive.
Yes.
All right, so now that we've got that screwed on, we can go ahead and flip it back over. All right, so the next step is to do the vertical stabilizer. So in order to do the vertical stabilizer, we have to install the joining spar into the vertical stabilizer. We have to be careful to remember to get our cable hooked up before we slide this all the way in.
Yes.
To the plane. Okay, so that's there. I'm really impressed with this assembly because not only this light is gonna look sweet, first of all, and just the way that everything is jigged and painted nicely, and we've got good water decals here, which we didn't have to put on.
Yep.
And just really good fit and finish. It's not what we're used to seeing on Avios models. No offense, Avios, it's just not. Okay. So that goes here. Okay, and then this needs to line up through there, okay? I'm gonna just change something around a little bit. I'm gonna take this out of the wing, and I'm gonna see if I can find the hole here. Am I going in the right hole? Yes, I am.
Okay.
I honestly cannot tell. Yeah, I'm going in the right hole, for sure. It's just not wanting to go. How far? Oh, there it goes. I found the hole. You guys see the angle I'm at? It's not like you couldn't figure this out on your own, but I just want to tell you, do this first. Get it through, because you're going to have a heck of a time if you don't. That's, I think, where it bottoms out. Because
Okay.
I don't know if you could tell how hard I was pressing to get that through. But that's what you do. Start it in here, take it out, put it through there, and then go ahead and feed it back on. Okay? Let's hope this works. Oh, thank God it does. Then this needs to line up through that too, okay? Okay, we'll see how this goes.
The control horn is going to hit the, so you're going to lift it first, actually. There it goes.
Okay, so you lift the elevator, then you slide it under. Okay, now you shouldn't have to worry about it. So watch, as we get close, we have to plug this in. Okay, so the red is forward, the red is forward. Okay, so I'm gonna just slide it down until I got enough slack to reach. Camera crew's gonna do our best to get you guys a shot of this. There, it's plugged in, okay? So now there's two ways of doing this. You can just slide this all the way down. I gotta say, way better than a JST connection, okay? Which we've seen on competitive offerings. Don't like that. Kind of slipped all at once. I am going to take my pair of forceps and I'm gonna slide this over so that it's in position. I'm gonna take this red and black wire and just push it down. Can you even see what I'm doing there?
Well, I can come around.
Why don't you come around here?
I'm zoomed.
See this? Look, I'm sliding that in and then I'm gonna take and just push this. See, I've got those closed. I don't wanna go in there and bite it with the mouth of these because it'll damage the wires, potentially. Okay, now that we're pushed in, I can push this down without fear of retribution in the form of having a wire not go. Now, there's also this screw hole that I gotta line up. And I am quite concerned that I'm gonna screw through here and hit that connector. But let's hope somebody thought of that.
Okay.
Okay. So what are we supposed to do next? Does it say, using 2 more 2.3 by 8 millimeter self-tapping screws, complete the fixing of the vertical stabilizer. Okay. So more of these 2.3 by 8 millimeters. I'm just gonna grab 2 of them, let them fall out into my hand, keep the rest of them up in the bag. So this goes from, unfortunately, from the other side. But then what about the front?
I don't know.
Do we not do one there? I feel like that might be a mistake, because there's most definitely something there to screw into. So what the heck? I'm gonna push this down some more. I have a screw in my mouth. Got lucky I didn't lose that. That doesn't seem like it's down all the way.
It does not.
Why does it seem like it's not down all the way?
I don't know, I'm worried about that connector.
Oh, yeah, there it goes. There it goes.
Okay.
Okay, are you concerned? Do you think I should?
No, I mean, I don't think there's a whole lot you can do.
Let's hope it's lined
See if
up.
it goes.
I can't tell if I'm in anything, but I must be, because it's not fighting me at all. Those are self-tappers though. Okay, so my experience is when you have a self-tapper that doesn't have good alignment like this, I have to press while we're dropping that screw in order to get this screwed up. There it goes. Now it's started.
Okay.
You can always tell that when you get that friction on the screwdriver. Oh yeah, now it's tightening up. As you can see, it's wanting to slow me down. I just feel like it's spinning free maybe almost now. Makes me nervous. Although I can definitely see that front hole. You know what? Let's see what happens. If I blow up my light, you guys will understand. Don't do that thing. Okay? So I got that in there. Oh yeah, that's definitely supposed to be there.
Okay.
Is it on the next page?
Maybe, because that's the last step there.
They never talk about it. Well, what the heck? I guess we're gonna talk about it. So it's actually, did they say up here?
I don't see it there. It just talks about the wire.
Yeah, whatever. I guess we're gonna do it.
I guess if we're short one 2.3
2.3 by 8,
we'll know.
we'll know. Okay, one more 2.3 by 8. Or worst case, you just leave one of the horizontal screws in.
Because why would they have that hole there?
It's definitely designed for that. Ooh. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to get into this one, I gotta say. There, I found the hole though. That's kind of an unusual place to screw into.
Yeah.
Because like you see, you're so close with the body of the screwdriver that I'm having a hard time actually making that turn.
Well, why did they do 2 on one side and not 1 on either side?
Yeah, I don't know. You'll have to ask the engineers in China.
Yes.
Actually, I don't even know if the engineers are in China.
I don't know.
This seems to be Canadian and British. That's just a joke, guys. We've seen many, many, many planes from many nationalities. They're usually made in China anyway. All right, so, like I said, piece count is ticking down. Pretty exciting. All right, so now we're on page 7. And by the way, we didn't print all of the manual. We started on page 4, just for the instructions. Nice color manual. Finally, secure the bottom of the rudder using a 2.3 by 6. What? 2.3 by 6? Where's the 2.3 by 6?
What are the random little screws in the bag of E-clips?
I don't know. Maybe that's a 2.3 by 6. Okay, well, let's assume that's a 2.3 by 6, folks. So we're gonna take one of the 2.3 by 6ers, and that is the smaller drive size.
That's the bottom
1.5
of the rudder?
millimeter. Yeah. But then where's that weird, I thought you said something about that tool.
The tail, it's in the bag with the servo arms.
Use the wire tail skid is optional. Oh, if you're using secure with a small amount of CA glue? What?
I think it's in the servo horns, actually. There's another wire in the bag of servo linkages.
Oh.
Looks the same.
Oh, geez, Megan. What happened there?
Those were randomly all in the bag of screws.
Okay. That's because that's how you do these.
No, I know. That's why I put them with those rods.
Okay,
they
so
were
this,
in the bag of screws.
So that, okay, all right. So just so you know, this is not.
This is not it. That is
not it. I don't know what you were talking about.
It's the same.
It's not even close to the same. It is a bent piece of steel. Okay, so we're just gonna flip this over. We're gonna get this last screw in here. I want you guys to see this from here.
Oh.
Do you see that?
No. Yes.
You see it now?
Yep.
Okay. So now, this is gonna be kind of challenging. I gotta tip this plane sideways. Hold this, please, right there.
Got it.
Don't move.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go like this so that I can lay the screw in without it falling off the screwdriver. Okay, we're gonna hope for the best here. I'm gonna bring that back out because I gotta get my eyes on it while I'm doing it. Yep, got it that time. Okay, you can see the rudder's turning, so I'm obviously getting in there. Now this is gonna be one of those where you turn it until it's tight. And then you're probably gonna have to back it off. Nope, you're not gonna be able to turn it until it's tight because you'll over thread it, I promise. So that's as good as it's gonna be. Now leave it on its side like this. And we're gonna get this thing out of the bag. This is the optional tail skid. Now obviously the tail skid is not gonna be necessary if you are using this as a float plane. This is supposed to be installed with CA glue, okay? So let's show you where it goes. So this optional tail skid is gonna go like this. Okay, let's see if that goes. All right, so we're gonna pause and come right back. All right, so I have this tool here. I wanna see how far I can get that to penetrate because I don't think I need CA. Okay, I'm pressing incredibly hard to get that in there. I don't think I need CA to hold that.
Well,
now,
if it comes out. Yeah.
That ain't coming out. Not easily.
No.
I was gonna take it and literally put it over the stove and then just plunge it in hot. I don't even think you need to do that. You don't need no CA, forget that. Forget that part of the instructions. Okay, so now it's telling us to hook up the ball, the linkages. Why?
We'll probably skip that till we...
Important note for the ball link connections. The side of the plastic ball link with a faint, flat ring molded into it is the side that pushes onto the brass ball. These ball links are quite firm and require a little force to connect them. Okie dokie. So now, is there any reason why we couldn't do that later?
I don't think so.
I don't really see why it would matter. Because I want to just get the assembly done. Okay, all right, we're gonna keep assembling then. I am, however, gonna put away my 1.5 millimeter drive because I'm pretty sure we're done with that. I think we're gonna need the 2 for putting the wings on though.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so we've got wings to install next. It looks like we're gonna go to the wings. We'll start with the side that we can reach.
And it does say to put them in the center first before, so that they stay centered before you put the wings on. The directions specifically call that out, which is unusual.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
All right, so we'll put this in. That was pretty easy. Okay, we're gonna turn this, it's gonna wanna tip over, so I'm probably gonna need a second set of hands for this step, if you could just put a hand on it. And then I'm gonna be screwing into this with M2.5 by 8. So back to the good old trusty M2.5 by 8. So in this bag, and they are machine style, so they don't have a self-tappers on them. And that's nice, because a lot of people will take this apart, so it makes better sense to have machine screws on this step. They do drive with 2 millimeters. And to be honest, you could take one of these off if you wanted to make things smaller, okay? And camera crew's gonna try her best with focus, but she's got a hand helping me. Once I get these started, then I'll go ahead and put a hand on it myself, okay? Okay, all right, you can switch. So we'll just get this tightened. I would say so far, I'm like super, super impressed with the assembly. This model definitely has some visual issues, like this little patch I just noticed, a little heat patch where the bubbles came up. There's a hole here, there's a hole here, there's a hole here. I don't know why they have those there. It's something about the way the mold and jigging was. A little bit of jigging here, sloppy, but definitely manageable. Not a big deal. Don't mean to beat up the plane, because the truth is, I think it's really well done. So far, I'm really impressed with this plane. It's big enough to matter, which is nice, because the last Twin Otter we did was, I think, a UMX.
UMX,
which was great, by the way. Really good plane. But then previous to that would have been 1.1 meters. So this is considerably bigger plane. I mean, it's like twice the size, okay? And I know some of you at home are like, I know how to do math, Brian. 1.1 compared to 1.6 is not 2 times. Well, you may be right about one dimension, but you have to think about it. This is a 3-dimensional object. When you step up by a third, you're pretty much doubling the size of the plane, okay? And that's because all the dimensions go bigger. This is a lot bigger plane than the other offering. So I have my trusty 2.5 by 8s ready to go. This is slid all the way into the stopping point. We'll just show you how good of a fit this is. You guys, this isn't like an early sample or anything. This is like a regular production run of the plane, okay? So if you're brand new to Brian Phillips RC and you're wondering, geez, you go through all this for every plane you do? Yeah, we do. And that's because so many people need help, that are especially people that are getting back in the hobby, that don't know anything about binding and DSMX and Orange RX and Lemon RX and all these different, you know, X-Bus,
PPM mode,
XRSL2, all the different ridiculous things.
Yeah.
You'll learn them as we run into them. How about that? Futaba, FHSS.
Yeah.
There's just so many different protocols and radio things that you got to learn. And once you learn them, about the time you get them down, they'll change it. But I can tell you this, I am a creature of habit. And so if you want to find a way of doing it, we'll help you do it in such a way that you can apply it to many, 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 many more planes. Okay, so real quick, just noticing a difference in color here. Paint, match, maybe not amazing here, but I gotta say, it's overall jigged pretty nice. There's just a little bit of sloppiness around the jigging here and a little bit of light paint here, so they could do a little bit more paint there. But I would say overall, it looks good. I mean, obviously it's gonna pass the 10-foot test, but look how nice the tail looks.
Yes.
Look how nice the body looks. Look how poor this looks compared to this. I almost felt like they should have jigged it out a little further to make it blend in better.
Yes, I agree.
But not a bad match. Let's see how the other nose looks. So the other nose didn't seem like it fit as good. Yeah, it's the tightness is just not quite there. So I'm gonna see if I can grab the wing and just press it in. Yeah, it's not gonna press in. But I mean, it still looks good.
And like on ours, the decals don't line up quite as good as they do on the shorter nose. I think it's better.
Yeah, so the shorter nose just happens to fit a little bit better. So we'll just go with that nose. Like, I don't care. It's no skin off my back either way. Okay, so the nose will go over here, which is fine because that'll be, you know, for when we need it. And if you crash it or whatever, you've got a spare nose, which is kind of nice. All right, so the next move, now that we have that in, is to start installing antennas and all the different.
Do you want to put those wing fences on?
Yeah, all that stuff. Okay. All the glue-on stuff. Okay, so wing fences are technically part of this. Now these are supposed to slide in like that. And it does look like we're gonna have to glue those, okay? So they're suggesting CA for this. CA might be better for this just because of the nature of the fitment. I like using China glue for as much of this as I can because it just does better in my opinion. And so we'll use CA on this though. I'm gonna use Bob Smith Industries CA. You could use this, which is thin CA, because it's such a tight fit. You could put it in and then just drip the glue in and it'll wick into the joint. Or you could use medium, that's foam safe. Or you could use medium foam safe, which is like this. Yes, you can get this at HobbyKing. We didn't get this at HobbyKing, but you know, just follow our link when you're buying the plane. And then this is not foam safe. We're gonna use that, because it's
not
open.
foam safe?
Not foam safe.
Okay.
Just to prove that it can be done on this particular model, because the right type of foam. I believe this foam is the right type of foam.
Okay.
And if it's not, you guys can learn
Then I'll
from my
find out.
mistake. Okay, so this is how I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna take and I'm gonna run just a small teensy little bit into the crack. I think that's Mother Nature saying that your glue is worn out or it's getting close to being gone.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that that's spread in there, I am going to take this and I'm gonna try to work it in by slipping this side to side and just working the CA into the crack. And then once I work it into the crack, then I'm gonna bring this down at an angle and I'm gonna slip it down in there. And you're probably thinking, well, you didn't do a very good job of that. Yeah, I agree with you, I didn't. And so as a result of me not doing a very good job of it, I have to kind of do it a little bit again. So I'm gonna walk that back out and you can see where the glue is, okay? So now that I know where the glue is, I normally don't like to put glue on this side of the equation, but I'm gonna do that. You guys see how hard I'm having to squeeze? That's because I probably need to open up the tip. And then this needs a little bit of glue, and this needs a little bit of glue, okay? And then this also needs a little bit of glue. Now you'll notice I didn't put any kicker on this at all, none. That's because I'm not quite ready for it. I'm gonna rip off just a little bit of this paper towel and I'm just gonna wipe off the excess. And that's something that you can get away with if your glue is crappy and old, like mine. Okay, so I'm gonna come up into this pocket. I'm gonna find the hole and then I'm gonna let this sit down in, okay? And then I'm gonna slip it back as I go and that's gonna hold it in place to a certain extent. Now that thin CA, that white colored cap, is designed to be foam safe and you can actually flow that into the crack. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my kicker, I'm gonna take a nice big healthy drip of this, I'm gonna pull this into position back here and then I'm gonna let it set the back half to hold it. That's gonna hold it. Then I can let go. Then I can come back, get another drip, hold it again, and just put my drip right into the CA, okay? I'm gonna put that back into the bottle and just wipe off my excess, and then that should be a done deal. Now, I'm not a huge fan of using CA for stuff like this. I just feel like there's easier things to do. With China glue, it's just better when I'm putting foam parts together, in my opinion. And then I'm gonna just wipe off any excess. Now keep in mind that's carbon fiber, you don't wanna rub that with your fingers. And I'm gonna tip this up, and I'm just gonna take this CA, just like this tip is so clogged. I'm probably gonna need to unclog this and come right back. All right, so I got the clog unclogged, and now I'm just gonna take and try to work this here. So you can see I'm just working the seam. Now you're probably thinking, that's a lot of glue, Brian. Yeah, I know, it kind of is. But this is part of the reason why I'm not like a huge fan of using CA for this type of application. Then I'm gonna take and I'm gonna dip this into my kicker, which is, again, a lot of kicker. And I'm just gonna come in here and I'm gonna start from here where it's nice and neat. I'm just gonna work it back and spin it. And that's gonna give me a nice permanent joint that's gonna be nice and clean, and it's gonna work, and it's gonna be very sturdy, okay? So now for the other side, we'll show you what it would be like if I didn't have a giant problem with my glue, which happens every time I film it, by the way. Okay, so we know kind of where the glue goes. So I'm just gonna work it like this, just get a little bit on there. We know about where that pocket is. You're probably thinking, but isn't that just gonna press out of the pocket when you stick it in? Yeah, to a certain extent, some of it will. And same thing here, just a little bit on this side and a little bit on this side. And yeah, you could put a little bit on this edge if you want, and that's fine. Or you can try to squeeze it in there. But again, the thin CA, this would be purple if it was non-foam safe and it was BSI, Bob Smith Industries glue. This is Bob Smith Industries, just marketed by a bunch of different brands. In our case, whatever brand we happen to get that time. Oh, where's the pocket on this one? Is there a pocket on this one? This is where it goes. Mm-hmm. Oh, look. You see that? Mm-hmm. Okay, now come up to the top. See how I'm walking it in carefully now? that decal was fighting me. I didn't know that on the first one, okay? So now I'm just gonna hold this for a minute. Now this is the other thing you can do. Camera crew is gonna hold that for a minute just on the tail end, right there. Careful, don't get a bunch of carbon fiber spars in you. Or not spars, but splinters rather. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the tip of my kicker and you're gonna hold that still.
Okay.
You're gonna hold it square though. Let go, you're not holding it square. You gotta hold this square. Okay. Then I'm gonna come back at it again with one more drip here. And that's just gonna hopefully set it so it holds it in position while we get the other half done, okay? And when I did that, I pulled some of the CA up. So I'm gonna just real quick grab this and wipe that off. Yep, that'll clean that little bit off. Okay, so now I'm gonna let that, you can go ahead and let go.
Okay.
Yeah, that held. So now all I've gotta do is just tip the wing and I'm just gonna follow along like a caulk joint. And no, you don't need to do that, but I like the idea. Now I've stopped squeezing glue at this point because that's a lot of glue for that little wing fence, okay? So now I'm gonna take the other half of this. Yeah, that's all set up. So I'll just grab the other side. I'm gonna dip it into my kicker bottle and I'm gonna pull it a little bit from here back and then I'm gonna go the other way quick. And that'll spread all the way along the joint. And that's gonna give us a super strong joint. You're never gonna have that thing pop off. And if it pops off, it's gonna be because I've crashed and deflected the surface really badly, okay? Okay, so those are both glued. They're nice and sturdy. That's gonna add a little bit of lateral strength to the wing, but it's mostly a cool effect. It's cool looking, and it is actually an aerodynamic feature. So now the next thing is we have to put on these things on the back too. And the things on the back, they're saying to CA in all these little pieces. I just want to demonstrate how much easier it is if you use China glue. Okay, because China glue is just so much easier. And I talk about this a lot, but I don't often demonstrate it. The China glue only didn't work for that because it's hard to get the China glue into a tight spot like that, a tight crack. And so the CA works a little bit better for that, but honestly, the thin stuff would have worked better. Put the part in, then apply the thin CA, let it wick into the joint. That would have been the smarter thing to do, okay? China glue, on the other hand, for things like this, make this so easy. Okay, so I'm just gonna pop off the lid. I'm gonna take the China glue. Okay, we'll just get a pretty healthy amount on there. And the reason we're doing so much is because we have multiple components that we're gonna try to glue with this one little glob, okay? So I'm gonna work that side, then I'm gonna flip it, then I'm gonna work that side, then I'm gonna flip it, and you see now I've got it on all the sides. You're probably thinking, but then when you put that on, it's just gonna poop out. Yeah, to a certain extent it will. But what I do is I'm gonna poop it out. Like on this one, it's got that opening at the top. So once we get this in here, then I'm gonna just quick pull out. And just let those strings kind of fall into the opening. Then I'm gonna do it again and let those strings fall. Then I'm gonna pull it and just leave it off to the side. I lay my stuff on the China blue bottle. Then I'm gonna take the other fresh one and I'm gonna slip it in here. And I'm gonna pull it out right away. And that just gets a little bit, and I'm gonna walk the edge, that little extra glue in there, and I'm gonna pull it out and just let this sit. That's gonna set up for a second. Now, when that's all set, then we can stuff them in there and they will like never come out, okay? Also, we have a couple of steps here for the pilots to use, the little micro pilots, okay? So the micro pilots, and then there's also a pitot tube. Where's the pitot tube?
That goes over here on this side.
Where?
It goes
Look, I'm gonna take some China glue out of the lid because I can.
right there under the black.
Okay, up or down to, oh, well, it obviously goes this way. A pitot tube is going to measure the airspeed for the pilots in real life. This is just obviously for looks. And it's optional, you don't have to put it on. So I'm gonna push it in, let the glue spread into the hole, and then I'm gonna lay this aside and let that set up for a minute. And we'll see if we can get lucky enough with the steps. Now these steps go both ways.
Yes.
Okay, they are the same, but they're mounted in both directions, okay? So I'm just gonna scrape off that little bit of glue that's in my lid. Okay. Take and work this into the opening, then pull it out, spread it again. work it into the opening, spread it out, work it into the opening, and then pull out. Let it sit on top of my China glue. And then we have one more that I laid right here, and that one goes right here. So obviously one's gonna point back and one's gonna point forth, okay? And I don't think I have enough left in the lid. So I gotta squeeze this and just get a last little bit out. Okay, so you see I've got a little bit on there. And I'm just gonna work this into the opening. And then I'll actually flip it over upside down and just use that because I can. And that's gonna get tacky in about a minute. So now I'm gonna go back through and I'll take my first one, and I'm gonna take and pick up as much of that glue. It'll tack onto the edge and then slide in with me. And honestly, it probably needs a minute or two longer to really set up. But since this isn't a structural component, it doesn't really matter, okay? So then this, same thing here. I'm gonna pick up as much of that as I can pick up with the sticky tacky. Okay, watch how I do this. Pick it up, pull it in, pick it up, pull it in, and then slip it down into the crack. Boom. Pretty cool. Now, you'll notice there's quite a bit extra there. Don't worry about it. If you are worried about it, then what you're gonna do is you're gonna grab yourself a Q-tip while it's still tacky. It doesn't have to be wet, but when it's tacky, this works pretty good. And when it's wet, it works poor. When it's tacky, it works really good. When it's dry, it works fine. And we already did that, but a lot of times you take your paint. So this is a clean one. So I'm gonna work it. You see how it's pulled it out now? Look at this. I can pull it from way back here to keep it away from the paint. And then look at that. Look how nice that works. It is literally perfect now, or near perfect. Now over here, same thing. Twist it. It's actually better once it tacks up the outside of that cotton. And you're probably thinking, that did not work perfect on that side, Brian. Okay, I'll agree with you. So come back at it with the clean one, get off the bulk of it. Now come back with this, like it'll act like an eraser and it will pick it up. See how awesome that does? Guys, it's like 0% overstick. Okay, same thing back here. We'll just take off any excess that we can get that tacks on there. And same thing on the other side. Look how nice that looks. It's near perfection. And it doesn't take a lot of skill. It's not hard, okay? Pitot tube. Where's that hole?
Right under the
There
black
it is.
decal.
Stuff that in. Okay, so same thing here. If you're concerned with any extra goodness that might be on there from the glue, get in there, pull it off now while it's tacky, and you'll be golden. Okay, the white doesn't show it as much and it's also less critical. Okay, so now the step, this one's gonna go forward. We'll slip that in. You can see it's really fighting me going in. If that ever fights you to the point you can't get it in, pull it out, get a new fresh little bit of glue on it, and then try it again. It'll lubricate as it enters the hole and you'll get perfect penetration and you'll be able to get that in, okay? So we'll slide this in as well, right? So there it is. Now this one has a little bit of extra and then there's like a mark or something on it. I don't know what the deal is. I should have switched those around, although it doesn't really matter. See that mark? Mm-hmm. What the heck is that?
No.
Pretty cool.
Nice.
But yeah, so now the pilots can in. So it's always handy when the pilots can get in an aircraft. And I gotta say, that build went from a 1,000,000 piece count to almost none right away. Now we have to do back here, and we've got, are these used for?
See, they don't install those wing fence things until the float assembly instructions. If you go a few more pages.
Okay.
But it shows it on the plane in all the
Where?
other pictures. Keep going. Past the CG, I believe, is the floats.
Okay, so is it, well, see, he didn't put them on. He didn't put on the wing fences either. What are you doing, Stu?
See, that's where they install those.
Okay, well, I guess we're gonna install them right now because I want them on.
Okay.
They do look symmetrical, okay? I might be mistaken, but they sure seem symmetrical to me, okay? So I'm gonna go with they're symmetrical. Now, I believe you can take this black decal and cover. This is going to make it cover, okay? But I think what you do is you take and put that on top of this once you put them down.
It says they can be held in place These require a good push fit and do not require gluing, but they can be held in place with a piece of Blenderm tape or similar.
Blenderm tape. If you guys don't know what Blenderm tape is, it is a medical tape.
Oh, that's that.
It's like, yeah.
It's like
so just look, watch this. I'm just gonna glue it anyway. Okay, so why am I gluing it anyway? Because China glue is so easy to work with. I'm just gonna China glue it up, okay? Now, what's the best way to China glue? We're gonna apply what we've learned from the other pieces. We're gonna spread it onto this surface and not necessarily onto the foam, okay? Once we have a nice even spread, we're gonna come at it from the front, slide it in, and then just pull it right back off. Let the strings fall where they may, and then I'm gonna set this off to the side where it can be protected from other interference. And then I'm gonna do the same thing, okay? One big drip, flip it to the other side, one big drip. Guys, if you're brand new on Brian Phillips RC, we appreciate you being here. Don't forget to smash the like button. We do long format content because that's what you guys all demand. And with regard to unbox build radio setups, we show the entire process and not just bits and pieces. We do that for good reason. About the only time we skip a step is because we have two wings and there was a pretty lengthy process that is replicated twice. Most videos, we don't even skip that, okay? But at the end of the day, why do we do it? We do it for you because we want you to have the help you need. And if you need help, there's always a helping hand on Brian Phillips RC. So we hope you guys notice that and appreciate the fact that after building 400 or 500 planes, we know how to do most of this. And it's not really super difficult. Just a lot of times there's tedious steps involved. It would be easier for us to not film, but we're gonna film because if you need help, we're gonna be here for you. Okay, now we're gonna let this set and cook off for a few minutes. And with regard to the next stages of the build, we are going to be putting on the props, it looks like. And well, we'll probably put on the linkages and everything, but we'll wait until we have our radio system installed, right?
While you're gluing, do you want to put those optional red cowl pieces?
Yeah, I don't really understand why these aren't installed. It kind of
either.
seems to me like that should just be installed. I don't really understand why that's a question or it's like some sort of an afterthought.
Why wouldn't you want it there?
You want them? I don't know. Oh, maybe it's hard to install the prop.
But it tells you to install them before you put the props on.
Okay, well then in that case, there's not an excuse.
Okay.
And that's one thing we don't do on Brian Phillips RC. We don't make excuses for stupid decisions by the manufacturers. And that's not to, you know, be completely impossible to work with. But at the end of the day, you guys know, we just say it, okay? So it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that this should have been installed at the factory. It seemed to be an afterthought. And you know what? There are occasionally afterthoughts. At least they gave us the components. Oh, speaking of not giving us components, if you want snow skis for this model, they have 3D printed, how did they do that?
There's a file.
There's a file.
Yep.
So if you have a 3D printer, you can use your 3D printer to print your own. Now I just put that in there like we've done for all the rest of it. I'm gonna lay that one down. Now I'm gonna come back in here. You kind of reach inside and then put it into the opening, spread that on, the little bit of glue, and then just pull this away and then lay that down so it can sit and cook off. So guys, at the end of the day, how many pieces are we talking about gluing here? This is not nothing. So when you have a model that claims to be bolt together, we show the entire build so you can find out if they were telling the truth or not. Now that's not to say that there was anything really deceptive on this build, but a lot of times, most of these builds, they make high claims about being bolt together or no glue or whatever. Well, I'm crying BS.
Well, they don't claim that.
They don't claim that.
On this plane.
But we would cry BS if they were on this particular plane, because there's quite a few that you have to glue.
Yeah.
Again, you can make up your own mind if that's an issue for you. Like, we don't really care as long as it's not a critical component. Let me give you an example. If there's a rudder that has to be put on so that they can make the box 18 inches shorter, we kind of appreciate that that is a good way to have cost savings. And that many times gets passed on to us as the consumers. So we like that sort of thing, okay? It's a pain, yes, because you have to have another component in your tool bag, which would be glue that isn't all dried up, okay? But do I like having the $50 less shipping? And yes, I'm not exaggerating. There are times when 18 extra inches could be $50 or more of shipping. This is real, okay?
Yeah.
So manufacturers that make smart logistical decisions with regard to shipping and parts like that, we applaud it, even though it is sometimes annoying. What we don't applaud is when there's a lot of these things that we have to do that could have been done by the Chinese worker or the Malaysian worker or whoever it is that they have hired working the Indian plant, whatever it is. Because at the end of the day, sometimes we admittedly poke fun in that direction, but they're very good at what they do. And I want them to do as much of it as possible, because when I buy a plane, I want to know that it's built as much as possible. That doesn't mean that it's always going to be 99% built, and there's not going to be a few steps that we have to do. But my assessment, when I see a plane that comes with an addendum and it says, you need to do this, this, or this. And I'm just thinking of a time that X-Fly put out some sort of a, like, hey, you need to like redo this motor. And it's like, no, that's ridiculous.
You do that.
Like you do that. Like
Yeah.
I bought this thing. It's supposed to have it in there. And it's different when it's something minor. Like, hey, clip the zip tie on the ESC and slide it forward, like on the Timber 1.5, really popular Evo. It had a problem with overheating in really hot environments. We never had that problem, but I know a lot of you guys that fly in desert and arid environments had that issue. We never did, okay? That's the sort of thing that annoys people. But they also went through the process of changing that so it didn't have to continue to be done.
Right.
So we want to work with the companies that are trying to improve the hobby, make better products every day. And I can definitely say this, from our experience coming back with HobbyKing, they have made some pretty big improvements, okay? Now, does this still have the kind of the cartoony feel? Not like what we're used to, okay? Like the Carbon Cub, okay? Carbon Cub SS, one of my favorite planes. Cartoon feel, okay? The Carbon Cessna 150T, more of a scale feel. This is more of a scale feel, okay? That Yak is pretty scale, okay? There are aspects of it that it's not super duper scale, but this thing is a pretty good scale plane, but it's gonna fly super scale, which is really fun. And that's what people demand anymore. They want motors with power. They want props that are sized right. They want power systems that aren't gonna overheat constantly. They don't wanna have a bunch of questions and ambiguity as to whether or not a plane is gonna work well. Well, that's part of the reason why we exist in time and space here on Brian Phillips RC. We show you, and when we show you like on the maiden flights and stuff. So there's no time to pull punches. If it sucks, you're gonna know it. If it's great, you're gonna know it. And you're gonna generally tell by how excited I get about a plane, okay? And there are a lot of planes that I get pretty excited about, and there's a lot that I don't. That doesn't mean you have to also not be excited about it, but just remember there are a lot of steps that are hard to quantify in an exact way when it comes to subjectivity in this model arena. And we've done a thorough job of helping you guys to draw conclusions on your own, or at least we think we have, okay? So we don't want to make up your mind for you. We just want to enable you and give you the tools that it takes to make your mind up in a good way, okay? That doesn't mean buy this because we happen to work with a company, right? That means buy it if you thought it would meet your demands, okay? All right, so here we go. 2 spinners, 3 screws. I like the extra screw, that's pretty cool. I don't understand why there's so many extras.
Well, a bunch of the 10s that are in the unlabeled bag are for the floats. You need like 8 for the floats at least.
Okay, good to know. Because we're like out of
Yeah, I mean, we're getting close to being done.
Look,
And then we have
extra C-clips, very nice, by the way, because those C-clips, E-clips, they will get lost.
Do get lost,
okay?
yep.
Extra.
2 extra.
This is where you're like, oh, did we miss something?
I know, that's why I'm noting.
Or did we just not build all of it yet? Okay. Extra.
And 2 extra.
So like FMS historically has been one of the most critical about giving extras. They always give extras, okay? That's nice, we appreciate that, but it's always like 1, and it's never the weird one. It's never like the wing bolt. It's always the small ones, okay? Well, I shouldn't say it's never. Sometimes it is.
Yeah.
Okay, which side is which? Good question. Now, I'm gonna tell you how I know. First of all, there's 2 ways you can figure this out. If you have a manual, you can look at it. The manual says this, and this is something I really appreciate. It says right there, the final portion of the build is blah.
Do you want me to read it?
Yeah.
Fitting of the props as shown in the picture. The props rotate towards the fuselage. The left-hand prop in the picture has the black CCW looking from the rear prop adapter with left-hand thread. The right-hand prop has the silver CW looking from the rear prop adapter with right-hand thread.
Now let's talk about left and right. What is the left side of the plane?
Well, it says left.
Point at it. Where's your left?
That side.
No.
No, that side.
Exactly.
Yes, because it's from the rear.
So everybody, did you understand why I made her do that?
Left.
It's because if you're the pilot of the plane, this is the left side of the plane.
Yes.
If you're the pilot of the plane, this is the right side of the plane, okay? So we wanted to point that out to you.
Right.
So that's why the left side has the aluminum and the right side has the black, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. So my assessment went on incorrect, was not incorrect. So I'm gonna undo this nut because it's backward and weird, okay? So I'm gonna undo this nut. Now which way? The prop spins toward, not away, okay? Now toward is a stupid way of describing this because spinning toward, well, it depends on if you're looking at the bottom or the top of the prop. In this case, toward means from the top, okay? This would be spinning that way. How do you know that would be forward? Well, this pulls forward. Okay, so that one's gonna go over there. I'll just lay this here. Now this one should be spinning in toward the plane, okay? So I'm just gonna, see how it's not wanting to drop all the way down in there? That's because this thing is biting, okay? So I'm gonna get the flat is here. I'm gonna line up the flat there. I'm gonna see if I can get lucky and just get this to drop down, wiggle it forward and backward until such a time as it drops down, okay? I suggest that you do that. Now test, does it go forward when you spin toward the fuselage? Yes. Now, take your drawing, hold your drawing here, and then does that spin the same direction? Yes, it does, okay? Double check each of the components, okay? Then I'm gonna go back with this nut. I'm gonna turn it on backward, which is weird. So I have to turn this like that. Now, for those of you that don't know this, I was dyslexic as a kid, probably still am dyslexic to a certain extent. And so the whole righty-tighty, lefty-loosey concept just really has, you know, it's always been, I mean, I work with my hands, I work with tools, and I build stuff, so you get used to it through repetition. But the whole righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, I always thought, okay, well, that makes sense if you're not on your ground looking up at the bottom of a machine or flipped upside down on a, you know, a creeper, okay? So I'm just torquing this down. By the way, I gotta say, that looks pretty sweet without the spinner. I love that. It looks like a motor.
Yeah, it's cool.
Okay, so now I'm just holding the prop and I'm twisting. I can't believe how easy this is.
I know.
Like, I just feel like it's gonna come undone now that it's so easy.
Are you talking about the prop or the
No,
whole
I'm just
thing?
not fighting the motor. The last two planes we did,
yes,
I had nothing but problems. Nothing but problems putting that on.
Yeah.
One of which came off ultimately, right? And I'm trying to remember which one it is. I don't want to say it right now because I'll say the wrong plane. But I know for a fact I loosened one. And I mean, I was just trying everything to get my bolt in there. And one was a plane I came back to. It was something that's been out for a long time. I just honestly can't remember what it was. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna loosen this. It wasn't the Foresight, was it?
No, it was the night timber.
Oh, the night timber. Oh,
And
yeah.
then the J3 Cub the other day, just flying for fun.
Oh yeah, but that was because I did thrust reverse.
Yes.
The big J3 Cub, the beauty. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
down with you. So now, look, I got a flat that's going that way. I'm gonna get the flat going that way. I'm just gonna work it back. I wanna get, my goal is I wanna get that to line up, but you see it's wanting to spin. It's kind of hard to arrest the movement, so I'm gonna try again. It's got a really nice fit. Did it go? Did it go?
Not yet.
Did it go?
Nope, nope.
Okay, I'm gonna try again. Okay, so just guess and check until you get it. Am I getting it?
No. It doesn't, no, it is not seated. Nope.
Okay, now, if you can't get it to seat, here's the other trick of the day. Take the screw that would ultimately hold the spinner on, run it in a ways. Okay, now you can sort of pseudo control both, okay? See that? Spin, 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 until it stops spinning because it's got pressure from a bite and then it goes on. Then you can back this off, okay? Now don't go so tight that you cross thread the aluminum, because then you're screwed, okay? All right, so now that that's on, I'm gonna go ahead and should probably put the nut on before I try to tighten the nut. Okay, so this goes the same way. And it's not seated. Show the people that gap. You see that gap?
It's still...
Zoom in. Give an ultra close-up.
Your finger's in the way. Okay.
See?
Yep.
Now it's closed. Now it's closed. You guys see that? And this is not fighting me at all. I'm so happy about that. Okay. All right, beautiful. So that's torqued on. It's tight like a tiger. All right, so now what's next? Spinners. You'll notice these spinners are cut with an ambidextrous cut. Instead of this being cut at an angle for the pitch of the prop, they are cut so they're interchangeable. Good thinking. And by the way, tight fit.
Looks really good.
Folks, you know, it seems like that should be a non-issue as far as we've advanced through the ranks of this hobby, but I am telling you right now, that is so not common. It is not common, and it should be such a given.
Yeah.
It really should be. But you know what? Just because it should be doesn't mean it is. And just because we want it to be doesn't mean it is. Okay?
Okay.
That is a beautiful fit.
It is.
And by the way, I gotta say, I love that goes the correct direction based on the drawing. See, turning this way.
Yes.
Turning that way, and it's beautiful.
Okay, so those props are super cool. Why is that black and white style only on like a twin Otter? Like, is there a reason? Someone leave it in the comments, because I'm sure someone knows.
What, the black and white?
Yeah, why they're black and white.
Instead of being yellow?
Instead of being black, or
like
just
a
the yellow
helicopter?
tip. Like, yeah, just not very common.
They do it on a lot of planes. It just depends on the plane. Do you know why they do that on these planes?
It's a visibility thing, isn't it?
Well, first of all, it's awesome. But second of all, you know, because you got pilots and stuff that are on floats taxiing around, and, you know, you have to walk on the floats, which is through where the props are.
Ugh.
So that might be part of the reason. Leave it in the comments if I'm right. Okay, so we've got, this plane is built. That was not bad.
No, it was not.
Okay, so
I don't know where those
these
go.
are probably de-icing for...
Would they go on the front here of these?
Yeah, probably. But the thing is, I don't know that for a fact.
I don't either.
Oh, you know what they're for? They're for if you don't put those on, you can stick these in place.
You'd cover those blanks.
You would cover the void.
That makes sense.
Okay, so this is gonna go there in case we would ever do that. Probably not gonna do it, admittedly. Okay, so now we have to get all the controls on. And that means that we're gonna eventually have to figure out where to put all the holes, okay?
Right there.
So that's what we're looking for next. That's usually in a manual, not always, but usually. And once you find it, then you can start implementing that. It's relatively easy, but I do find that the easiest way to implement this step is to do it during radio setup. So for us, we're gonna be using a Spectrum branded radio system. Now, obviously, if you're ordering this from HobbyKing, you're trying to do it on a super economy decision. First of all, I wouldn't recommend that. We're gonna give you better performance with this than the offering from HobbyKing. HobbyKing doesn't want us to say that, I'm sure, but I don't care. We want you to have the best flight performance you could ever have. I have used Orange RX, I used all the stuff from HobbyKing, had good luck with it, I'm not trying to poo-poo any of it. But they have some different offerings that I'm sure will be fine. Go ahead and explore those options if you want. For us, we're gonna be using Spectrum. Spectrum is incrementally more expensive. Some might say a lot more expensive. You can still spend a lot more, okay? You can spend less, that's true. And we know that, we are not unaware of it, okay? But if you want the features, you want AS3X Plus, you want safe, and you want me helping you do it, we're gonna help you do it, okay? To a certain extent, let's just say for easy figuring, it doesn't come free, okay? I want you guys to have the best experience. We have done both ways. Now, I also really like Lemon RX. Lemon RX makes a mean receiver that has a really good stabilization and auto leveling for very cheap, okay? If you want cheap, that is another option, okay? However, the setup is harder. The telemetry is not as reliable, even though it is there, and it will feed back telemetry to your Spectrum transmitter through DSMX. This is a big value for many people. And I understand not everybody is gonna wanna spend 115 or 130 bucks on a receiver on a plane of this cost basis, okay? I just want to implore you that if you want to follow step by step, as you're a beginner, we will help bring value to that additional purchase cost. It will be worth it if you follow the steps, okay? Now, that's my sales pitch on this. I want you to understand that we're out for your success and not necessarily for you to spend more money. We don't really care if you can find a better value, especially if you're following through our links. You know, we make small commissions from sales of whatever you're buying. Okay, so if you're following the links, you're buying the stuff from HobbyKing, we make small commissions. If you're buying the stuff from Spectrum, we make small commissions. If you're buying stuff from Lemon, we're making small commissions. We just want you guys to be happy. We want you to have the best possible experience with respect to the lowest possible price to value relationship, okay? Now, some of you are gonna argue in the comments that this is not true, and you're welcome to have an opinion that's different than ours, but that does not mean that what we're saying is untrue, okay? All right, that being said, we're gonna jump into this radio setup. Okay, the NX10 is more radio than you need to do this plane. Full disclosure, you could use an NX6, you could use the NX7E if you want to stay on a budget and still do what we're doing. You should be able to do all the features with the exception of some audio callouts if you do the NX7E. It's considerably cheaper, okay? The gimbals on the NX10 are a little bit better. It comes with sliders on the back. The reason we're in an NX10 now is because we're like 265 or 70 models into a 250 model memory transmitter, just to give you an idea. They're either lying about that or they're wrong about that. We have more than 250 in here. When it pukes, we'll let you know, and we're gonna be moving into an NX8 because it's good enough for what we do, okay? Notice we're not using an iX20 or an iX14 or anything like that, which is considerably more expensive. I have a DX18 that we got years ago. I never regretted that purchase, even though I have had probably 14 transmitters since then, okay? 14 good transmitters, real transmitters. Not just like freebie throwaways with ready to flies.
Yeah, 140 of those.
Yeah, or 240.
Or more,
yeah, lots. Okay, so that all being understood, I gotta say, what a sweet looking plane. I am a sucker for twin otters. I think they're sweet. Some of you are probably wondering why we're not doing it on floats right away. That would be a fair question. Here's my rationalization. We're still early in the season here in Iowa. Okay, the pond just unfroze a couple weeks ago, and it's been terrible weather. And I really want to preserve some of the float flying for when it's nice out. Because if I have to like jump in and do a little swim or put a boat in and go recover it, I would rather do that in less deadly
72
weather.
degrees. Yeah.
Okay, so that's my rationalization. Now you can pick on me in the comments below. All right, so we're gonna pause, get radios, and come right back.
Paused.
All right, so we talked about Lemon. So this is the Lemon that I would use if I was using this. Would be like a Buddy RC. So we have links to that. And by the way, if you're ever looking for a link and you can't find it, we have master links to the different companies we work with kind of at the top of our video description below, but then we have links to the specific item that we're talking about. So we'll link to this, we'll link to the receiver reused, or maybe like the two if they're super close. And then we'll link to the transmitter reused and the batteries reused, which we haven't talked about batteries. We better talk about batteries for a quick second, or we gotta get them charged, okay? So we're gonna offer up two options here. We have 4S 2200. This is a 50C, should give us enough power and oomph. Why do I like smart batteries? Because I have a lot of them and I cannot keep up with them, okay? These are not smart batteries, I don't keep up with them, and yet they are still here and they are still a real risk, okay? LiPos that are unkept are more dangerous, so the more you have, the more you need to be aware, okay? This is how hard it is to charge a smart battery. And by the way, smart batteries take care of themselves. All we did was plug them in. The data chip knows what's going on, and then it starts. And I'll go back to channel 1 so I can show you. This is the cell counts. This is the internal resistance. Channel 2, this is the cell count. It just came up. Now, what you want to do is, by the way, if you don't know what internal resistance is, there's your cell counts. This has a certain amount of resistance between each of the cells. So here I'll show you a non-smart pack. So you can see there's 4 cells. This is a 4S pack. So those are in series. So the amount of resistance between this and this, the positive of one to the negative of the next, is going to be where the resistance discharge is. That's where we're going to measure, okay? The resistance between pack 1, pack 2, pack 2, pack 3, pack 3, pack 4, if there's a drastic change, that generally means that you have either a broken contact or you have like a lead where it is failing, like the solder joint's broken, you got a weak connection, maybe some corrosion in there, maybe a chemical reaction has happened and it's caused a break chemically, but it's still sort of making contact. The other thing too is you can just have a pack that has lost its ability to have power there, okay? So if that happens, the internal resistance will change drastically. So if you go from like 5.4 meg ohms to like 3,000, yeah, that's gonna be bad. It's like an open, okay? So the other option we're gonna talk about is we're gonna talk about China hobby lines. That's China hobby lines. These are dumb packs, but they're new. They have nice high quality components, XT60, which is kind of nice in this application. But I'm gonna just show you the difference on a single charger here. First things first, you're gonna have to have an adapter, no big deal. And I'm gonna show you how to set this. Camera crew's gonna move over to the side. We're gonna go XT60 over to EC3 or IC3. In this case, it's an EC3. This is gonna be like your 30 amp offering, okay? That is gonna allow us to plug into one of two ports. So we'll plug this in. Then I'm gonna take the balance lead. We're gonna turn on the light. And then this is keyed, so we'll get it upside down and we'll plug it in. One of my biggest complaints on this charger setup is that black is hard to see. Then we're gonna immediately see that the screen's populated. We're gonna press and hold play. We're gonna set the current from 0.8. We're gonna go up to 2200 milliamps or 2.2 amps. And then we're gonna shut off our flash, and then we're gonna go down to start, and we're gonna hit start. And then it's gonna charge, and we can hit down, and we can see this, and then we can go see the internal resistance, but it takes a minute to populate. And you can see they're all over the place. That's the difference between China hobby lines and Spectrum. That and the price tag, which is about twice or 3 times as much. Now, that being said, the difference between internal resistance on day A and internal resistance on day C and internal resistance on day quadruple XYZ, meaning you've used it for many, many moons. That was a bad example of lettering. That is where you can tell that a failure has occurred, okay? Those are charging 2200 4S, okay? Now, Turnigy has offerings that you can buy that work fine. I just don't know how good because we haven't had them for years. We used our Turnigy packs, our Turnigy heavy duty, and then we also used Zippy packs for years and had 2 to 3, sometimes 4 years of life without problems, okay? But just even with our smart packs, we tend to have about 3 or 4 years without problem, and then they start to kind of fade, okay? Depends on how bad I beat them up, and it depends on the quality and the C rating. The higher the C. All right, so in that case, we need to talk about channels now that we've figured out our batteries, okay? So we have 2 choices here that I see because we said we were gonna use Spectrum. Now, yes, this is DSMX capable, the Lemon, but we're gonna go ahead and use one of these. Now, do we want 6 channels or do we want 8 channels? These are pluggable 8 and pluggable 6, but these are both like 20 channel receivers. We have 20 channels on our NX10. And you're like, well, it's an NX10, it's just got 10. No, it's got 20. NX8 has 20, NX7E has 14, NX6 has 14. Now, when you're buying a Spectrum, you're buying based on what you need for switches, knobs, and gimbals. This has Hall effect sensors, Hall effects gimbals, if you need that for like heavy 3D flying and stuff. I don't do a lot of heavy 3D, so it doesn't matter. And they do wear and tear a little bit slower, okay? Less contact points, more electronic points, okay? If you go to the NX8, you're gonna have the inferior option, but still very good. You'll never know any better from a human perspective. You might on a machine level, and then you're gonna lose the sliders, but all the rest of the switches are intact and all the rest of the features that we're used to. Also, you're gonna get a bigger battery on the NX10 than you would with the NX8. I don't really care which one makes sense to you, just pick one that makes sense to you and go with it. But remember, we have enough channels above pluggable now that you can pretty much do all the features we've done on almost all of our channel, okay? I don't think I've ever gone over 10 channels.
I don't think so.
Just once. One time I've gone 10. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of people that go over 10, just not in our normal entry level sort of airplanes, okay? All right, so what we're gonna do is we have to decide between doing 6 pluggable channels or 8 pluggable channels. If you're doing 6 pluggable channels, the thing I like about that is that gets you away from having to use an AR637T, which is more expensive. The problem is, if you want to end up at an AR637T, then there's a high probability that you're gonna want to go up directly to the 8360T, which is like a $15 jump in price. This is a big jump over the 630 or the 631. The 631 has the external antenna, singular external antenna. The 630 has end pins as opposed to top pins with the 631. And it also has a $5 higher price tag. So it's like almost nothing different, but it's considerably cheaper. You could do a 630 or 631 in this plane, but my suggestion is this is pretty big. It can get out and away from you. So I would do the 631 if you're gonna do something for this particular plane. But in our case, we're toying between these two options, okay? Why these two options? Because I think we're probably gonna end up here. Why are we ending up here? Because let's count channels. We have 1 for elevator, 2 for rudder, 3 for ailerons together, just like a pair, 4 for flaps, 5 for throttle. The rudder we've already taken care of with the steerable nose gear. We're not gonna do a retractable gear deployment and differential, meaning steerable nose gear stabilizer that's separate on AS3X Plus, but we could do that. That would take up a 7th, but we're not gonna, excuse me, a 6th, but we're not gonna do that. Then we need flaps, right? Did I already do flaps?
Ready to flaps. You need.
So there's 5. So that gets our primary controls, okay? So what's 6 for? What do we need 6 for? We need thrust reverse or 6 for differential thrust, okay? Differential thrust is gonna take a second throttle channel. We'll show you how to mix it. That's gonna be great. But if we go to 7, then all of a sudden, we can also deploy thrust reverse. And we were talking about this in some detail off camera. We had to charge our batteries and stuff like this on the camera equipment. And we were just debating, we're like, you know, are people really gonna wanna do both at the same time? And I said, kinda, but it's not like we're doing a pilot fatigue setting that we oftentimes tie this switch G, and we have like a regular controllable thrust for thrust reverse, and then we go here and that's just automatic locks the full throttle, sometimes a little bit more than full throttle. And that's usually for things like the Jets, the Super Scorpions of the world, and the Avanti 90s of the world that we've done of recent vintage. And what that does is that helps us to arrest and stop the plane, but we don't have the fear of having somebody accidentally activate that and get cut, okay? Because open props make me nervous, especially when we're sharing this with a lot of people that maybe are new, okay? So my trade-off here is if I go here or here, I'm stuck adding a feature that some might not like, or might not need rather. And that is to put this power cable that's gonna give us pack telemetry. Okay, that's nice to have, but you may not wanna do that. We're still gonna show it with this. So if I go here, what's the drawback? Okay, first of all, there's a little bit higher cost, like $15 difference in price, I think, at last checks. You may be watching this in a couple of years, there might be a $20 difference, there might be a $30 difference. That's why we don't talk a lot about cost on this channel, because these videos stay up for a long time, okay? So then there's the other big drawback, and that is we have that little breakout board here, and that's where the signal wire or regular servo cable comes from the throttle, okay? Well, now we have one throttle line, so we have to take the wing back off to split that out, okay? Which is a bummer. And then there's the thrust reverse, which is already paired up. And you're like, well, do I have to have 2 thrust reverse channels now? And the answer to that question is not really, because we were thinking about this, and I said, if you use 2 Avian ESCs, then you can do a mode where this is neutral, this is 0 thrust. This would be forward thrust, and this would be reverse thrust. You could set this plane up to do insane 3D maneuvering where you would fly this like helicopter style, okay? I'm not suggesting you do that. I don't think it's gonna make sense in this application, and we're not gonna show you how to do it, okay? In fact, it's tempting to say, I don't even wanna do differential thrust because differential thrust is sort of not necessary in this environment. And it brings me back to a recent crash that I had, and that was because I made a piloting error because I was allowed to do so with differential thrust that I could normally avoid very easily because I wouldn't have been put in the circumstances I was. That was with the EC1500 in the gray. It's the V2 that had the bigger, better power system, all that good jazz. Well, why did I crash? Because I got myself into a high-speed stall that was unrecoverable because I made a stupid decision as a pilot. Wasn't the plane's fault, it was my fault, but the differential thrust allowed me to get into that environment where I could do that, okay? Now, how does this have to do with thrust reverse? Well, if I turn thrust reverse on, the differential thrust will technically still work, but it might kind of complicate the mixes. We'll still be able to show you how to do all that, okay? So I'm torn between, do we make that part of the float video? But if I want to add that feature later, then I switch to this. Are you kidding me? I don't want to upgrade the receiver. So I'm kind of leaning toward, we need to start with what we're going to need on this plane.
Yeah.
And then what we can do is we can just set it up, okay? It'll be done. It's a one and done sort of thing. Okay, so in that case, we're gonna go with this, yes, for the additional single channel, as opposed to this, which leaves us short by one. Or just keep in mind, if you don't need thrust reverse, or you don't need differential thrust, you can do this, and all you have to do is omit the part of our setup that you don't need. And then you can go back to the AR637T, or the AR630, or the AR631. Okay, so hopefully that made sense. It's a little bit bouncy, but we're trying to help you understand how we arrive where we arrive. Not necessarily, this is what we're doing, okay? Because here on Brian Phillips RC, we're teaching you how to take care of yourself in the future as you work through the progressive ranks of the entry-level hobby grade RC experience, okay? So that being said, this is what we're gonna use for the receiver. It's an AR8360T. Mine has been updated to include AS3X Plus because of a firmware update. If you're buying this now, it's probably gonna come with that firmware update installed, and it will actually sit upside down inside the package, and it says none of this. I wrote that myself.
And it'll say plus at the end.
Yeah, it'll say AS3X Plus. Exactly the same otherwise. In terms of hardware, there is no difference. There is no speed of processor difference or anything like that. And make no mistake, these are sophisticated. This thing has a barometric pressure sensor, so it does do a vario. We aren't gonna set up a vario on this plane because it doesn't make sense to have that feature turned on, but you can use it if you want, okay? And that's the other thing too, is when we do these videos, we don't want you guys to think, hey, we're just trying to sell you a more expensive receiver. I mean, we want you to get the correctly expensive receiver. If you need the features, this will do them all. And it will do it simultaneously. That's of some serious consideration for people. Here's why. Because if I don't do it this way, what is the rule of thumb that I always come back to? How many tens of thousands of questions am I gonna get asking me, how do I do this? How do I do this? How do I do this on this particular video? And the answer is 4 trillion. So it's just easier.
How many tens of thousands is 4 trillion? That's
lots of tens of thousands. But there will be a lot of people that ask these questions. Okay, so a couple things about this. We've got this micro pH connector, okay? It's like a 1S battery. And that 1S battery connection is what we use to terminate into the receiver for our pack telemetry. And pack telemetry is just gonna literally tell you what's left in the tank on your battery. So we've got these batteries. We started charging these earlier when we were charging our filming equipment. So we got 2 different choices. Got the 2200 4S 30C packs from China Hobby Lines. And then of course the 2200 4S 50C packs. The 50C rating is probably going to be handy with these twin, potentially powerful system. But I don't think you're gonna need the 50C. It doesn't call anything out in that regard that we've noticed yet in the manual, okay? So this is the first thing I have to do when I set one of these up, is I like to twist this so that I don't put pressure on this connector. And then eventually this will plug into one of our little telemetry module plugs that says volt, okay? So you can plug that in, and then we'll also plug in all of the connections except for one. We're gonna have one open spare port that we can use for something we decide to add later. So like if you wanna do a parachute drop or something like that, or maybe if you wanna control your lighting features, which by the way, we get that question a lot all the time too. Like, hey, how do I control the lights? These planes are not designed to have controllable lights in most circumstances. We have a handful of planes, like the Draco has controllable light function, and they use a channel to control it, but I can't remember that it's pluggable. I actually can't remember, but it might be a pluggable channel. Either way, I have it on a scrolly wheel. It's one of the most sophisticated lighting systems we have in all the models we've ever done. And it's also completely unnecessary, okay? There might be people that wanna have this landing light turn on. There's two ways to do that. You can buy a little module that cuts the lights on and off, okay? And you use a servo channel, and it just turns on and off an electrical diode control system, okay? And then that signal is then opened or closed, okay? So pretty easy thing to do. They're like 10 bucks, okay? My suggestion, spend the 10 bucks. Now, if you're a cheapskate like me and you wanna make it work, what you do is you take a servo, and as I'm doing this, I'm just twisting this up, okay? So as I talk, I'm gonna twist this up, okay? What you can do is you can take a servo that's died on you, okay? For whatever reason, so long as the controller board is working, you can disconnect the motor leads. There's 2 motor leads, and then there's 3 wires that go to a trim pot, a feedback trim pot that tell it what position it's in. So there's 3 wires and then 2 wires. These 2 wires energize the motor with respect to where the positional feedback tells it it needs to go, okay? Well, what you can do is you can quite literally take the motor leads and then run your lights, okay? But then what happens is the feedback pot is not gonna move because you're not moving a motor, right? So what do? You demand that it goes to this position or that. So you set it neutrally, and then when you call for high, it goes high. When you call for low, it goes reverse polarity. So you can actually make a 2-position switch out of a broken servo. And all you have to do is open up the cabinet, desolder leads, build connectors on the end, or solder them directly to your LEDs. And then the thing that's really cool about it is it's all current limited already, so you don't generally have to worry about blowing out LEDs unless there's certain colors, because certain colors and certain bandwidths of light that are produced from LEDs require different voltages and different current limiting regulation, okay? So I don't want to get in the weeds any worse than I already am on that, but it is possible, and you can technically do it. So for 10 bucks, you can save all that trouble and just buy one. And then a lot of times you can also set it to a scrolly knob like this, where you can set multiple outputs, and for a few bucks more, then you can have like a bunch of different lighting setups. And you can also do flashing and things like that, which is pretty cool. So here on Brian Phillips RC, we believe in flashing. So do that more. All right, so you can see we've got this twist. We're about almost all the way down. And so how does this work? This taps the battery line. And you're probably thinking to yourself, but I thought we were talking about differential thrust, and I thought we were talking about all that stuff. Yes, we were, because we were making a decision. But also, this happens to need to tap the battery wire. Now, I never shorten this line. You might want to shorten yours, that's fine. I'm gonna let you guys make your own decisions on how you want to do that. One thing about this plane is we have this power distribution that goes out to both ESCs, and so it is not impossible that you might be able to just cram this in here and touch the contacts, but I don't know that that's true. So alternatively, you could pull this heat shrink, or you could slide this in here and just slide it in to the point where it physically touches it, and then reheat the heat shrink and it would pull it into position. Or you can stab in here, or you can heat this up, slide it back, and then solder these termination points right to their respective sides. So you can slide it up under the heat shrink, solder it, and then slide the heat shrink back, which is kind of like the correct way to do it. But I'm gonna show you another way to do it too, if that wasn't enough helpful information.
If we have to take that wing off, that's gonna pull that lead back through. Do you want to?
That's why I'm doing all this now. That's what I was just getting to.
Oh, okay.
So, because we have to take the wing off to get to this step, and yes, was that 2.5 millimeters?
I think those top ones were, might have been 2s.
No, they're 2.5. Okay, so I glued that little box in here, and part of the reason that we made the decision not to split this out earlier is because I honestly thought we don't need to do differential thrust. And then I'm like, I kind of got to thinking about it after we were paused to, you know, to charge our batteries. And I said, you know, there's a lot of people that are going to want to do that. And so I said, let's just do it. Let's just get it done right. We'll have the radio set up so that you can use that feature. And then it may or may not be necessary. But then when people come to Brian Phillips RC, they know they can get the help they need to set up their model. And that's what we do. We've done that for years. And yes, it does lead us into a lot of circumstances where we have very long videos, but that's because people need help. So we help them. All right, there you have it. Am I not all the way out? Undone. Undone. I'm having visions of grandeur here.
Is that what your visions are?
You know what that vision is? Check this out.
Oh, wait. Your wing struts are still attaching your wings.
Oh, that's what's on that's what's holding me. Okay, so now this is just how many steps you have to undo if you make this mistake. My camera crew is glaring at me.
I wasn't glaring, I was
she was.
rolling my eyes.
She's glaring. Okay, you ready to catch my screws? Just watch with me.
Yep.
How about that?
I'm launching. 1, 2.
Okay, out. So now you see that tail feather?
You are clear.
Okay, so I have to undo the wing struts. Admittedly, I did not plan to do this, and we were kind of hoping this wouldn't have to be done, but I think it's the right thing to do. So one screw and another screw. And you're probably thinking to yourself, geez, Brian, you just built this thing, you're taking it apart already. Yeah, I know, I already feel pretty dumb about doing this, but when you watch a Brian Phillips RC video, you can make decisions. You may not have to do this step because you may not care. You may not be planning to do it. Goodness gracious. And so I'd rather teach you the right way, and then you can make your own decision as to what you think is really critically vital.
Yeah.
I knew that was gonna happen.
Sorry, and I didn't think about it till just that second.
No, I thought about it the whole time. That's why I was like concerned about it. Okay, well, now we can get to it. So, a couple things to think about. You might not want to take the wing off that way. That's another thing you learned from watching my video. Okay, now we get to redo a lot of other stuff, which is annoying, and that does drive me crazy. But, you know, what are you gonna do? Sometimes you just gotta do the right thing. Okay, so exactly what is the right thing?
This still might not be it, but.
Okay, so let's look at this. Now that we have the wing off, we can get this screw out of the way. Where's the other one? I see 3. Where's the 4th?
I don't know if the 4th one's fallen yet.
It didn't.
I heard it.
It's right there.
There it is.
Okay, so now I can lay this down very carefully. Okay, guys, look. So we have boom, 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 boom. We've already talked about this briefly. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 screw plugs. So what plugs do we care about? Well, we care about the ones that go to the ESCs, right? So the ESCs are these ones with the yellow lines. We don't know which one's which, and it doesn't really matter yet. So I think what we have to do is, you know what, you guys are gonna think I'm a nut when I do this. Am I gonna undo that? Oh man, that is in there really good.
Yeah.
But I can stick it back in there, I promise you, okay? I promise, that's all it's gonna take is just 2 seconds to do. Okay, so those we're gonna leave plugged in. One of these we're gonna break out. Just one, doesn't matter which one. And we'll just let the other one be what it is, okay? So I've got glue holding this in. I told you it would hold it in, okay? So now that's separated. And there's 2 ways of doing this. I can just stick this right back in, which is what I'm gonna do. And we did mention this very briefly in passing in the moment where we were talking about our choices, okay? And this is now going to be our other motor lead. Now, does it matter which one's which? Kind of not, but it does matter in the sense that it'd be nice to know. So, because we're gonna set up mixes, and then throttle cut is where you really gotta be careful, okay? So this is one that goes to would be our left wing, okay? So we're gonna remember that, and then what do we need to do? We need to extend this so it can reach down to be the same length as the other plugs, okay? So what do? We reach into the bag of goodies and we find one that works because I'm too lazy to go downstairs and get another one. So we'll take a quick second and find one. Okay, so I got a servo extension, and just because this is a throttle, look what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna dig this little booger, this little booger of glue. I'm gonna pull that off the side there, and I'm just gonna like smear that little teeny bit of mucilage or whatever it is, foam to foam. And I'm just gonna put that on this connector because that's gonna help prevent this from coming undone because it'll be up here. Brown to brown. Okay, so no big deal. That's in there now, okay? So now the other thing too is, now that we know this one's the off length, we'll know which one's which. But I kind of want to make this so that it's not going to be likely to get unplugged because it is a critical control point. See, I just stuffed that back in there. That worked pretty darn good actually. So now we need to probably label that. I don't make a big point of labeling wires often because we don't have a lot of times where we really need it labeled, okay? So what is this thing?
So that's throttle 2.
Left.
Left.
Yeah, so.
You're pretty sure on that, right?
That's right, and it's upside down.
Okay.
So left throt. Left throt.
Okay.
Okay? So now because this is a piece of clear tape and it's hard to read sometimes, you could stick it to a piece of paper or you could just stick another piece of tape on top of it so it can't be easily wiped off. And I mean, it doesn't need to be fancy, folks. Then look at this. We have throttle 1, we have throttle 2, right? Here's throttle 1, here's throttle 2. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tape those together. And you know what? I'm not going to tape them together. I'm just going to tape the label. And that's where it goes. Okay. So now this is also glued in. We've made sure that all the wires are plugged in and we're still good. Now let's talk about power tap while we're in here because this ultimately needs to get done at some point. So now you don't want to tap necessarily where it's difficult to do. This is where I was thinking I might get away with this. I'll just tap the red from one and the black from the other. It doesn't matter. You can tap either one. They're in parallel, so they are in fact connected together. Okay. So these leads out of the factory packaging are stripped back just barely. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my strippers. Come here. See, there's just hardly anything stripped. So I'm going to just strip back a little teeny bit more. And I'm being kind of careful not to accidentally cut through with these small cut on my strippers. And I'm gonna show you the trick of the day because I don't like wasting a lot of time soldering these on here because it's not a critical control point. If this fails, you just don't have pack telemetry. It's not like your plane crashes because of that. If you lose an analysis measure that helps you decide how long you can fly, then you just make the best judgment and then go with a timer or something like that, okay? So now I'm gonna open this up because we can do this on this style because we have this nice little connector. And I'm just gonna fold and tap it this way, okay? So you see what I've done there? Pretty simple. So I'm just gonna stick that in there and just let that get penetrated. Oh yeah. Hold on, why don't I just penetrate the little spring-loaded mechanism? You see, I don't know if you guys can tell, but those spin. And that little pedal is a really easy way to steal a contact point. Remember, we're not actually taking any power really here. It's just a minuscule amount of power that comes out of the circuit, but it's mostly about just sampling the voltage. Boy, it does not want to push into there. That soldered end is just a little bit too much. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to my original plan, which is right here. I'm just gonna fold this over. Okay, see how I folded it over like a hook? Stick it in the hole, okay? And then just trap it. I thought it might work better to stick it in there. Okay, so now look what's gonna happen. It's gonna push it in as you go. Push it in as you go. It's possible it could cut it. I don't think it's gonna cut it. It didn't cut it, look. And now you know you're tapped in there and it's pretty robust, okay? So now this one's tangled for whatever reason. I'm gonna untangle it right now while we're in the process of untangling stuff. Okay, and then I'm gonna come over here. How is that also tangled? Everything is always tangled in these planes, just don't get it. Okay, so look, now this is gonna tap just the one side, okay? Don't worry, it doesn't actually change anything. So now, you don't have to fold it over, but I'm gonna fold mine over, and I'll explain why in a minute here. Okay, so now you see how it's folded over? And now as I press this in, it's just gonna bite into the connection. Okay, very good. Now you've got a really sturdy, robust connection and a really sturdy, robust connection, and you didn't have to solder. And this is, again, a test point, okay? So like imagine you've got a big old industrial motor and you walk up to it with your digital multimeter and you stab the lead with your lead and you stab, that's exactly what we're doing. There is no load here. So there's no current that's going through this. It's just measuring the voltage, okay? Sure, there's current going through it, but it's very limited, and it's the load of the demand circuit in this case, which is a test circuit. So it's not got any current going through it. All right, so now how do we protect that so it doesn't come undone? How do we protect it so it doesn't accidentally undo itself and cause us a critical control point failure? Well, first of all, we make sure that we have the cable long enough to deliberately not ever pull pressure here. But I am like quite satisfied that this is gonna be very strong. But I'm still gonna do this. I'm gonna take a loop, I'm gonna secure it here to the cable set, and then here so that all the cables are together until such a time as that happens to be about just a little teeny bit longer than the rest of my leads. Why do we do that? Because then I can reach this plug, which is gonna require a little bit more length than the rest of my cabling there, okay? So in this case, what do? We just grab like whatever zip tie is super easy to grab, and I've got a bunch of them in this drawer and you guys can't see because it's really disorganized and disgusting. And so I'm just gonna grab what I grab as quick as possible. White and black, whichever one works better. I'll try with the white one first, okay? Okay, so you see, all I'm gonna do is just make a strain relief here. Now, I like going at a hook back point like this, so I'm actually gonna hook both, okay? See how I hooked both? I went through the center, okay? And that's gonna give me flexibility to pull some slack if I need it, or push some slack back, okay? This is cable management 101, folks. And yes, that is part of the radio setup, not part of the build, in my opinion. And since it's our channel, we get to make that decision. So now, when all this crap gets plugged in, which ironically, you could actually plug it in right now if you knew where to plug it in. We haven't made our profile, so I'm not 100% intimately familiar of exactly what channel is gonna be what, so I can't tell you that just quite yet. But the other thing too is, some of you might want to assign crow and set up a crow wing type. This is a time where you would make that decision. And because we have the additional channels, you could set up crow right now, okay? I don't think this plane needs crow. It's overkill. There's huge inboard flaps. They're gonna work very beautifully, but you could also set up a full length flap, and you could set up crow where your inboard flap goes down and your outboard flapperon goes up, or spoileron in this case goes up, continues to function as independent channels. And the way you would do that is you would take this wire, which is being combined into an aileron channel, and you would split it off just like we did with our throttle, okay? Now, we have the channels to support that. Should we show people how to do it?
It's so overkill. I mean, I feel like doing one or two weird things is already enough ambiguity or room for issues.
Let's think through our channel count just so we know for sure. Throttle 1, throttle 2, elevator rudder, ailerons, flaps, reverse thrust. Are we missing anything?
No,
you could separate out a steerable nose gear if you wanted, which we're not going to do that, even though AS3X Plus supports it. I definitely don't want to do that. It's not necessary on a plane like this. We'll be in the air in 3 seconds, so it's not going to matter.
Right.
And the stabilizer on the rudder will be fine for something like this. But you could have independent trims there, which is nice, and that's why it matters on Scorpion or Viper or whatever, because then when you're really cruising, it helps. And you got to cruise to a high speed to get off the ground, in a jet. You don't on something like this. Also, you're gonna lose your rudder altogether when you go to floats. So when you're flying floats, you don't need that feature at all. So for those of you that really want that, you can do that. You could also set up differential, which might be handy, but it's not really that big a deal. I don't feel like differential is needed on most planes. However, on the J3 Cub and that FMS J3 Cub with red and white, it was really helpful. Over to the left. It's over here, behind the Scorpion wing for you.
Oh, yeah.
That J3 Cub woke up and flew great after differential was added, which is weird. I didn't think it would matter. But also, get a load of how big these ailerons are. They're huge. And you come to Brian Phillips RC for advice like this. Sometimes he advises, no, you don't need the complexity. That doesn't mean that some of you aren't gonna wanna do that. And by the way, you can also make the flap act as an inboard flap. You could separate out and have 1, 2, 3, 4 control surfaces. But remember, if you do treat this like an aileron, you have to set up a wing type that will support movement as a mix. And you're gonna have to set up flaperons, mix, and then have only downward deployment on the inboard flap. It's also gonna be wonky as heck, okay? So we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna set up crow here, but I just want you to understand this is where you could diverge and say, okay, yeah, I'm gonna split off and add that feature. This is where you would do it, okay? Do you understand? Did I explain enough? Mm-hmm. The camera crew is nodding because she's afraid I'm gonna say yes. I really don't think it's necessary on this model. I think it's gonna be major overkill. Also, I wanna talk about one other thing. It would be really nice to see enough room to mount this right there, but then you gotta figure a way to get your wires out before you mount your wing. It's really complicated, and there is quite a bit of room inside of here. Now, is there enough room that we're gonna actually be able to do it? That's a good question. The other thing too is I don't like that they have so much foam and they've limited access in here, but there's a reason they did that. And I think the reason, no, you're fine where you are. The reason they did that is for structural integrity, okay? I'm just disappointed because it blocks our windows. And secondarily, it blocks, like you see that, that's because we mounted this back in the wing. It caught our wires, okay? So it caught our wires enough that I'm nervous that we're gonna actually potentially cause stress and strain on those cables. So what's one thing we can do about that? Well, there's actually 2 things we can do about that. And the first of which is very easy, and that is to do some carving, okay? So you don't have to always carve, but when you do carve, you wanna carve the right stuff, okay? So the right stuff meaning the wrong stuff. What shouldn't have been there in the first place. I'm not gonna go nuts. I'm just gonna cut a nice little half circle. I'm gonna keep a nice little build up here so we have lots of strong material there. I'm just gonna cut almost vertical. This X-Acto knife blade is not quite long enough to cut all the way to the bottom, just full disclosure. And so what I'll do is I'll just now push this down and break it off, okay? So that's how you do it. It's as simple as that, guys. And then what you'll do is you'll take this and you will assign it to a very special place in your life called one of your wife's drawers in the kitchen.
Yeah.
For later use.
She'll be thrilled with it.
She will be thrilled.
It'll be so great.
Okay, so now you can see we've opened up the hole to be able to pass the wires through, and that was one of the things we fought with when we were starting our build, okay? All right, so as per typical, we have taken a simple build and made it complicated. Now, I just wanna remind you guys, just because we do complicated does not mean you need to do complicated. And a lot of times, admittedly, what we find is that the extra complexity that we add to a model proved to be unnecessary. And that's why there wasn't a big stink about it by the manufacturers to boast about how great the feature worked, okay? Now, that also doesn't mean that it's not worthy of doing. Nice, look at that. That would have been probably better. And to be honest, it is a little bit tempting to set this up right here and right now. But I am a little bit nervous as I look inside of here. There's connectors that are way back in this wing that I could not get to. Put the camera over here. See that? Can you see them moving?
No. I can see the wires moving. I do not see connectors.
It is quite tempting to just do this. Watch. What do we have to do to terminate these cables? If we wanted to, we would need to put that Y cable. By the way, hand me the Y cable, please. One of these cables goes to a light, It's very obvious which one, this one. Okay, that's the one that goes to the vertical beacon. One of these goes to the rudder and one of these goes to something else, the elevator, okay? I don't know which one's which. I'm gonna throw caution to the wind and just do that, okay? So that's one of them, and then there's the other, right? So now pay attention with me. When we're all said and done on the wing, if we decided we could do all this crap on the wing and then mount the wing down here, if we want to, we could cut more of this away and make room to mount the receiver there. I did that once on another Twin Otter. I swear I did.
Really?
But I just want to point out why I'm not going to do that, because there is enough room in here to mount that receiver on the bottom. Okay, the catch is this, and this is kind of a big catch. When you get to loading your battery, if you want to get your CG back further, you may want to put your battery back. Well, I don't want to undermine my ability to do that. And secondarily, look how short this cable is. So that's a real pain in the neck. So let's suppose that while we have access to this environment, we make the decision to pass this down and do this. Well, that's going to be all hunky-dory, because then we can plug that in. It'll make it a lot easier, and then we can drop it back out the front, okay? However, we have to be able to test to verify which one's which. Could you do it with the receiver? Sure, depending on how your receiver's set up, you might be able to do that. I'm gonna grab a 1300 3S. I'm gonna plug this in. I'm gonna turn on my XVC tester. It's warning me that the battery's low. I'm gonna click and go down to servo test, and then check this out. I get to figure out which one's which. So with respect to the plug on this, there is a positive and a negative and a signal. Signal's here. So signal is the lightest color going through the Y cable. One of those servos just moved, and that sure looks like it is going to be not the rudder. Watch it. I'm going to put a sweep on. Double click. Show the people. See it moving? That's our elevator. Look. See it's sweeping through the range? Check this out. Now I've disconnected that. Now I'm going to go to this one. And this one now is going to make my rudder move. Okay? Look at the rudder moving. Yay! Okay? So now we've identified that this is in fact the rudder. And now we can disconnect our Y splitter, and we can kind of sort of superficially untangle our wires, and then we can sort of pass this down and under, and then we can go ahead and plug this in. And you're thinking to yourself, good Lord, this is not radio setup. This is Brian plugging things in. Yeah, that's what radio setup is. You see how my hand is stuck in the hole? That's because this is kind of an awkward step. You'll notice that the brown is brown and the brown is brown. But this is not fully seated. You see that? Now it's fully seated. That I almost screwed up. Now check this out. We're going to go back in and test again. Oh, look, now we have a steerable nose gear working, and we have a rudder working. Note to self, your rudder, if it needs to operate in an opposite direction from your steerable nose wheel, this would be the time where you either have to install what's called a servo signal reverser, and you have like a cable that looks a lot like this. It's got a little module on it, and it just reverses the signal for you. Or they happen to be wired up correctly. My assessment is that they should be wired up correctly. The other thing you can do is a lot of times you can take and flip the direction of the servo so that it operates in the right direction. The other solution is to get a literal reverse servo. And you're thinking, there's such a thing as a reverse servo? Yes, there is. There are servos that move one way and servos that move the other, okay? You cannot usually configure them. Okay, there are some that you can configure, but they're very rare. And they're super expensive. They're not like entry-level style like this, okay? All right, we're making progress. It just doesn't feel like it, okay? Now, all these wires are technically to the point where we could start landing them on the receiver if we had a profile, okay? And if we wanted to, but we aren't quite there. So what do we need to do? We need to eventually plug these in. And so now we know that this needs to be bundled at some point so that we can get it, right? And we can also verify that we have plenty of length. You could hypothetically wire it and you would be able to reach, but you're going to be reaching with a big long bundle. This is the tightness you're going to be dealing with. So there's twofold choices. You could put a longer Y cable in here if you had access to one, which would allow you to pull this all the way out to that length, which is a little bit tempting since there's a freaking pile of them sitting there.
I don't understand why you're trying to plug in the receiver and then like put it all back together upside down and inside out instead of just putting the receiver on the bottom of the plane.
Because you have to get all those wires to the receiver either way. And right now the receiver is not in the hole. Once the receiver's in the hole, you're bound and determined by that Y cable. That Y cable sets the stage for how much of a pain in the balls it's gonna be to wire the rest of this plane. Do you understand what I'm doing here now?
Okay.
Because look at that. That barely reaches. If this is how long it was, you could wire everything up out here and then put your wing back on. You could also put the receiver up in the hole and then you could reach in here and you could probably touch and hit the bind button, okay? The thing that's nice about having it mounted to the bottom of the wing there is that you don't give up any real estate inside of this cavity. So if you decide to put a gigantic battery setup, you would still be able to do it. I'm not gonna do that because look how small that battery is.
Yeah.
Not that big, okay? Now the other thing too is some of you are thinking, hey, I had intended to maybe use 2 batteries instead of 1. If you do that, make sure that you bond your negatives somehow, okay? So that way you have a common drain point. I know it's not actually a drain because it's a DC circuit, but check this out. If you do that, you could take and unplug, this one's got our little tap point in it, so you would have to have your tap points on one or the other, okay? And you're still gonna know. But you could actually unplug this and you could take this Y cable off and just do another XT60 connector. You could run 2 batteries that would in turn run these, but you need to somehow tie these together so that your common negative stays common. There are some ESCs that don't like to have floating grounds, okay? Camera crew is really bothered by that. What? I'm just saying if you do it. Okay, lots of complexity you don't have to worry about because most of these things you don't have to actually do. All right, now getting back to where we were. If you are lost and confused and you're like, good Lord, Brian, I thought this was gonna be easy. I thought you said this was a beginner plane. First of all, I didn't say that. Second of all, that was not true. I never say that beginner planes are beginner planes. I just said this might be a beginner plane in terms of its flight performance, and we don't ever know that until after we're done building and setting up and all that stuff. So that's why you can watch our videos. We'll teach you, okay? Now, some of you are probably thinking you're overcomplicating a simple plane. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, but I'm doing that because there's so many people that will ask this particular question. Reverse thrust and differential thrust is what people want. I guarantee you that's what they want. Okay, so now look, I can take my wires. I've now established that it makes better sense to stick them in the hole like the camera crew said. Okay, so what am I gonna do? I'm gonna take this wire, I'm gonna put it through this little chunk of wires, okay? I'm gonna take a singular zip tie. I'm gonna pass the singular zip tie. I'm gonna get that started and I'm gonna establish whether or not I wanna put this also through it. And I think I will also put this through it, okay? Just through one, because I already clicked it in there a little bit, right? And so now you're probably thinking to yourself, but Brian, what about that big loop you did earlier? That's right, that loop is to relieve the strain that could potentially be pulled on. Now that strain is no longer possible because you'll be pulling through like 17 other cables. Now I wanna also force it to be tight where it matters, which is going through that little hole. And we did widen the hole, full disclosure. But if I go up here, guess what? I get the added benefit of preventing people accidentally yanking out the connections for the ESCs because they'll be yanking on all 4 of them. So there's no way to undo the positive from the positive side and the negative from the negative, but you could yank the whole thing out and break it. But you see what I'm saying? You don't want somebody to have the opportunity to unplug a negative without unplugging the positive at the same time, okay? And look, this we know is going to be chased and then go out the front. So look at that nice little bundle. Cable Management 101 as you go, okay? Also, we have our tap point in there, and that actually is a pretty nice little setup. I'm proud of that. And that's the only way you build a plane. If you're not proud of the way you built it, you probably skipped many steps or it's a dynam. I said that out loud, didn't I? Dang it. Sorry. Okay, so all new from Avios, not a dynam.
Don't forget to tuck your other wires.
And that's the other thing. Are we gonna extend this wire? It is so dang short. It's so dang short.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna extend it, you gotta do it now.
But
be able to reach
let's
it.
talk about what the consequences of extending this wire are going to be. One, you may have extra that needs to be tied up. But my fear is these are all gonna be shortened. Probably not a big deal because at the end of the day, this all falls back here anyway, okay? Not a big deal, but I just wanna make sure that when I'm done with this, we can tidy up the cables and I'm not limited to one mounting point that I don't like because of one stupid Y cable, okay? Which is exactly where we're gonna end up, okay? See this? I don't like it. I don't like being limited by one stupid Y cable. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna take the Y cable and we're gonna make it bigger, okay? That Y cable is short, similar to probably something like this. This is just a bag we dumped out. Now you don't have to do this, by the way, that's another extension cord we had. These are just Y cables that I get periodically from, that's an extension cord. That's an extension cord. I thought you said that you found all the extension cords.
All that pile over there was Y cables.
Okay, so you happen to not look through it?
No, because
Okay.
that's not what I was looking for.
See this? Look, here's a little bit more length. Again, this is just whatever we happen to have. This is a trifecta, so it must have been for like landing gear.
That one's
Ooh, that's good, and it's
pretty
got
long. Clips.
the clips like that. Okay, so look at the difference in length. We're just gonna buy a little bit extra, and then is there any more? Here's one that was from an ailerons on a plane. We probably set them up with flaperons. Okay,
That one's labeled with throttle though, so that would be.
same length,
Okay.
same length. This one's longer. So let's try these two and see how it turns out.
Okay.
Again, HobbyKing is the place to be if you're buying crap like this. This probably came from HobbyKing supplies. Whatever I replace this with, I just about guarantee I got it from a HobbyKing product because that's where I got all my cabling from everything. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna unplug this from the first connection and we're just gonna establish, does this give us enough extra length? It looks like it might. The only problem is it says throttle, that's gonna be confusing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just rip off my old label. And in this case, I might just clip it off with my side cutters. So folks, remember, this is not included with the model, but it's also just going to help with cable management. So it's kind of like adding a zip tie, right? If you don't have Y cables, my whole point is that you can buy all this crap at HobbyKing. Like all of it. Trust me, I've done it. Thousands of items that I've bought from HobbyKing over the years. And no, not stuff that was sent to us for review. And I just unplugged it, but this was the
pink
one.
one. Yeah.
Okay, so the pink one has a yellow lead on the top. This has a yellow lead on the top. Put the yellow lead to the yellow lead or the brown to the brown. So the brown is down. Okay, plugged in. Now watch this. Reach down here, send this through, and I'm just grab both of them simultaneously. Okay, so now look at this. This is the steerable nose gear. I'm gonna come in here, hold this. This is awkwardly short. Now you can see why I did this. Brown is down. You have to take my word for it because you can't see it because my fingers are blocking everything. And I'll show you when I'm done. So just plugging this in. Why do I care about having slack here? The reason I care, you're moving the wing, camera crew, be careful. Why is it that you always bump stuff like when I'm like in the middle of this?
I want to reach over stuff.
Okay, look. Now, when I hold these together, brown is down, brown is up, negative is up, okay? Now, I think I can do this in such a way that I have plenty of slack, but I'm still limited by the longest cable, which is the one that goes to the back. That was a lot of pomp and circumstance for not really getting it the way I want. I'm actually kind of annoyed, but you know what? Whatever, it is. And you know what I just recognized? That might have been our limiting factor.
The elevator wire?
Yeah. That was the red and black lead.
Oh.
Oh, that's so frustrating. So we just did all that to gain this lead that didn't even add anything. I feel like such a moron. Okay, so we're gonna pause and put that back. Okay, so as you can see, I've taped these down real briefly just to kind of hold everything in place. And the limiting factor was, in fact, the LED cable, which is annoying, but it is what it is. Okay, so now that we've got the LED, now that we have the LED cable pulled back through and everything is relieved in a spot where I can be confident we're not gonna cause a massive cable malfunction, I'm gonna go ahead and put things back, okay? What do you mean by put things back? I mean, put the wing back on, okay? So you see this has the angle of dangle that I want. And this should be a little bit easier now that we've done it once. Okay. And for those of you that want to see just the build and you don't need some of the other accessory setup things like radio setup because you're going to use a different radio system, congratulations, you got that on this video. Okay. So just laying this down gently. Now I can reach in here and give it the old reach around. Okay. Okay, so just kind of trying to get the wires pulled down, just grabbing my power cords. Now it fits in there perfect because we don't bump into that frame that we cut away. And now I just have to kind of very gently control. What are you filming over there? We just gently control all that so we've got it out, and then what do you know? Look at that. We can reach all of it to where we need it, which is going to be under this little tape spot where I set up to hold all this crap in a reasonable fashion so that I know that I have plenty of reach to do my radio setup, okay? Now, a couple things to keep in mind. There's an additional safety component of the additional throttle channel because the throttle channels, when you set up differential thrust, you're gonna have a mix, which means that one of the throttles can go to 50% throttle because pulse width modulation output is gonna be minus 100 on spectrum to 0 for center, and then plus 100 for plus, okay? So that's plus 100 is full throttle, minus 100 is nothing, okay? And that gets set up when you arm them the first time, okay? So my suggestion to you is when you first arm this, if you don't know what you're doing, leave the other one unhooked, okay, until you're ready. Or use a Y cable until you're ready. And then you can switch them, okay? That's a safety feature. That's also gonna help that the pulse width modulation setup of your particular receiver, if you use the Futaba, it's like backward from that, will help keep you from getting cut because we have installed the props now, okay? And look where everything is. You're right in here by the props, okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set up signals up. You can tell by the silk screen, plus and then minus. I'm gonna go ahead and set up throttle on channel 1. I already know that's gonna be channel 1. I am gonna wire these together for now, knowing that this is a temporal solution, okay? Only for safety. Later, we can go ahead and unplug, and it's gonna be like channel 7 or 8, more than likely. It could be channel 5, just depends on how we set it up. Or maybe what we'll do is we'll put thrust reverse up on channel 8 or 7, because then the people that do this on an AR637 can follow along more closely. Make sense? So we use channel 5, because there are no retracts on here, okay? All right, so that all being said, we've got that safety out of the way. And just remember, guys, if you can't handle it and you can't do it safe, don't follow the instructions or don't put your props on until you're ready to set it up, okay? It's very critical. You got 2 spinning props, they will cut you. And if you got 2 of them, no doubt, if the thing starts to fly towards you, remember, in our case, it's our left motor. So this motor could fly toward us and cut us pretty bad if we arm it wrong. Now, more than likely, it's not gonna cut you. What's gonna happen is 2.5 millimeters, we're gonna start putting these back in. What's gonna happen is it's not gonna cut you, it's just never gonna start. So it's gonna be like beep, beep, like it's a beep, beep, but then it's not gonna arm because your throttle, it believes it's at 50%, okay? It's just, when you do all this radio setup, you have to make sure that it's at a certain point that you're gonna have a little bit more vulnerability if you do a thrust reverse or if you do a differential thrust setup, okay? The safety factor is lower for those of you that are brand new. So if you can't handle it, just don't do that setup. You don't need it. You might want it when you're in the water, so do it safely if you have to. Leave your props off, no big deal. You can always add those later. And that is a good idea for anybody who's watching this video that has any predisposition. They're not sure if you can handle it, get some help, watch the video through, and then come back and touch up on the points where you need help, okay? Also, you're gonna see mistakes we make, and that's fine. That's a part of the hobby. If you build planes and you never make a mistake, then you're definitely not at the right place, because we make mistakes constantly. And we learn a lot from them. I learn so much from making mistakes. That's why I'm good at a lot of stuff, is because I've screwed up so many times, okay? Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Just don't make mistakes that have permanent consequences, like chopping up your arms or your fingers or hurting people, okay? We'll help you avoid that. Okay, so now we're just basically putting this back on. And remember, the radio setup, you may have noticed, has included quite a little bit of additional steps. Some of these steps are completely avoidable, and I just want to stress that for anybody who's going to gripe about how complicated this is. It's because we want to have the differential thrust. Now, for those of you that want to do ailerons that are split into two separate channels, so you can do crow, probably you're going to be doing spoilerons, and that will give you the capability of do crow. You're going to do that same setup. Okay, so if you're watching this from start to finish, you can actually just avoid taking the wing off by doing all this in the correct order. But I think the vast majority of us are probably not going to need all these features. And so for the 5% of you that need the help, you can follow along in its totality. And that's true for most of our videos. We do a lot of stupid setup. Like, you remember that F-35 we did for FMS? That thing sucked bad. It was terrible. It was like one of my least favorite F-35. I wanted it to be so good. We set up all sorts of stuff. I'm so glad we didn't do, because I think we were gonna do like televons and flaperons and all this stuff. We're gonna split it out and pull all the wires out. Sometimes you realize the plane just isn't worth it.
Right, which is why we usually do stuff stock to start with, because
But this is not a stock solution. This is a plug and fly. So plug and fly means you make the decision, right? Okay. So we'll lay that back down. It is quite a bit easier to do with the wing on because it sits on its mains better. Okay, so what's the next step in this? We have the receiver ready to go. We kind of have things ready to go here for wiring. And now we need to go ahead and set up a profile so that we can use that profile to help distinguish where things get plugged in. Yes, we do have to set up the mechanical interface to each of the servos, meaning we have to physically mount them. It's not a hard thing to do, but it does take some effort. And so our next move is gonna be doing our profile, okay? So we have to turn on our system. Now, we're not gonna bind to this or anything yet, but eventually we're gonna be plugging in on channels 1 through 7. We're gonna leave 8 open because we don't need it. And okay, so when you have an NX10, cancel and back, go to add new model. Okay, so we're gonna create an acro. So this is how you make a profile. Now, on some of the new bind and fly planes, you can download the setup from the receiver when you bind, because they're designed at the factory and then force fed in. You can pull them out, you don't have to. We've done that on a couple of planes now. It's worked okay for the Foresight, it's worked okay for the Night Timber V2 or V3 or whatever it is. Okay, so now we're back out. We're gonna walk out. So we have an acro, it's a blank, okay? That says 238, but just watch this. Cancel and back. There's about 50 above it and then about 40 above that. So we are way over 250 models, okay? So now what we're gonna do, why is it? It's like, it's acting like it's maybe my scrolly wheel is getting weird. You guys see this up and down slide? I don't know if you can see that in the video, but I have, sometimes my scrolly wheel gives me problems, okay? So now watch this, cancel and back. I'm gonna hit back, I've already selected it. Yeah, it seems to be working okay now. So I'm gonna go back to system setup, disconnect RF. That's where it should have exited us to, but I don't know if you noticed it, see it jump down like that. So if the scrolly wheel starts doing that, you can take alcohol and you can clean it. I want you to go to the other side because there's a nasty glare.
Can't see.
How about that? No?
No.
Not gonna work. Okay, so model type has already been set, that's the acro. Model name, this is where we type in the name. So we'll highlight and we'll type in Twin Otter and come right back. All right, so here it is. Avios Twin Otter 1.6 meter. Wonderful. Okay, so we'll hit back, aircraft type. This is where you set up your wing type. Ironically, it's a pretty simple wing type because it's really just a one aileron, one flap, and the tail is standard as well. And then what we'll do is we will go to select image, standard file. I think there's a Twin Otter in here. Is there? Or am I misremembering? I think I'm misremembering. Wait. We'll just do this carbon couple floats. No, we'll just do it like that. Whatever, that's good enough. I thought there was one in there. Anyway, F mode setup. This is a flight mode setup. I set mine to switch D. This is where we're going to make our assignments so that we can have on the display when we're running right here to tell what mode we're in. So I'll do spoken flight modes. So this one is cancel, cancel. It'll clear. And what we're going to do is we're going to type in the word AS3X. Remember, this is just a label. It's not actually setting anything. So you wouldn't have to absolutely do this, but it's just really helpful. When you hand the controller to somebody, they can look at the screen. It's going to also say what it is. And this is AS3X plus, but I just write AS3X, okay? So AS3X, and then what I do is I go to speak, and I scroll way down to the bottom where we have that. We'll come back so you don't have to watch the scroll. Okay, so once we get down by the waypoints, then there's safe. We'll be using that in a second, and AS3X mode. Okay, so now this one's going to be off. Okay, so I'll scroll that in real quick. And this is, again, just feedback to the operator right here is invaluable. And we'll scroll down to off, and there is actually a word that says off. And a lot of times you can't hear this when we're flying. Oops. Off. So that'll be displayed out front. That'll be displayed out front. And then this one we're going to set to safe. So sensor assisted flight envelope, cancel, cancel, clears it. And then we'll go ahead and type it in. Sensor assisted flight envelope. If you want to help support Brian Phillips RC, check the links in the video description below. Buy the planes, radios, receivers, batteries. From what you see there, you'll help support us financially to help get us back for if we helped you in any way and you want to get back to us. Thanks for doing that, guys. All right, so continuing down here, we're going to click on safe. Oop, I went past it right there. Now, during normal flight mode, when you switch this, that switch event will call out, okay? So then channel assign, we need to eventually have some of these set. I don't need my levers, so I'm gonna just inhibit them right now. I do want that, that's gonna be used, but I don't want it on channel 8 because that's a pluggable, so I'll set that to channel 9 because we're gonna use that for a rotary knob is gonna be one of our main setups, except we need, yeah, that's right. We'll select, I had to click to acknowledge that, by the way. Then I'm gonna have flaps eventually set on switch B, so I wanna inhibit that, except we're gonna be doing a throttle on here, okay? So that's gonna be a mix. So I'm gonna inhibit it so it's not tied to a switch, okay? Channel 7, we're gonna use channel 5. So we'll inhibit that. Okay. That's gonna be for our other throttle. And you're like, inhibited. Well, don't you need to use those? Yes, but we're not using them with respect to a switch there. Now this one, we are gonna use with respect to switch G for thrust reverse, okay? And we'll show you how we set that up. Obviously, right now it's not gonna make any sense. And then this would be like, if you were setting 2 up, you could set it up there. I don't know why you would ever do that, by the way, but you could, okay? Also, keep in mind, you don't know where this stuff's gonna get assigned automatically when you change the wing type. So that's why we set up our profile first before we continue radio setup, because you're like, wait, we still have to plug everything in. That's right, that's why we do this now. Okay, so we know that channel 7 is gonna be our thrust reverse. So we know we're gonna plug in that thrust reverse channel there with that singular yellow cable. That's gonna go in here. And then our second throttle will eventually end up in channel 5 for where the gear would normally go, so that people that are using the AR637 can follow along closely, okay? Then channel 6, it says NA because it's called out for something. What is it called out for?
Flaps.
Yep, that must be. So aux 1, that's gear, then aux 1, aux 2. I don't know why it doesn't say aux on here. That's so annoying.
Yeah.
It's really hard to remember what that stupid aux number is when you have 20 freaking channels. Okay, so then another thing is trim setup. Oh, we don't ever talk about this, but you can do this. You can set up your trims to operate within flight modes. Now, you're also probably thinking to yourself, but Brian, you just set up flight modes for AS3X safe and off. Well, you could also have flight modes for differential thrust and not differential thrust, okay? Might be kind of handy. We're not gonna mess with it because it is highly subjective when you start getting into the flight mode talk, okay? So we're gonna walk back out. So once we're back out of the menu, the first thing I can do is scroll over one, and this tells us exactly where to plug our thingies in, okay? That's gonna be our thrust reverse, okay? So now I know from experience how this works. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just set up a digital switch setup for switch G. How do I know this? Because I've done it so many times. I just happen to know that minus 100 is forward thrust. So I want that forward position. You can see where this box is. That tells you where it is. You can also look down at this and it'll tell you what aux2 is doing, okay? So forward thrust, we want to stay forward. So I'm gonna put in minus 100 here. Now, how do we learn that? Well, we learned it from Guess and Check like 4,000 times, okay? We like to show you the why when we can and where it makes sense. Okay, this, we don't want that middle setup. We don't want 0, that's floating. So you don't know what it's gonna do. And you're only one like tiny little bit of pulse width modulation off of having a forward thrust when you want negative. Okay, so it's dangerous. Okay, so then this one's also gonna be plus 100. And that is, again, a preference thing, but just don't have a floating control. Make sure it's fully plus 100 or minus 100 if you're operating in spectrum. Okay, so that'll be a reverse thrust, that'll be a reverse thrust, that'll be a reverse thrust, and that'll be forward thrust. So the neutral setting where I learned to do this. You can also have warnings set up that when you turn on the transmitter or come out of system setup, it will warn you if you're in reverse thrust, okay? But my experience has been, I don't have a big problem with that, so I don't put warnings on, okay? Now the flap system, we're not gonna set it up yet, but we are gonna set it to switch B. We're just gonna leave it at 0, which is the middle setting. So we don't have to worry about overdriving into the frame of the plane, okay? Because if that servo drives our control surface in one direction or the other, then it could cause damage. We're also not gonna set up a mix for elevator correction and compensation here, okay? But we are gonna set the speed to 2 seconds. Why? Just because it's one thing we can get done. Also, throttle cut. This gets more complicated because of thrust reverse, or not thrust reverse, but differential thrust, but it's on now, okay? And you can tell because down here, throttle's not moving and throttle cut is on. Now, when throttle cut's off, it will jump to life and work. Now it's on. That's why I wanna have that set. Now, the second thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to timer. I am gonna activate a timer, 5 minutes. It's gonna start anything over 25% with a one-time active. That means when you go over 25%, it starts the timer and it counts down from 5. 5 is a good starting point. At 1 minute, I want a voice call out. At 20 seconds, I want nothing. At 10 seconds, I want a voice call out. And at expiration, I want tone and vibrate with a tone every minute thereafter. Okay, good. So we have the timer starting. Remember, we're gonna have telemetry for our packed voltage. So throttle cut's on. Excuse me. We can clear that. I can scroll over. Now we can tell, I hate it when it goes to X bus first. This tells us where to plug things in. So we can get back to the radio setup. Now there's quite a bit left on the physical connections and stuff. So we're gonna do that right now, but we still need to know where to plug stuff. So that's why we started there. Now also, this is not bound and it's not energized. So you don't have to worry about safety yet. You only have to worry when you start energizing this. But you also have to worry once you bind it, make sure everything's bound. Then at the very end of all the mechanical setup, all the connections, then we'll do forward programming where we set up safe and AS3X plus, okay? That's gonna happen at the very end of this process. So if that's what you're looking for, go toward the end of the video, okay? All right, so now we know where all this stuff plugs in to a certain extent, and we're gonna do it, okay? All right, so we can start untaping this and let stuff fall down. Now I'm just realizing something. We have no way of plugging in. Oh, we can go to the bind plug for that, okay? Because we're not gonna use a bind plug.
For what?
I'll talk about that when I get to it. Okay, so the first things first, I don't want cable management issues, so I'm gonna make sure to separate my power cord. Yep, that's good enough for me. I dropped a cable down here. That's our lights, okay? You see our lights are limiting where we can plug everything in. You see all the rest of them are longer here now. That's because of the Y cable, okay? So you don't want a big tangled mess. Okay, this is our rudders. Where are rudders? Let's look at the screen. You can see rudders on channel 4. So we already discussed S is up, so signal is up. So channel 4, which is actually the 5th port over, because our first port is bind, program, and SRXL2, okay? So it'd be like a bus connection. Okay, we're not gonna use that. This is our throttles, and we are gonna plug both throttles into that to start. Then at some point, we're gonna plug in this cable too, but it's gonna be one of our limiters, so we're gonna do that last. Okay, so this is one of the throttles. Brown is up, brown is up. Plug it in, brown is up, good, okay. Now this is the other throttle. So we'll plug that one in right now. And you're probably thinking to yourself, good Lord, you set all this up so that you could just wire them back together? No, this is just temporary, okay? Relax, and we'll get there. It's not a quick process, but it will get done right. Okay, brown, all right? So now what else do we have here? We have ailerons. This one's not labeled. What is that? That must be our thrust reverse.
Yes.
Because this one is, and I'm just paying special attention to my cable management as I do this. I'm just undoing, okay, flap right there. So flap, slide that back just a wee bit. And flaps, I want brown is down. Where's flaps?
6.
6, okay? How do you know that? Show them with your finger.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, fine. Then this is thrust reverse. How do we know? Thrust reverse, wait, I plugged into 7 on accident. I'm gonna go back 1 port. There's 6 for flaps, and then 7 for thrust reverse. And thrust reverse is not another throttle channel. It is a channel that, when activated, these reverse. Since they're both tied to a Y cable, they will do that in sequence together, okay? This cable is so short, it's gonna be the last one. It's gonna be plugged into probably the bind plug, okay? Because it's just lights. You could also wire it in or use like your 8th channel if you're not using anything there. This is also the other thing that goes to the back, not the rudder.
So elevator
Yep.
is on 3.
And I'm describing it that way, not because I'm an idiot. It's because I'm trying to help you guys understand how to think these things through. Okay, so I'm just gonna pull this up. All right. I hate when these cables all end up at different lengths. It makes cable management just near impossible. Okay, so this is channel 3. So then we have to get ailerons plugged in at some point. Where the heck is the aileron? There's the ailerons. You're probably thinking to yourself, good Lord, this is gonna be a giant mess. You are not wrong. This is going to be a giant mess. This is why I fought so hard to have those cables all in the right position. Yellow is up. This goes to channel 2, we'll plug it in there. Now, we have an open channel here for our other throttle, but we need to be safe, and we're going to do that exactly, okay? Because I want to protect my fingers and my other appenditures, because I care about those things. It makes it a lot easier to fly when you have fingers, okay? And cable management is kind of a pet peeve of mine. When it's not good, it drives me nuts, okay? So then this goes out and it's gonna protrude past, and then we can make a nice little loop and we can plug this in. I think I've got that right. It's kind of hard to tell which way it goes, but if you get it wrong, it won't stick in, okay? So then at some point we'll tie this up once we get all the cables in, and then this cable is just tediously short, but that's fine. You want the negative to go down, okay? So as, I'll just plug it into channel 8 because that's where it kind of lines up right now, okay? You know what, screw that. I'm gonna go back to bind. It's not lining up as good, but I'm just afraid what's gonna happen is I'm gonna forget that that channel 8 is opened. If I need to add a feature, I'm gonna think we have used it up. So I am gonna go to bind. And you're like, but what if you need to bind? Then I'll press the button like I always would. I'm gonna drop this in here. All the cables are now landed, but not everything is working, and we are certainly not done. but we're gonna be done enough that we can plug in the battery and bind. Now, a couple things about binding procedure when you have a twin prop plane. Yes, I'm gonna move this now that we've been tripping over it for the last hour and a half. I'm gonna put it right there, okay? Couple things, I'm gonna use China Hobby lines because it's got an XT60, make it a little bit easier to plug in. Also, this has that, so you could use a voltage alarm if you went with a 630 or 631 and you don't have the telemetry feedback. That'd be nice for keeping track of things. The big thing is, be able to secure the plane so that it doesn't roll into you if it would go full throttle. I have never had that happen to me, and there's a reason it's never happened to me. I've been cut one time by a prop, and it was because I made a bad mistake and I was screwing around, and it was with a small plane, thank God. And when I say a small plane, I mean it was a twin engine Aero Commander, very similar looking to this, but it was super small and it barely cut me. It was like a paper cut, okay? And I had 2 receivers in it. It was a very complicated setup. All right, so that was back when we used to add flaps to everything because manufacturers were not listening to what we wanted. That's the other reason, one of the big reasons why we got into this, reviewing and doing this stuff, is because we wanted to hold these companies accountable when they would do things that we didn't want for years and years and always ignore what we demanded. Okay, so plugging it in, holy cow, those lights are awesome.
So really bright.
First of all, that is an awesome flashing LED.
Yeah.
These are awesomely bright, and LED nav lights
Super
are
bright.
awesome. Okay, couple things. Throttle cut is on, doesn't mean a dang thing yet because that's not bound. You need to be over here. I'm gonna press this button. Once that button's pressed, I can click, scroll down to bind. Let's get ourselves in control of this machine. Bind. I am holding currently the nose of the plane. I don't care what happened to the servos just now, other than the fact that this thing could start flying if it was wrong or screwed up, okay? There would be like 3 different safety systems that would have to fail for that to happen. But guess what? Things fail and people get caught, okay? Throttle cut's on, throttle stick is down. Throttle cut's now off, throttle forward. Oh yeah. Sounds awesome. Throttle cut is working. Now I'm gonna come back here and feel if it's going the right direction. I'm gonna hold the tail so that if it's in reverse thrust, it's not gonna cut me. I also pay special attention to make sure my antenna are sucked into the canopy. Throttle cuts off, forward thrust. Yes, that's 27%. There's 50% that thing is pulling like crazy, and throttle cuts on. We just wanted to, in their natural environment, this is how baby planes are made. The Draco has mounted the J3 Cub in an attempt to make small Draco J3 Cubs. And yes, that did just happen. So my apologies. By the way, my son made this 3D printed bracket, and it has worked really nice. And he is just super smart. And look at that. So now that holds the plane, unless like, you know, you really, really stupidly run throttle at near full speed. That was 50% throttle. Excited about that, by the way.
Yeah.
That's pretty good power. Throttle stick is now down, now that we're done dismounting the planes. All right, so now the next thing I need to do, you need to be in full command and control of your throttle, because I'll show you why here in a minute. Throttle cut is off, forward thrust, reverse thrust, and she blows. That is sweet. Now, you're probably thinking, but you're not gonna have differential thrust because you have a Y cable. Exactly, but here's the thing. Safety is paramount, and that Y cable keeps us safe until we have a mix set up, okay? So now that we have that done, we have some of the basics in. I want full command and control of this airplane. I do not want to have to wonder if it's going to be safe. And so we were going to prioritize setting up throttle for our differential thrust. Okay, so now that we've got that set up, I can quite literally set a mix. So we're going to do this as simple as possible. We're going to click. We're going to scroll down to mixing. We're going to set up a mix right here. The mix is going to be normal. It's going to be, I always like to hold this. It's going to be, you can't move it. You can't exercise to get throttle. You have to do throttle. And throttle is going to be mixed to what channel, okay? We're going to mix it to one of these channels. Which channel do we want? We want to go to channel 7. Nope, we're using 7. We want to go to channel 5. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So gear. Okay? Now, why gear? So that people that are following along on a 6 channel can also do the same thing. Okay? Gear. My scrolly wheel's being dumb again. Okay, now we want to figure this out, but we don't want to get cut in half doing it. The switch can be on, or you could set it up so that you have some sort of a mix that it doesn't mix all the time. This would not be a time to have a switch tied, because you don't want this to be able to shut off, because guess what happens when you shut that off? This goes to 50% of pulse width modulation, AKA 0. That means that throttle will be on full, or half rather, of either reverse thrust or forward thrust, depending on the mode of switch G. That's dangerous. You need this to be on all the time, okay? So the only thing you don't want is you don't want it to be on during thrust reverse. So I am stick down exercise, now thrust reverse, or excuse me, not thrust reverse, but throttle cut will be on, okay? We're gonna have a throttle cut that's also gonna cut this. Why? Because when we have the throttle cut on, I wanna make sure it's not mixing my rudder. So if I bump my rudder stick, it doesn't cut my hand off, okay? Right, so now what do we need to do? We need to figure out the rates. This is where it gets a little bit tricky because it is kind of hard to tell what direction it's gonna go. But I know I want 100% up and 100% down, and then we'll moderate that with another mix, okay? So now watch what happens. So when you have 100% up and 100% down, look what happens. Look down here. See this? Throttle cut's on. See how it's moving the gear? Right? That's because we have that backward, okay? Throttle cut is currently on, so we want it to be mixed when that's there, and we want it off when it's there, okay? The problem is, that means that is not gonna work. You see that? So really, we want 2 mixes, but this mix is gonna be the mix that actually does the controls. Okay, so throttle cut is now off. Now watch what happens. As I move this, these are both gonna run, but I just want you to see on the monitor mode how this works. See that? See how the gear's going up and throttle's going up, and they're even. We don't have any mix for rudder at all yet, okay? But you see they're just both going up. That's what you want. Now, remember, this is first step. Then when you shut it off, with throttle cut, it X-nays the mix. But that still creates a dangerous condition, okay? So what's our next mix? So we have another mix we're gonna set up. So this mix is gonna be normal. It's gonna be throttle to rudder. No, excuse me, it's gonna be rudder to the other one, okay? Rudder to, okay? The first one's gonna be rudder to throttle, and it's gonna be at a certain percentage. And this is where you can maybe set up a mix, okay? So I want it to be set so that it's on this condition. Switch C, that's when it's on, that's when it's off, and that's when it's off. And you can set different values. Okay. Throttle cuts on. Okay. So I'm actually gonna turn it on here and on here. Okay, so in this mode, I want there to be, oops, that's a little bit more than I want. I want to set it so that there's like 50%. And 50%. Now in this mode, see how I've just got it like 0 and then 1. So now in this mode, I want it to be like 75% or 80%. It doesn't matter, I just want to have something different. Okay. Ooh, it's only gonna let me do 1. Okay. So I'm just going to shut that off. So now there's no mix and no mix. Now I don't know if that rate is good enough, but that's what we're gonna do. So now we also need to make one more mix. This one's gonna be rudder, normal. And this one's gonna be set as rudder to gear, okay? Ooh, you know what I just realized? We need to be able to X-nay it with H. Okay, so this is actually, I gotta go back and change that. Okay, so I want the mix true here, but not here. I want it off there, okay? So when throttle cut is off, I want the mix to be, we did 80 on the other one, so we'll just do 80 again. And we don't know what that number is gonna be, but we'll just set it so we have some differentiation, okay? So now what's gonna happen is, remember, this throttle cut is off currently, so that's why I have secured, show them my hand. I have secured the plane. This is where you can get yourself in trouble because you could shut off the plane and do this without it powered up, but I wanna show you guys how to do it. Okay, so throttle cuts on, it shuts off the mix. Throttle cuts off, it turns on the mix, okay? So with that off, I'm gonna hold the plane, just show you. See, when I move the stick one way, it runs the throttle with the rudder, but then this way it does nothing because it's not hooked up yet. Throttle cuts back on. We still have more safety features to do. Okay, so now that I set that one to C, I'm gonna go ahead and switch this from C to H. Okay, so now H is off and mixed. Off and mixed. Good. So when we're off, I need to now make one more mix, and this is a critical safety mix. Normal, and it's gonna be, I wanna make sure that when switch H is on, so I can actually just tie this to H. There might be another way to do this, but I'm just gonna do it this way. So when switch H, yes, you can actually go by H. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. When H is at a certain position, I want gear. Okay, I don't care about throttle. Throttle's already managed my throttle cut, okay? I want gear to be at an offset of whatever, minus 100, okay? So minus 100, we just don't want it to go backward, okay? Oh, we can't set that yet, guys. I'm sorry, we gotta turn the switch to also operate on H. Okay, so we want it to work only when it's on that condition, but not this condition. So we X-nay that one. Okay, so now at this point, if we turn on throttle cut, we wanna make sure that regardless of our rudder condition, it's not gonna run gear, okay? Because right now, gear is in the middle. You see how gear is at 50, it's at 0. We want gear to be at minus. Is it moving? Gear is not moving, is it?
It's not moving, no.
Why is it not moving? Clear. Oh, that's because we don't have the mix set to anything. So we want the rate to be something in one direction. I don't know which side we need this, but we'll figure it out right now. Okay, so that's not doing anything, and that's not doing anything, so we gotta actually set up the other negative rate. See, now it's going down, see? So we can clear that. I just guess and check on some of this stuff, guys. So here's 100. So we want that to be 100 and the offset to 0. Okay, so now look, it's at minus 100 now. Okay, guys, stick is down, throttle cuts off. Look, it jumped up to 98. Now both of them are tied together. I gotta do this safely, so there's throttle cuts on, look, throttle is down, see that? The gear is down. When I move the stick, it doesn't move that, but watch this, when throttle cuts off, this is gonna move the throttle, okay? Watch, look, we're in this mix to demonstrate that it's safe. Ooh, you see what I'm talking about? See that? So it's still tied because that cutoff throttle cut is off. Now throttle cut's on, watch what happens. Nothing, okay? So that gave us our safety feature, okay? So now I'm gonna hit back on this menu. So now I need to, throttle cuts on, I'm gonna walk back out of the menu, I'm gonna clear the timer, I'm gonna go to monitor mode, not X++ or X+. So now I'm gonna watch this. Throttle cut is currently on. I wanna make sure with my rudder, it doesn't move gear at all. Okay, see how it says gear? Gear is my other throttle. Okay, now I'm gonna move my throttle. Throttle cut is on, nothing happens. So we're safe there. Regardless of position of stick, we have minus 100, AKA not running. So now at startup, this gear switch is also not tied to gear. See, it's not changing because that would by default be controlling it, okay? So do you guys understand the 4 or 5 conditions we have to check? 5 conditions. One, we made a mix from throttle to rudder, or in this case, whichever way it is. I can't remember which way it is. It doesn't matter. But we want to make sure whatever one is controlling throttle is shut off when we have throttle cut on. We have done that. Then two, the mix that goes over to the other one is off when throttle cut is on. We've done that. You want to make sure that when you bump the rudder stick, it doesn't move the throttle, even when throttle cuts on. We've now confirmed that. And now the other thing is startup routine. We want to make sure that regardless of what's going on, if we have this off and you're rebooting your plane, that it reboots correctly. So let's look at that now. Throttle cut is currently off. It jumps up like to the same as the stick position, okay? So long as this stick is down, that's gonna move and that's gonna move. You see, and that probably needs to get switched so that they operate in opposite one another. But that's fine, we can play with that in a minute. So when I start my plane, if my throttle stick is up, it's gonna be running. That's normal. Throttle cuts on, now that's protected, okay? So now we can take and we can disconnect from the Y cable, from throttle. We can take and disconnect the one that goes to the, I think what we did is we controlled this one, right? See, now it's beeping, okay? So now the Y cable doesn't have to get undone. We'll undo that here in a minute. So like I said, there's lots of safety protocols that would have to fail for you to get cut, but this is where you're undermining some of those protocols, okay? So you gotta do this in the right order. If you do this wrong, you can get cut. See how close my hand is right now? Let's just do this the safe way. Unplug this, now it's de-energized, okay? I'm gonna take this wire, which is the one that goes to the other motor. I'm gonna make my channel for cable management reasons. I need the brown to be down, and then I'm gonna plug it in. Then I'm gonna take my Y cable out on the throttle. Okay. So now we can undo this Y cable. This Y cable will also guide us back to where the throttle plug is. Okay, so the throttle cable is right there. So you can see there's our throttle cable, the original one that's factory labeled. We want the yellow up. I'm gonna go up under these wires and I'm gonna plug it back in for cable management reasons. I just wanna have this all very specific on how it's laid out. Plug this in, then I'm gonna show you that it's yellow is up, yellow is up. So this is on port 2, even though it's labeled as port 1. It's the second port, but it's plugged for 1. Everything is plugged in now. This thing is actually wired up the way it's going to stay. I wanna get this out of here so it doesn't get sucked up into the prop. And I wanna make sure that my antennas are out of the way. So it didn't get sucked into either of these two props. Notice that it is closed, okay?
It is.
I wanna make sure that I have control of my plane. I trust this. Now, this is de-energized, de-energized. Okay, look at the throttle. Nothing happens, nothing happens. Nothing happens, nothing happens, nothing happens, nothing happens, no matter what. Until I de-energize, if I shut off my throttle cut. Now look, they both go. And they will both change with rudder, but I need to switch what direction one of them is going. So throttle cuts on, let's do that real quick. I'm gonna go down to mixing. I'm also gonna go into both of these mixes and change it from 80, that's too much, okay? So rudder to throttle, when throttle cuts off is gonna be 80. Let's make it 50, that just seems like overly aggressive. You don't need that much.
I think there was a percentage in the...
That's okay, I'm gonna do 50, I don't care what they say. So there's 50, sorry to cut you off, camera crew. So now over here, that's rudder to gear, okay? So this would be the other one. So in this case, we might need it to be negative 50, okay? So just, and we might get this backward. We just won't know until we try it, okay? You see what I'm saying, camera crew? Because if I'm going the wrong way, then we might yaw the aircraft the wrong way. But we'll know, and if we get it wrong, we'll just flip one of them to positive and one to the negative, okay? But the idea is now when we go to monitor mode, we can see they're gonna go in opposite directions when the throttle cuts off. Even at 0% throttle, we're gonna yaw. Actually, let's think about this for a second. Nah, we'll just guess and check because we'll have to guess and check. Okay. But when I have throttle cut on, nothing works and nothing works, okay? Throttle cuts off, both work, and then one declines or one declines. I just don't know if I have it right. We'll check right now. Okay. But this is the point where you have to kind of go ahead and test it. Throttle cuts on, camera crew's in a safe spot. I have control of the plane. Worst case scenario, it turns on and I can't control it. I wait for the batteries to die. That sucks. That's a long 10 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever it takes to die. And then I unplug it and fix my problem. I've never had to do that. But you always have to have a plan, okay? So check this out. You see how close my hand is to that? I don't like it, but I'm gonna be secured here and I'm gonna bring this lead to me and I'm gonna plug it in. I already know it should be safe. We've already done many safety checks. Throttle cuts on. We should be at 0% throttle, okay? They're arming. That means that they found 0 to be true. And I heard both of them in series, which is good, okay? So first things first, I am going to, before I undo my throttle cut, I'm gonna move my rudder stick. Nothing has happened except for the rudder and the steerable, which is the only thing that's physically hooked up right now. But I can look back there and see the rudder moving. Okay, good. The rudder servo. Throttle cuts off. Nothing springs to life. That's good. Forward thrust, not worrying about rudder. Pretty cool. Throttle cuts now on and tested. Now I'm gonna come back here where I'm safe. I'm gonna control the vertical stabilizer and I'm gonna test to see if I got my back and forth right. Throttle cuts off, a little bit forward thrust. That is gonna yaw me the wrong way. Or excuse me, that's gonna yaw me the correct way. Camera crew, you need to come over here. Okay, I want you here.
Okay.
Throttle cuts off. Look, right here, right here. Rudder, see that would pull me the right way, but guess what? My rudder, my steerable nose wheel is moving backward. So even though I have it correct, let's fix that right now. Throttle cut is on. Click, servo setup, travel, scroll over to reverse, and we're gonna reverse the rudder. Okay, so now the rudder moves that way. So let's see what happens to my thrust, my throttle. It's gonna be backward. Here's forward thrust. No, it's still correct because the mix is evidently based on rudder. Okay, so you see what's happening? When I give more throttle, that's gonna push me this way. And look at the nose gear at the same time. Yep, 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 and yep, yep, yep. And then forward thrust, a little bit of differential thrust, a little bit of differential thrust. That is a lot of thrust. Have we had any Draco baby making sessions over here lately?
Almost.
Whew, okay, good. All right, so now that we've got the mixing done, we have the mixing right. We also have safety feature tested and approved and working. Now I can, with confidence, work on this model. That's a lot of steps and you have to do it in the right order or you can make a dangerous condition. I'm just gonna tell you this right now. If you can't handle it, get help or come back to that at a later time because you don't have to have differential thrust to make this plane fly good. Also, you can now change, now that you know you can do this, okay? Look, here's the cool thing. Now I can sit here and right here, I can walk out of the menu and I can go into mixing and I can change the amplitude by which we mix the rudder. But I just want to point something out to you. When you do this, you have to have your throttle cut off to see the setting. See the setting? So if you were to change this and have an offset, then it would change where it interacts, okay? So like if you want it to be more intense, then you would increase this to like 100% and 100%, okay? And when I go over 100%, it might actually start. Okay, so I'm gonna hit back. Remember, my throttle cut is not on right now. Rudder to gear. This is the correct direction in this case. So I'm gonna go to -100. Sometimes it's a little tricky to get this in here. And by the way, you do not want 100% on this. That is way too much. And so usually what I'll do is I'll make another mix that mixes rudder to rudder. And that gives me a multiplier factor on this, and then I can turn that on and off with my C switch or some such thing. Okay, so let's just show you what it does when we go to -100. Okay, so I'm gonna back out of this menu. I'm gonna scroll over to monitor so you can watch this. Click back once, throttle cut is off. I'm gonna try to put this so you can see. There's forward throttle, everything looks good. Way more intense, way more intense, way more intense. Throttle is at 0. Okay, so depending on if you need it, throttle cut's now on and it's tested. So a lot of times you're gonna find that that's too much, way too much. So there's two ways you can adjust it. Throttle cut is on. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a disqualifier circuit, and it's gonna be tied to C switch, okay? So I'm gonna scroll all the way over until we get the letters. So C is gonna be tied to rudder. Well, it's actually, really, you would tie it to throttle separately, and you would tie it to then gear separately, and you would set your multiplier down based on what output you want here. In my case, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and eliminate that because I'm not gonna use that. But that's how you would do it if you were gonna do it. You would set one for each of these. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into here, and I think that the rate is probably quite a bit too much. First of all, stick is down, throttle cuts off. I can now trust this to the point where I'm gonna reduce this rate to something like 25%, okay? Because you don't want it to be so intense, and we can always modify that later, okay? So now throttle cut is off, so it would move. If I were to bump this, it would start running the throttle, okay? So now I'm gonna do this one from -100 to -25 and -25. And I wanna show you the results, okay? So you guys saw what it was at 50, and you saw what it is at -100 and 100 respectively. You can see it's pretty intense. So now we're gonna go 25 and 25. We'll walk out. Throttle cut is off, so I can just leave it off. And look, you get just a little bit at 0. And then as you give throttle, you can go a little bit and a little bit. And then you get into the throttle and you'll have a little bit of yaw recommendation, but nothing crazy. And then toward the end of the range, you'll really get a lot more. And you might find that 25 is too little, and then you can just play with that. But as you can see, throttle cuts on, we have no movement, and we have no dangerous conditions being caused. Okay, great. Now that we set that up, we need to get the rest of this thing set up. How are we doing on battery?
Probably about 20, maybe 30 minutes.
Okay, so in order to finish this setup, we don't have to have the battery set up, but we do need to make sure that we have the right direction of travel. But it's really hard to do that while it is in its current condition. If you reverse the ailerons, a lot of times it reverses all this stuff. Now we also have to mount this receiver, and then once we've mounted this receiver, then it will be able to become spatially aware. At some point it already is spatially aware, but if that's flopping around in there, that's totally unacceptable, of course, okay? So at some point we're gonna have to get that all centered. Our servos are currently centered, so really what we need to do now is we also need to flip it upside down. Kind of hard to do that right now because all this stuff is gonna flop around in there.
Yeah.
But we do have to ultimately get it done at some point. So I'm just gonna be careful as I do this and flop it upside down and put it onto my plane stand so I can get, because it looks like most of these servos are gonna be accessible from the underside. Okay. So we're gonna try to get this done. If it takes too long, we may have to call it quits because it's like 1 in the morning. We got a ways to go.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is just upside down so I can get to stuff, okay? So now, I don't really care what direction things travel yet, but I can tell you this from personal experience, it is a lot easier to make these adjustments. So I'm just gonna pull these out of the bag. Let's look at how the lengths are. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, so these ones appear to be, this is the shortest, then there's 2 next longer, then there's quite a bit longer, then there's really long, okay? And each of these go to a certain control surface. Now it looks like this and this are gonna be the same length, probably these. And then it looks like the shortest one is probably gonna go to the rudder, and the slightly longer will go to the elevator, okay? And then the short, mid-short ones, so yeah, so this one probably goes to, the rudder, yeah, or elevator rather. And yeah, that one goes to the elevator. So I'm not gonna get too in depth here, but you see this, it's got a flat. That's what snaps on. That's what doesn't. So it goes that way. So you see that little flat they were describing in the manual? That's the face it gets stuck in, okay? So I'm not going to even attempt to do this without a pair of pliers because it about poked me to death. Okay, so you see this? Now that we know this is the oddball, so we'll use this one. You have to turn these, and it's hex keyed, so you could use a crescent wrench or something if you need to. Metric crescent wrench.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so you see this? Grab that, just spin it, work it, and then unwork it. okay? So now that we have done that, what we can do is we can read the manual. The manual tells us what position. Why did that change? I thought we had found that page. There it is. All right, so this is going to be the elevator. The elevator is supposed to go into the interior hole and whatever hole it was. Boy, that is the most ambiguous arrow I've ever seen.
Well, that doesn't matter because it's a ball link.
Yeah, it matters.
Well, this one doesn't.
No, we don't care about that, but I'm saying this matters. It
Yeah.
looks like it's pointing at the top hole, the center hole, and the center hole. That is really hard to
That
tell.
looks like center on that one, but
Okay,
it is really
so
hard
the
to
top hole
Yeah.
for this one, okay? So I'm gonna pull this over. Now that elevator is neutral. It's centered because we have no trim in it. There's no flap mix or anything. So what I wanna do is it's supposed to go into the top hole, this hole,
Yes.
and it's supposed to go in here. Please say that we're not gonna have to modify these. That would really piss me off. That hole is reamed out on the outside. That hole is reamed out. Are we missing something here? That sure looks like it's pointed to the inside on the horn.
Yeah, it does.
Why would they ream out the outside hole if they're supposed to be plugged into the inside hole?
Do we want to check another one and just see?
Are they all reamed out on the outside? Those are reamed out in the middle hole. You know what? These are reamed out where they're reamed out, and I'm just gonna actually go with, I have mixing authority, I have Expo, and I'll have Safe and AS3X Plus. I'm just gonna put it into the hole that's reamed out. Guys, forgive me, I may be wrong on this. If I am, I'm not gonna blame the plane like some of our other review friends. Okay, so I'm gonna hold this. This will be snapped in eventually, but I can hold that and then I can tell I need to extend this out. What I wanna do is I wanna make sure that this is square, okay? It's kind of hard to tell because on this wing, it's rounded here, okay? So I'm gonna hold here on this face. That needs to come out a little bit. So I'm gonna hold this here. Now that I've worked it with a tool, it actually allows me to do this pretty easy. That is most definitely reamed out there, but not on the inside hole. Okay, now I'm not snapping this on, I'm just holding it in position. You can tell that that would be pushing downward, okay? So I had to go out a little bit further. So guys, this is what we do on Brian Phillips RC. We tediously set up the entire plane so you don't have to know what you're doing, you can just follow along. You're gonna learn what you're doing by following through these videos 2 or 3 times. As a result, we literally price ourselves out of the equation because you will no longer need us in 4 or 5 videos. But they are long videos and it's a time commitment, and we appreciate you committing the time because this is one of the harder hobbies to get into. But when you're into it, you'll find success if you do the things we suggest. And then once you've found success, then please remember us. The way you can remember us is by buying from the links in the video description. That has to go even further. Buying from the links in the video description below, liking the videos, obviously subscribing. Okay, so we still have plenty of penetration, pulling hard. Definitely not out to the end yet. We're into the outside hole and we're lined up, and that feels like it's pretty darn close. Does that look close to you?
It does look close, yeah.
Yeah, I think that we might even be up just a hair. I'm gonna go in half if I can get half out of it. Remember, there is a lifted face that we want to be the inside. There's 1/2 turn in, and it's kind of hard to tell. That's the surface that goes in, okay? So that 1/2 turn is not gonna make a huge difference, by the way, folks. Okay, so that's pressed on there, oops. And if you haven't connected the dots on what's happening, I am trying to find that that's too far. I need to go in even more. So that means I need to go 2 this time, so 2 halves. There's 1/2, there's 2 halves, okay? Also known as a full turn. Okay. That looks pretty darn straight, okay? So now that we have that, we can snap this on and we can use a tool to do it. If you don't have this tool, it's a good tool to have. Ball links are really popular now on airplanes and they're really nice. And you need to have a ball link tool like this. If you don't have one, we have links to stuff like this in our supplies tab, and we will have links in the video, but you can also find them at HobbyKing when you're ordering this plane. Just follow our link there so we can get some commissions if you do decide to do that. Okay, see this? Come in here, line this up, push it on. Okay, so that pushes it on. But as you can see, come around the other side here. You see that? It feels like I got too far in there. You see how the ball link, it's like too far in.
Past it.
So I gotta go in like this and pry it out and see if that helps. Okay, so now I'm gonna take and just pop that. Ah, yes, much better. You see what happened? I over penetrated. I get that all the time.
I hate when that happens.
Do you?
Yeah. It said to be careful because they were tight.
Okay, so look. So then this thing is gonna go on after I actually get this through the servo, okay, like that. Then this goes around back. I'm just annoyed that they have that marked wrong in the manual potentially. Okay, so now I'm gonna get it. I love that strobe, by the way. It is awesome.
It is really cool.
Okay, and then once that's on, all you have to do is snap this down. Okay, so now that's snapped on and that'll retain it.
Let me show them close when you're done.
Okay. Yep, show them when I'm done.
Okay,
I'm
so
done.
you put, goodness gracious. So you put this back piece on and then you clipped it over to keep it.
It just rotates over and snaps on. Okay. It's kind of hard to show, actually.
It'll be easier on the wings for me to show.
And by the way, I just wanted to show you, I'm now pulling up and it's going up and I'm pushing down and it goes down. The only reason I check that right away is because many times, like on the ailerons in particular, if you have to reverse the aileron servo, there are some times that the absolute position will change slightly. And I mean slightly, but it's still annoying because then you have trim built in immediately. Okay, so now on the rudder, let's go ahead and get the rudder done.
Okay.
The rudder's obviously centered. We obviously did all sorts of safety checks to make sure that we wouldn't have differential thrust working. We have two that are about the same length for the ailerons, two that are about the same length for the flaps. And then we have one that's just a little bit shorter. It's gotta be for the rudder. So we'll go ahead and take this to the rudder. We'll take one of these doohickeys and we'll take the needle nose pliers. Why the needle nose pliers, you might ask? Well, because we have to work each of these as we build, okay? So what I mean by that is we have to hold in a flat. Don't do it out here where you have your teeth. Do it on the flat where there's nothing there. And then you can work this. Oh, good Lord. You see how hard I'm twisting?
Yeah.
Holy cow, that's hard. And turn it a few times, no matter what. Even if you don't need this adjustment, work it. You need to work it.
Yeah.
Because that's gonna cut the holes better, okay? And if you get one that's extremely stiff and you can't work it, undo it, take heat to it, put it back in. Don't heat it too much, you'll melt it, but you wanna melt it a little bit to open up the holes a little bit. So warm it up so it's like glowing and then let it cool down for 5 seconds, 10 seconds, and then go to it. And just get a little bit of penetration, let it cool, and then get the rest of the penetration, it'll open up the hole. A lot of penetration on brand fold sourcing.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I am gonna disregard anything the manual says other than wherever it is on there is what I'm going with, okay? That is a value judgment. You might not agree with me, but I'm doing that. Okay, so I gotta turn this. Obviously, need this to be turned 90 degrees like that. And then I need to figure out where's the face. The face is here. So this is the correct orientation here. If I have it lined up, which I doubt I do, because this is my first crack at it. Ooh, and that feels like it almost needs to go the other way to get proper alignment. I don't like that at all. But if that's true, I want to know. I'd rather know and get it right. Oh yeah, that's not square.
Nope, you gotta go.
That looks
Ouch.
pretty darn lined up. Okay, so we're gonna go, so you're saying, no, I'm talking about which direction this needs to go.
Oh, for that part.
So it's aligned up right. See, that's putting pressure on it. The other way it's not.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go on the inside.
So from that.
Okay, so I need this. I need to go out half a turn so that it'll push it out that way. I'm gonna slide this back in. Okay guys, this is how you do it. It's just guess and check until it's right. It's not like you can measure it and get it exact. Okay, that's definitely needs to go that way, right?
Quite
okay.
a bit, probably
a couple turns.
Yeah.
Okay, so pull that out. Ow. Hold on to it. There's one whole turn. That's the face we need to slide on. There's one half, there's one more. Okay, let's see how good the camera crew's estimating skills are getting. You've built more planes than most men. I can tell you that are in this hobby.
Estimation skills suck. Ooh, that was pretty good though.
No, it's darn tootin', it's not right. It needs more.
A whole turn
Yeah,
is going to be too much.
I don't know if I agree.
Well, we'll see.
Okay. So we're doing half a turn first just to see. Yes.
Did you go out?
Thought I did.
Okay.
Maybe I didn't. Okay, I'm gonna hold this. There's 1/2 out, 1/2 out. But now I'm not lined up right. Not lined up right. Because this bite point's wrong.
Right. You went a turn and a half or something.
I need to go another
You need to go
half.
back.
No, I need to go half. Half or more out. Okay, camera crew's wrong. I'm calling it.
No, she's not.
Okay, so now that's correct. The face is up. And when I say the face, there is a teeny, teeny, tiny little lifted portion there that helps you identify that this is the part that slides on. Very, very hard to see on camera. In person, it's barely something you can see. You're telling me that isn't perfect? I disagree. I'm calling it perfect. I'm calling it perfect. Is it not perfect?
I think it's to the, you need to go back towards, well, towards me now.
Oh.
You don't think so?
Okay, here, look, show the people. You're right.
Like I said.
So you're right. I was wrong. It happens more often than I want to admit.
So you're shortening.
So I'm going in half, in half. Okay?
Yes.
That should be about perfect. Now, what did I do wrong? I was trusting my eye and I was looking at these black marks. I should have been looking here.
Yeah.
Okay. See that? That's perfect.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's better.
Now, you can snap that on without a tool, but you're gonna be regretting it
Yeah, no
as
kidding.
soon as you try to do it, okay? Where did my little white snappy thing go? It's over here. I've got it right here, don't worry. Okay, so now I need to slide this on. And it over popped. Dang it. So annoying. You guys see this? So now I gotta go in and try to pop it down. And the only way to do it is to get in here, and my elevator is now in the way. So I'm gonna go this way instead and see if I can get it, and I'm just gonna try to pop it down. There it goes, popped it down. You see what I'm talking about? Those things pop on way too far. Okay, they're nice, they're high quality. And then here, watch, you can see this time, really good. And then go around and snap it down. Yep, you don't need a tool for that, but it's handy. Okay, rudder and rudder. Since I'm upside down and backward, I'm not even gonna assess that until I flip it upside down. And I'm just gonna, wait, hold on. I'm upside down, so it goes the same direction as the rudder. It's inducing the same moment. Okay, so it's going the right direction.
Okay.
That's going the right direction. So now ailerons. Ailerons are gonna be a little bit tricky, but you have to set ailerons before you can do flaps because the ailerons are gonna give you the alignment point with which to align. Now you've also got the home position of the flaps and the ailerons here, okay? So I'm gonna hold here and or here, knowing that that needs to be seated to be in the home position, but you don't wanna overdrive these, okay? So we're gonna start with the ailerons. Did that make sense?
Yes.
The ailerons have a longer gap than that, so that tells me that these are my ailerons and these are my flaps. Process of elimination. You remember when we started this like many hours ago? That's because we paused for a few hours, full disclosure,
Yes, we did.
okay? We were paused when we were getting our batteries charged. Both our camera and our human flesh. There's the face, you can see pretty good on that one. Now, I don't know which way this is gonna go. It looks like it's probably gonna go, I got that backward.
I think I'm gonna have to switch you or go around the other side of the wing.
Okay, go around the other side. So this is gonna go into whatever hole it fits in, which is the outermost hole. Fine, whatever. Okay, which by the way, the manual calls out different positions. Too bad for them. I'm gonna do what they prepared for. Okay, this is up too high. I need to obviously come out. Come out? Jeez, really?
Going downhill fast.
There's 1, 2, that's 3, now 4. So that would get us back to the right face. There, and not enough. Because it's really, it's kind of close, but it's no cigar. We gotta go one more turn. So there's 1. Pulling hard, it is not gonna pop off, okay? If you're in any doubt, check. If you really wanna know, go until it comes off and know for sure, okay? Ooh. I might actually, am I too far? I'm too far. I have to come back. This kind of sucks. So there's the halfway turn, and check this out. I bet it's gonna be perfect now.
But then you're on the wrong side of your
I'm on the wrong side.
thingy.
What do we do? Do we just snap it on anyway and see what happens? Let's just snap it on and see if it works. It may not go. If it doesn't go, okay, this one we can show really good. You see this? That's supposed to go over the top of this. Okay. Yeah, I don't like it.
Okay.
I mean, they told us it didn't like that.
Right. Well, then you're gonna have to pick.
Which position is better?
You don't wanna pull.
Hold on. Thinking out loud here. Wait. Yeah. What just happened? Because look, that is correct. See the face? That is correct. Okay. I think that's correct.
Okay.
That's where we're going.
Okay.
Am I misunderstanding something?
I don't think so.
Speak up now if
No,
you've got a
I don't
problem
think
with what
so.
I'm doing. Okay, so I'm gonna try to get this without over snapping it, but I'm guessing it's gonna over. Ah, I didn't screw it up that time. It's a miracle. Did I get the white thing? No, I didn't.
No.
Okay, so now look, this is gonna go on here, the retention clip, and then it's gonna go down here. And then yes, you can actually use this tool to snap these on too. See, works pretty good. Now ailerons. Now which one is, am I going the right way? Okay, so. Yeah, it's going the right way. The ailerons are always the same direction, okay? So yes. Sorry, I'm gonna stand on my head for just a second and make sure, because it's getting kind of late, I don't want to make a mistake. Okay, so that's gonna roll us to the left. And that's pointed to the left, okay? So we did that right. We did that correct.
I believe you.
Take my word for it.
Do not ask me which way ailerons.
By the way, if that was in the middle hole, you'd have like almost no throw. I would disagree with that anyway. So we've got one more white clip. We need the long one, okay? So now the long one is gonna go in this aileron. You're probably thinking to yourself, why do you care what direction it goes? Can't you just reverse the channel? Sure, but like I said, the absolute position many times changes just slightly when you do that. So I don't like to do that if I can avoid it. So grabbing a hold, giving twists. Ooh,
Oh, we're getting close on time, but you're fine for a minute.
that thing snapped.
It snapped?
It broke.
Oh. I need to show the people.
I have to decide if I'm comfortable with that or not. Okay, let's talk about redundancy. Let me see that. Rudder is not redundant, even though we have differential thrust. I don't trust getting rid of the rudder. If that rudder flops, it'll crash your plane. If this aileron, if I lose an aileron, I have another aileron. If this aileron gets set in a bad angle, I can make up for it with aileron roll, okay? I can fly a plane without ailerons. Kind of. I can counter that with the opposite one. It would just act like a spoileron or a flapperon if it was stuck in a bad position. So even though I'm not happy about that, and we'll have to get that replaced, okay?
Right.
We're gonna be able to get this plane together, I think. Just kind of pisses me off actually, but that's fine. No big deal. We'll work it out. Okay, so the face is here, not here. Okay, so I'm going to wherever the hole is, the hole is in the top one. Again, does not agree with what the manual says, but I disagree with what the manual says. Okay, so there's that. What does the quick start guide say? Because they do show measurements.
They show measurements, but they do not show
I'm too
hole
far.
positions.
I'm just pulling this back in. There's half a turn. There's one full turn. I think we have enough penetration. There's enough threads through there, or we're gonna be okay. I just don't, man, that stresses me out when I see stuff like that snap. That's good. Oops, popped out. That's good. This is good. We're good.
Okay.
So here's the thing. I'm not suggesting you do this. I'm suggesting this is what I'm doing. I am gonna glue this right now for your viewing pleasure so that you can understand that I don't want it to deteriorate worse than the condition that it's currently in. This is not a permanent fix. It is I just don't want that thing to break off altogether, okay?
Right.
So we're gonna go with CA on this. Now, what am I doing? I have already positioned it so that it has the correct length. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna not only go there, I'm gonna go here as well, okay? Why all the way along? Because this will bond, James bond, okay? And it's gonna basically give us more body to work with, okay? So that CA is gonna go all the way around that apparatus. And so even if that wanted to crack, which it's likely to eventually crack more, this will then add more body around that broken clippy doohickey, okay?
Okay.
I'm not trying to dry it, I'm trying to blow the drip. See the drip?
Nope. Yes.
I want the drip to be a certain size, and then I'm gonna set it by putting kicker here and walking it around, just like that. See how I'm spinning it? And then spinning it, and then spinning it, and then spinning it, okay? So now, I don't like to have to report when stuff like that happens, because obviously that means that we had a bit of a problem. This problem is not ideal, but it's also not a deal breaker, because we have penetration about 1/3 again past the crack point. That's why we can get away with this. I'm not suggesting that you do it. If you have a cracked one, the best thing you could do is just literally steal it off of another surface and put it on there, one that's less critical. But I'm gonna tell you this, flaps are more critical. You could get asymmetrical yaw that's really out of hand with flaps, because you got thrust blowing over them, okay?
Yeah.
But out here, I feel like the best case scenario, if you're gonna have a cracked one, would be here, okay? I'm not happy about it still. All right, so in the hole. In the hole.
Those landing lights are really bright.
Oh, I thought you were telling me to stop.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Okay, so then I'm gonna actually put this on, what the heck? Oh, it's gotta go under, see? On and then under. I'm putting this one on first because I'm trying to give that CA a few seconds to set up. See this? Mm-hmm. Snap it on. And then I can come back at this, okay? I'm gonna try to not over snap it. Again, that was kind of convenient the way that worked. Oh, it didn't work. Do I have it backward? I honestly cannot say with certitude. Yeah, it sure looks like I have it right.
I mean, it says they're tight. They weren't kidding.
Okay, and I didn't overdrive it. So now when I do this, that would want to roll the plane this way, which is what I'm doing. Yep, and they're going opposite one another. So we're good there. Now, the last mechanical installation point for control surfaces are right here for the flaps. We'll just start over there because that's where we were just at. Okay. This got bent a little bit. I don't know if that was a shipping issue or what, but I just straightened it because the foam was bent a little bit. Now, we haven't set up the flap system, so why don't you come around and we'll set up the flap system a little bit.
Okay.
Okay. So the first thing we gotta do is we gotta click, scroll down to flap system. We're gonna set up -100, +100 and see if it goes the right way. Now remember, you can only go -100, +100, right, on this menu, but you can change your servo settings. I don't know if this is right. We're gonna find out in just a second, okay? All right, so this is normal flight mode. Now takeoff flaps, now landing flaps. So we have this side correct. Does the other one look correct? Takeoff flaps, or normal, now takeoff, now landing. Okay, yes. Great, so that's correct. So now that we have that done, I know we're not gonna set such a big step, so it might be something like this. Okay, so we have takeoff flaps are gonna be less, and then more for full deployment for landing flaps, okay? Go back to takeoff flaps, or excuse me, to regular home position where they're locked in. And we're gonna do that right now. Now that we have positioned them where we think we need, the other thing you can do is many times, like on some of the brands, we have to go in here to travel, and we'll go to flaps, and we'll actually increase the throw. So I'm gonna go to neutral so it highlights both of them, except I set it so that it's never gonna highlight both of them at the same time. So I open that to 150%, and you can see where they are. Now takeoff flaps, now landing flaps. I don't even know if I need that extra throw. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change it from 150. I'm gonna go to like 125, because a lot of times we need a little bit more. My scrolly wheel needs cleaned. It's pretty evident. Okay. So I'm gonna go to 125 and see if our throw looks good. So that gives us 25% more, or 50% more. Okay, so there's our home position, there's our takeoff, there's our landing. If it either overdrives or run this into something or overshoots or whatever, then we can make adjustments from there. But I like the absolute position where it is, because then I don't have to redo my mechanical installation of these things. If that makes sense, I hope it does. I'm gonna grab this. We're gonna do the same thing we did before. We're gonna work it in, we're gonna work it out, we're gonna work it in and out a couple of times. Bringing it down, bringing it out, okay? Now we're gonna look for the little relief bump. There's the bump. Which way does this go? Looks like the hole is in the middle position, so that's where that's gonna be. Okay. Goodness gracious, wow. Just to be clear, that is gonna be, okay, so.
Really short?
I don't know if it's gonna go short enough. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh, let's dig it into my finger. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And that's bottomed out, folks. So all the way bottomed out. And I think it's gonna have to be like this, which I also don't like, but we'll see if it goes. How in the frick is that gonna work? Okay, so I'm going to go back into servo setup, and I'm gonna change this normal flight mode setting, okay? Okay, I'm gonna hit clear. It's gonna bring us back to 100. If I'm gonna do anything, I'll overdrive the other side when it pulls back, okay? See there, all the way back, all the way forth. Okay, so I'm at 100%. We may not be able to run these where we think we want them, because look where we are, guys.
Just because of the
like, there's no way. There's no way that's gonna reach. Because look. And why do I know this is the right one and I didn't use the wrong one on the rudder? Because there's only one for the rudder.
Yeah.
There's 2 for this. Okay, so that is way short. Give this a 50% turn like this. I'm out. I have to go that way. Nope, I can't go that way. I can't go this way. So I'm gonna go that way, okay? Then this is going to just demonstrate just how far off this is. Okay, look at that. We are way off. So that means the only way to resolve this is to take this screw off, undo it, move it out neutrally, and then let that operate. But the problem is, then I'm gonna have to be on top and not under it, okay? Because once I'm on top, the next problem we're gonna have, oh, we're going backward. We're going backward. That's gonna be, wait, no we're not. We are backward, we're backward. First of all, I'm gonna set this back to 100. So look at this, guys. 2 ways you can do this in flap system. I can set this to plus 100. I can set this to plus 50. This is probably what I'm gonna stick with, okay? And then I can set this one to minus 100, okay? I had it backward, guys. All right, so we just figured out the flaps were going the wrong way, basically. And so in this menu, we flip the flaps the other direction, okay? So instead of being minus 100, it's plus 100. And then this is minus 100, okay? So that's because the flaps get pushed out instead of pulled back into their normal position. Like a normal flap that's hinged would get pulled back. This one actually gets pushed into position, okay? So that'd be the normal flight mode, which is how we made the length of these right. Stay where you are. See? These are now not all the way in. We're gonna go to the factory drilled hole. And we're just gonna try to get this to match up with the ball length now. Okay, so this is awkward, but it can be done. Camera crew, just put your hand down. Okay, so then this is the direction that this is gonna go on, but I need that to be sucked into the home position at the home position as it lies, okay? So that's pretty darn close to where it needs to be. I'm just gonna go with that's probably correct, okay? So I am gonna snap this on from here with the wrong tool for the job. Okay, and I got it, okay? Now, I gotta try to get this clip doohickey on, and I'm sort of reluctant to do this way, but it's the easiest way to do it, so I'm gonna do it this way. Also, I have this tool here, and I'm gonna try to hold this under here just to kind of lift that up so that I can drop this on and then slip it around, okay? So once that's allowed to slip around, then I'm gonna take my pliers and just try to snap it on, and let's hope for the best. Please snap on. Yep, snapped it on. Okay, sweet. So now watch this function, it's pretty sweet. Take off flaps, landing flaps. Nice, okay? So now at this point, now we can go back to the servo rates and we can go into flaps and say, okay, I wanna go a little bit more, and let's go like 125. Okay, show them from this side, please, down here. So you can see that'd be like full deployment, and then this would be like takeoff is not enough. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to flap system. And since we have one done, see, I'm just walking this back up. Let's just do 0 and see what it looks like. Yeah, it actually looks pretty good. Just take off flaps, now landing flaps. That actually looks pretty dang good. It's not a symmetrical, it's not like a linear output because of the way the sweep works out. And that's why you can have kind of this isn't even linear because this is 100% and that's 125. So we're getting our differential built in from the servo rate. It looks really smooth and beautiful. Okay, so now we just have to try to emulate that here. And the easiest way to emulate on a flap system is just try to get these physically the same length. And I think we're really dang close. So now this may not be perfect, but we're gonna try our best and we're just gonna replicate on the other side. Now keep in mind, you know, when you build a plane like this, or when you put it together, there's a little bit of guess and check, and that's what we help you work through on Brian Phillips RC. There are quite a few steps left on this plane. We're gonna get it done. It's gonna take some time, and we apologize that sometimes these builds just take a long time to do. Believe me, we wish they didn't. But at the end of the day, we are where we are. We wanna help you guys so that you can find success as you're building. All right, so we have this super small little relief that we're looking for. It's on this side, not that side, and we need to be going straight up if we want to match the other side. So we're gonna go ahead and go straight up with it. And this is very awkward, I gotta say. So I do not like this step, but I like the function of the flaps. I think it's a really nice functioning flap setup. It's just kind of like a little bit too much. And not only that, but there's no excuse for this not being done at the factory. Well, there kind of is an excuse. And that is they don't know what radio system you're gonna be using. That would create a deviation from model to model, potentially. Okay, it didn't snap on, but that's okay because I just realized it occurred to me that I could check the travel right now before I snap this permanently. That looks super close. But the molding is different on the left and the right. I'm checking on a molding panel on a door, but those doors are different. That goes to the white line halfway. This does not go to the white line halfway. That one's deployed further than this one. So I don't know if that's because of the snap point. Yeah, it's because of the snap point. This one's gonna deploy. It needs to be pulled in a little bit, and we'll see if that helps. Okay, so there's only, it's all or nothing. So I have to go in half and then in another half, and we'll see if we get lucky. I don't think we will. Okay. Okay, so we'll just kind of slide that in. It's a little bit easier to do with the deployment out a bit. Ooh, that thing feels and looks loose, doesn't it? Did you see what happened?
I did not.
Well, look close.
What looks loose?
This looks loose. Except I got the wrong screwdriver. I need a Phillips. I assume that's a Phillips. Why am I assuming that's a Phillips? This thing is loose. Oh. Look. Or something about it is loose. Because that thing, I swear that thing moved. Look. Oh, maybe it's just that portion of it's loose. Let me see if this will go in at all. If I can turn it in, that'd be great. Yeah, it's turning in for me. Yep, okay, so that's gonna take the slop out of the flap assembly. Okay, so glad we caught that. Probably not the end of the world. And I am actually moving my transmitter over here, so if I drop this, I don't drop on top of the transmitter. And now I have to see if I can get these things evened up. Okay, so remember, we're looking for deployment evenness. Incredibly difficult to tell. So now let's walk them back into the home position. Normal flight mode. That's pulling it past home quite a bit. Okay, so this is not acceptable. I'm gonna have to come out halfway. I don't know how this is gonna tolerate this because I need half a turn out. There's half a turn. Here's a full turn. I just don't think that's acceptable. There's too big of a deviation between the left and the right. Okay. Let's see if we get lucky. Sometimes these things just work out. Even though they shouldn't, they just do. And other times they don't. It actually creates a roll in the aircraft while it's flying. Incredibly difficult to get in on this angle. I have to say, there's been quite a few steps on this build that are just weird. And not like super tedious, but just weird. They're not like super hard steps. They're just a lot of them. Yeah, and it's not just because we're trying to make it difficult, I don't think. Okay. All right, so that brings it home without overdriving. Take off flaps, now landing flaps. The angle looks great, but it could be the paint job is not exactly even here.
That's what I'm thinking, because it looks really even when you run in.
I know, and that's what I'm just held up on this. Why are they not going to the same spot?
Yeah.
And I don't think I need to be. I think I'm just gonna grin and bear it because there's not a whole lot we can do about it. Okay. So got that there. Snap this on. Got it. Okay. All right, so now let's look at the flap system. There's the landing flaps. Here's takeoff flaps in my case. And then here's home. And very good. No servo buzz. Very smooth action. Now elevator compensation. Let's do 6. And I'm going to exaggerate. I want to see this go down. Yep, it went down, meaning down elevator. Okay, so I'm going to clear that, and I'm going to put this in at, let's call it 6. And then we'll do 10 for elevator compensation, okay? Beautiful. All right, so throttle cuts on. Now, we have a handful of different steps left on this build. And so what I wanna do is I wanna make sure I don't miss anything. So I'm gonna refer to a list I made here for a minute. We obviously have to mount, all the stuff physically because right now it's not mounted. Throttle cuts on. The other thing is after I shut off the camera, I did test my thrust reverse feature, okay? Go ahead and move that out of the way, please. So because everything is in here loose, I have to be real careful the way I flip the plane over because I don't want to damage anything in there because I have a battery just flopping loose, okay? So first things first, let's test the thrust reverse in addition to, go over here, please. Okay, so throttle cut is off. As you can see, that's forward thrust, it's pulling the plane. Differential thrust at 0 thrust, you can see one's pulling it the same way as the steerable, And same thing here, pulling it the same as the steerable. Now let's go into reverse thrust and let's go ahead and back up. Look at that. It's gonna assist backing up the direction of travel. And that is all from our mixes, okay? Now throttle cuts on and nothing. That's what you want. Second thrust reverse, same setting and nothing. Throttle cuts off and reverse thrust. Everything is working, throttle cuts on. And I did, full disclosure, I changed the setting. We noticed in the manual, the camera crew explained to me that they had called out a 30% mix. And so I was like, okay, well, I was at 25%, so why don't I just do their magic number for my mixing? And so in this rudder to throttle mix, throttle cut is off. You can see it's 30 now instead of 25 and 25, okay? And then same thing here, rudder to gear, which is where our other throttle is plugged in. It's gonna be minus 30 and minus 30. Now keep in mind, with your transmitter, throttle cuts on, it may be a little bit different than that, so just keep that in mind. Now also, we can't check CG yet because there's no reason to check it until everything is mounted. So I think our next move is gonna be to go ahead and, oh man, look at that. Are you kidding me? When did that happen?
Jeez.
That's freaking annoying. Show the people.
Yeah.
Show them. Point it out.
Yeah, I can see it. I'm pointing at it.
And what is it?
The paint is scratched off.
That is so frustrating. Fortunately, it's gray. Be better if it's black, because then it wouldn't be such a big deal. But I don't even know what I did. I mean, I obviously hit something.
Flipping it over a bunch, but
We didn't flip it over a bunch since we just got it back over. We flipped it over to get our stuff set for the video.
yeah.
What were you looking at?
No, nothing.
Okay.
I was just looking at the plane.
I thought you saw something floating through the air, because I thought I saw something
did
floating
you?
through the air. Yeah. And when you see something floating through the air during a radio setup, it usually indicates like smoke.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
That's what I was nervous about. There was no smoke. Okay, all right, so all the different surfaces are now moving in the right direction. So before we get everything mounted, let's verify the control surface direction. Elevator up, elevator down. Roll left, roll right, yaw left, and steerable is yawing left, yaw right, and steerable is yawing right. Do you want to give them a shot so they can see that real quick? So we're going to go to the right, we're going to go to the left. Okay, now look at the rudder. We're going to go to the right, or excuse me, we're going to the left, we're going to go to the right, okay? So all the surfaces are moving in the correct directions. I must say, not a lot of throw. I am definitely glad I didn't follow what the instructions said, because I don't feel like there's that much movement. I'd like to see more. But I love the flaps. I love the way they look. I love the way that they function. That's sweet. I think they're gonna work well. Also with the thrust blowing straight over those, it's gonna be incredible. And I can't wait to see it look, how it looks in the air. Now, the other thing is this is a very long aileron, okay? So you may not need a lot of deflection to get the output you need. Same thing, elevator. It's a very long elevator. All right, so now we can, at this point, start going ahead and getting, did I hit that on the sink maybe? I don't think so.
I don't know what you hit.
Well, okay, so as you can see, this is now plugged in. We don't need this to be plugged in for this step, and since the lights are a little bit blinding, we're gonna go ahead and unplug it, and then also I can just lay my transmitter out of the way. Now, full disclosure, this thing is gonna be spatially aware, but right now we haven't activated the features, which would be AS3X Plus and Safe, that need to be spatially aware. So if you were just doing an 80, instead of an 8360T, if you just did an 8020T, then that would give you no stabilization, no safe. So you would basically be done with your radio setup at this point, and you would not have to mount this, but you know, most people are gonna mount a receiver. And in my case, we're obviously gonna do that. Now you can mount this here, you can mount this here, you can mount it here, you know, whatever angle you wanna do. I don't know if you can go broadside, but I'm not gonna go broadside anyway. What I would like to do is I would like to see if I can get it to mount back in that low point on the tray there, behind the tray, and then possibly spin it around so that the antennas go back. But also I just want to point out the fact that everything is relatively tidy now, and I like the way everything is lined up, okay? Now, how do I usually do this? I actually glue my receivers in, and the only thing I'm regretting about my cable management thus far is that I tied this to my cables to help get it through the opening.
Oh.
And I'm not like real crazy about it right now. but kind of is what it is. So at this point, we're just gonna go with it. I'm gonna see if I can turn this around. Now these being diversity antennas, you wanna have them at 90 degrees of each other. 90 degrees, 90 degrees, 90, you don't want them lined up parallel like that because you're gonna get the most diversity if they're at 90 degrees of each other, okay? Remember, but there's only 2 of them, so there's like an infinite number of 90-degree positions when it comes to the aerodynamic placement of an aircraft, okay? All right, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to see if I can come up with a creative way to mount this by just holding it. I think I wanna just glue it, and I wanna glue it. I don't know if we're gonna get back to the center is my thing.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine, but yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna be able to like move out of your way so
No,
you
I
can
know.
see. You're gonna see what you're gonna see, unfortunately, folks. For this step, and that's always true at this step where you're sticking your arm in a hole, it's, you know, there's only so much I can do. So we're gonna have some China glue involved again, and we're also gonna do shelf liner to help hold our batteries in place. Now this is shelf liner. You can get this stuff for like 10 bucks, 12 bucks for a huge roll of it. You use it for like 1,000,000 planes. This is the more conventional shelf liner. We have links to this in our supplies tab. If you can't find it, just buy it from there. You all help support the channel. It's not overly expensive. I think it's like 10, 12 bucks, and you will literally use it for hundreds of planes, okay? So we'll cut that with scissors, lay it under the battery, but we're gonna come back to that. I just know I'm gonna have glue out in a minute. So my first step, while this glue's setting up, we'll go ahead and get the shelf liner done, but I gotta get glue on here, okay? So also, you see how this is tangled? I wanna untangle those so we have the maximum length to work with. All right, so the first things first, and by the way, thanks for bearing with us on such a long video. This is longer than even normal for us. Okay, so I'm just gonna put that there. And then the thing I love about this glue is you can actually spread it with your finger if you want, okay? Just because this stuff will tack up as you work it. And so long as you get it back onto the surface, then you're okay. And that will help to speed up the process. Now, why do I really, really like this stuff? Because look, you get it on your fingers, you can ball it up and it will just come off of your hands, which is definitely not the case with CA, okay?
No.
So if you were to do that with CA, you'd be in a world of hurt or at the hospital. All right, so now I have to figure out how I am going to situate this in the plane. And I'm just like, honestly, I'm having a hard time seeing myself where I wanna mount this, just because we've got this stupid steerable and the rudder that's kind of fighting me. And I think I'm gonna go a little bit heavier on glue first. I definitely don't want this to be hampered because of our previous cable management decisions, because that we're gonna need to plug in every time we fly. We wanna make sure it's easy to use. Okay, I'm actually gonna go a little bit heavier, like I said, just one more smear of glue. And that's just gonna give us a little bit more thickness, physical thickness of the glue. And some of you are probably thinking, why don't you just use double-sided tape? Yeah, go ahead and do that if you want, that's fine. I've used double-sided tape for years as well, and I've had good success with it. This is going to be the amount of material that I want to transpose to the other half of the equation. Then I'm gonna peel it out of the position that I put it in. Notice I'm just going right to the edge, and all I'm doing is just trying to basically get all the stickum where I want the stickum, okay? And so now, don't want that to go down there, and yes, it went right where I didn't want it. You see what happened? It went right onto my Velcro. That is about the one spot I didn't want it to land, but you know what? It's okay. I'm just gonna use my finger, get it tacked up. I'm gonna let this tack up right here. It just keeps wanting to get pulled back by the stupid wiring. I gotta say, the wiring, the cable management on this plane has been kind of a pain in the butt. It's not been easy. It's like long in all the wrong ways and all the wrong places. But at the same time, we've seen that from many, many manufacturers. It's not anything special. It's not like Avios did a bad job compared to other manufacturers. If I recall, the bind and flies that we've done for other twin Otters have also been kind of questionable because of the twin engine configuration. Okay, so you see I did a half twist to try to help with cable management. And I want these are coaxial cables, so you don't want to kink them, okay? So I'm gonna just rotate this and I'm gonna push it back. You guys are probably just gonna have to take my word for it because I am pushing this back. I am gonna favor it to the left and then I'm gonna slide it to the center. And normally I would want to peel it out, but I'm just gonna be content with leaving it where it is. Now, why there? Because I want to try to get it somewhat square with the length of the plane. So some of you might be tempted to, you know, but all that wire is sticking out right where the battery's going to be. I don't know if I like that as much. Because if I can flip it around, then all the wire will be forced back there.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying.
So I am going to go ahead and peel it out, which is good because then it'll get that stickum to get tacky, the glue. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold this now. And you see those strings? I'm going to pull those strings with my finger and just pull it out and just curl it up on my finger. Because then I can clean my hands in a second, but then I don't have to depend on that. And really all I need to do is try to figure a way to get all this cable out of the way as I push the receiver back, and it's gonna be a challenge. But I'm gonna do it because that's what I want done. Yep, I've got cables under it, okay? So now I'm pushing this back. You guys see where it is? You see my problem? The cables are wanting to chase underneath the receiver as I'm doing this blind because there's no way to really have two hands in there, okay? And you know, by the way, I know some of you are probably screaming at the TV because you've already seen how I configured it from a later part of the video, maybe jumping around and you're like, just do that thing. Well, you got to remember that's future Brian. Future Brian knows where he mounts it. Okay, that's beautiful. I can live with that. And that bundle is pretty well managed. Now, how are you going to get in there and add another cable, you might say? Well, to be honest with you, if you make a change to this, you can just rip that thing off of the floor of the plane. It's not that big a deal. And if you can't get it to rip off, then you can take some kicker and you can get it down and around it. And then once you get it out, you can dry it out. See how it's not quite square though? I'm trying to get it perfectly square before everything sets up totally. But you see the gaps on the sides? That's what I'm looking for squareness. And I'm just not seeing it just quite yet. We're close. Close, but no cigar. This is where you got to have an eye for detail, folks. And you know, part of this whole process of dealing with RC airplanes is learning new skills. And if you don't have an eye for detail, you know, you might just struggle a little bit more in the process of doing this. But we're going to try to help you out as much as we can here on Brian Phillips RC. So you can see those antennas are just janked out to the side, and that's fine for now. And then also this, you see that glue that got onto that strap? Unfortunately, it's probably gonna be in there unless I were to just kind of pick it out right now. The other thing you can do is you can use kicker and that will come out, okay? But I'm just mostly concerned right now with getting this thing seated and square and to a point where it won't move. And I think we're there. Okay, so now the next thing I need to do is I need to get this antenna either situated back here and taped down or pressed into a cavity. And I feel back here by where the landing gear mount that there is plenty of material to work with. I'm also gonna do a little bit of cable management as I reach back here for that battery test black and red cable. I just wrapped it around. So I want one antenna to go straight back and I want one antenna broadside, okay? Or, you know, it'd be better is if I put one antenna up along the vertical axis because that would be ideal. Now, the other thing you could do is if you're really not too worried about it, you could just plop them back there and I think you'd probably be fine with the diversity antennas. By the way, I just hit the bind plug, but it doesn't, or the bind button, it doesn't matter because it's de-energized right now. Not like it's gonna go into bind mode because it's not energized. Okay, so I'm gonna show you one way that I have done antennas in the past that's worked well. Obviously there's more than one way to skin a cat, but I'm gonna take a toothpick. Okay, toothpicks work good because they're about the right dimension. This is just run-of-the-mill toothpick. And do I have forceps out?
They are not out.
Okay, I have them. I have them. So I'm gonna take this, and there's 2 or 3 different ways I've done this, but this is probably one of my most favorites. And what I do is I clamp onto it like this. And a lot of times I have to break this off, but for now I'm gonna try not to. So I'm gonna go back here to where I can really get that antenna in there in a perfect spot. I have to get the angle about perfect. And then 28 millimeters is what actually gets penetrated in the foam. I wanna go 28 plus a safety margin, okay? So now I'm just going straight in there and I've run into something, okay? So I have a substrate I hit. So I'm gonna go along one of these ribs right here. And it's gonna be at a slight angle, but no big deal. So I'm gonna enter into the foam, then I'll pull it really shallow. I hope you guys can see. This is gonna not pop out, okay? So that's gonna get us started. Now I gotta kind of realign my tool so I can finish the penetration. Whoops. Camera crew, shine that light down here. Go down more, down more, down more. Okay, I'm looking, go down more. There you go, right there. Okay. I'm trying to find this entry point where I can drop back in. You see that? That's the entry point. Now, if you have an entry point you're trying to replicate easily, you can actually take a marker. Good, I didn't go out, okay? You could take a marker and you can mark the tip of this and then enter that way. Now, I'm not gonna clamp onto this. I'm just gonna hold it very gently. If you clamp this, you'll destroy it, okay? So I'm gonna just kind of hold this, not clamping, or you may destroy it, I should say. But you're likely to destroy it, okay? So I wanna get at that same angle that I had the tool holding. Okay, down, down, down. Thank you. There's a shadow I'm avoiding here, camera crew. Okay. Okay, you see I'm in the hole. And all I'm trying to do is go down more toward my head. Okay, there you go. You guys see what I did there? It's wanting to pull out though. I don't know for sure if I was in. I think I was in. Could you tell?
I cannot tell, no.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I'm in the hole. It's definitely toward my ear and up. Up. No, go in a little bit more toward the airplane. Go in if you can.
Sorry.
My hand is blocking it.
I know.
You gotta come over. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm in.
Okay.
I got it. All right, guys. I know it might feel like you're watching an RC Sparks video right now, but I promise you it's not. Okay, so that's in. You guys see? Now you can tell the gray just penetrated. You guys see the gray penetration there?
No.
Get that camera down low.
Your hand is in the way.
Get it right there.
Okay.
Okay. The gray is penetrating into the foam. You can take my word for it if you want, but the idea is you got to remember when you're loading a battery in here, that's going to be a vulnerable spot, okay? So what I'm going to point out with this thing is I'm going to take and point right where it's going in. It's going in right there. You can see the gray is through the foam, okay? So this is now going to be somewhat protected in that regard. It's also going to mostly control the position of the antenna. Okay, shut that light back off. And what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna see if I can get this other wire to not be here because I do not want that wire there. And I'm just gonna do, this is just cable management 101. I'm gonna go back into the side of one of these ribs and I'm gonna push the rest of these wires over. Now that we've done that, this antenna is gonna go probably vertical, okay? Because I've got all this body here I can go into. I don't wanna go into the wing, I wanna go into here, okay? So I'm gonna reach, yeah, the only problem is I wanna stay way back, okay? So look, 28 millimeters of exposed, so I can break this off. Then I'm gonna come in here like this. I wanna stay on the aircraft side, and I wanna go in at a slight angle and away, just like that, okay? So now that's gonna be incredibly hard to find, but I'll just kind of like leave it so it's sort of started. And then my objective is to put this in without crimping on, okay? So I'm not crimped on, I don't wanna kink it. And I don't know if you can see again, Han, do you need to turn the light on or is it okay?
I'm kind of trying to zoom it. It's okay for right now.
Okay, all right. Sorry guys, this is really hard to film this because I can barely see. And I know my head is gonna block you.
It's okay.
Okay, look, see if you can get an angle.
Yep.
See that, guys? So now that's in there, and that's gonna be somewhat protected, okay? Now it's not perfect, and you'll also notice that my wire is under it. So what I gotta do is I gotta walk back and see if I can go around and then come back out over the top. Now, I doubt that's gonna be a perfect solution. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna pull this out and see if I can get a little bit more penetration, and I'm gonna do just a hair bit of glue on there, okay? So you see what I'm doing here? I'm gonna see if I can find that same hole, and I am actually going to try to open it up a little bit deeper, which hopefully doesn't penetrate out the top. Oh man, that is so hard to find. Hun.
Yeah.
Any pointers for me?
No, I'm sorry. I really can't see it all.
Can the people see?
A little bit.
There it is.
Okay.
Okay, so now I'm gonna go in. Yeah, I already have it all the way. Okay, so that might be one of those times where you just go ahead and throw caution to the wind and mark it. So what am I doing now? I am just gonna put a tiny teensy bit of China glue, just a little bit. I mean, barely any, to be honest. And that's gonna just kind of help it to not slide out, okay? It doesn't need to be in there like permanently, because if you wanna pull it out, you can pull it out later, okay? Now that that's in, I just need to try to figure a way to get this to go back and stay back so it's out of the way, so every time we're loading the battery, we don't have consistent difficulties of controlling, manipulating, and protecting this cable. Okay, so you see this other cable? I'm gonna just put it on top, and then there's two ways, two trains of thought. I think I'm gonna put a little bit of China glue back here just to hold that in position, and I'm actually gonna take China glue and I'm gonna apply it with the end of this broken now toothpick. I'm just gonna take a little bit off of the tip of the China glue. Okay, just like that, nothing fancy. I'm gonna come in here, slather it. Can you move that light just a little bit so you can see what's going on? Okay, slather it and then stick that down. Keep it in mind, you don't need hardly any glue. All this is just kind of holding its position physically in that spot. So it's out of the way of the battery lead. Now, I'm not crazy about the battery solution here because I just feel like this is gonna end up damaging that, okay? So as a result, I have one more solution that I have to implement. I don't like having to do this step, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna take this X-Acto knife and I'm gonna make a channel, okay? So this X-Acto knife is gonna allow me to cut a relief at some point here, and I'm not gonna cut any of the wires. I'm just gonna kind of cut near them to make a channel, okay? So you see how I made that cut. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back in here with this same handy dandy poker device. I'm just gonna open up the mouth of it a little bit, okay? And then once I'm done opening up the mouth of it a little bit, I'm gonna undo my tiny teensy bit of glue. And remember, we don't wanna kink this at all, but we do wanna protect it, okay? So I'm gonna walk it into that void that we just cut with the X-Acto knife, and I'm gonna press it in very gently so as to only have foam as the agent that we're pressing against, okay? So you guys see what I'm talking about right there? I gotta get this to make that relatively tight bend, and I want it to go in there. And I know my elbow is blocking. The camera crew is going to do everything she can to move the camera so you can see, and I have no idea if you can see.
I can see a little bit.
Okay. It's incredibly difficult to film some of these aspects, folks. Okay, so that broke. So I'm just gonna move to a little bit thicker part of it. All I'm trying to do now is just literally open up this area that I cut. You see what I did there? Mm-hmm. Once you open it up, then it'll drop in there and that foam will relax after you're done with all that moving and shaking, okay? But I just am having a heck of a time because you know, you really don't have a whole lot of control over this because you're back in the plane's cavity here, okay? All right, so folks, again, I think we've shown how not to do this step, but it is a way you can do it. The other way you can do it is you can just tape it. And to be honest, like, this is probably not that critical to have it at exactly 90 degrees of each other. But you know what makes it really easy is when you have moving shadows. Okay, you see what I just did there? You got to get that shadow to hold still, please. It makes it incredibly difficult for me to do this. Okay. Okay, see what just happened? I finally found the pocket. You see the pocket? Now I don't look like an insane person, which is kind of handy. See that? Now it's in the pocket, all right? That's gonna keep it out of the way somewhat. And then what'd be really nice is if this was disconnected and on top of it so that I could glue this all into the corner, which, to be honest with you, it's probably worth the extra effort if I can get it done without causing a big hoopla, but I'm gonna cause a hoopla, so I'm just gonna push it back. okay? This is the steerable nose gear, just in case you guys were wondering what that was. And to be honest, it's just coming out in a stupid spot, the way that this worked out. Man, that would be really nice if I could fix that, don't you think?
I'm not sure. I'm sure it probably would be.
Yeah, it's so nice, I'm gonna do it. I just have to get in here and undo the plug. Okay, so I undid the plug. Now I just need to go around to the other side. And see, this is the beauty of setting up RC aircraft, is that once you do it, you have to sometimes redo it to get the positive outcome you were hoping for. Brown is down, so that means I can just clamp onto this. These forceps are invaluable for applications just like this, where you cannot get your hands in. Even if you wanted to, I can get my hand in, which is what I'm gonna do, and press that in, okay? So now that steerable is in, and I've somehow lost the light that I was using to help me see. Look at this, guys. Oh yeah, there it is. Come on, get back in there. You know you want it. And see, I can press against this now because I'm foam against the wire. There it is, there's the pocket. You guys see the pocket now? And that's pretty good. So now that's back there, it's out of the way. This is far enough back, I'm not super worried about it. But this wire, which happens to be, what is this one? That's the thrust reverse wire, I think. Is just kind of in a stupid spot also. And I'm gonna try to walk that back. Cable management sucks to film, okay?
Yes.
Because it's very frustrating for the camera crew, it's very frustrating for me. But as you can see, we've got a pretty good result here. The antennas are, you know, mildly protected. My issue now is that I want this to be back here in a more protected spot, okay? So now that we know where that protected spot's gonna look like, I can do kind of a similar condition here where I can cut a channel. It doesn't need to be anything super fancy. This side's gonna be incredibly easy compared to the other side because there's not like a million wires in the way. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do it the smart way instead of the dumb way like I did the other side. And the smart way is gonna look like this. I'm gonna take just a little bit of China glue here. Hardly any, that's way too much, but whatever. I'm gonna put it on the cable, okay? Now I'm gonna take this, and while I'm clamped onto it, I'm gonna just spread it on the opening of my cut, okay? And then I'm gonna take this and lay it down. And then I'm gonna just take my finger, because I can reach this one, and I'm just gonna push it into that opening while the glue is still sort of tacky and not super set up. And yet it is still very set up already. Like it's incredibly tacky already, okay? There we go. I'll show you when it's done. You guys can see I've found the pocket now. Now I'm clamped more or less shut. I'm not trying to grab onto it this time. I'm just pushing with this tool because I can really get a good bite on it. Okay, see that's in now? In now. See how it's in now? See how it's in now? And it's, now I'm gonna open up, I'm not gonna clamp it, I'm just gonna push it down with the opened mouth of the, see that? Now you have a protection right there to keep those things. Okay. All right, we're trying to get the focus to work. There we go. You see the protection we're talking about here and the protection we're talking about here. Now, camera crew is gonna try to help me here. That way, every time you go in here and wiggle and jiggle this crap, my fear is that this is gonna wanna kinda come undone every freaking time you load a battery. And that's what we want to avoid, because that's when you end up with like one cable that comes unplugged, and that is obviously not ideal. That would be very bad actually, because it'd be very difficult to combat that. You're not gonna know it's a problem until it's like a catastrophic one. Okay, so then this antenna wire feels pretty good. I've got one more spot I want to do just a tiny bit of glue on the side there just to hold it in place. It doesn't need to be, you know, like a structural thing. It's just going to be, you know, kind of hold it a little bit. And so all I'm gonna do is just take this and spread just a little bit of glue where I expect it to hit. And we'll just let it tack up for just a quick second. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna take our finger this time and just press it against the wall. And you'll be amazed that will work, okay? See, it's out of the way now. Can you see? There it is. That's what I just glued up against the wall. And, all right, so now we're back to where we're gonna do our shelf liner. But shelf liner really only makes sense once we know where the CG is gonna work out. So, as you can see, if your life is a toothpick in my kitchen, not only did you not do what you were supposed to do, but you got cut in 7 pieces, which is unfortunate. All right, so now, I got glue on my wife's counter, son of a gun. Good thing it's mucilage.
Great.
And not CA, because that would have been worse if it was CA. Well, whatever, I've already got glue on there. I'm just gonna put some more on there. All right, so this next stage is a very basic, simple stage. Just right there is fine. This battery is what we're using to work with now, but this is the battery I intend to fly with, okay? So you can tell that they're a little bit different size dimensionally. This one's probably just a hair heavier. I'm not gonna measure it to show you the difference, but just so you know, there is probably a difference. So when we put these in, that means that I wanna be able to have a little bit of leniency on the exact position, okay? So we're gonna use this solid shelf liner stuff. It seemed to work a little bit better for our applications. And so I'm gonna go with the longer battery for my measurements, okay? The measurements are really specific and hyper critical, okay? So as you can see, just laid it out, cut it. Now I can put this away after a minute, but I'm gonna take a second and just trim this so that it's just a little bit smaller than the overall size of the battery, because I don't want it to be a whole lot bigger, but I don't mind it being a little bit longer. What that's gonna do is that's gonna give me some flexibility on the exact position, okay? So now since I got glue here, I'm just gonna pick that up off of my wife's counter. And then yes, I am just gonna let that serve as the glue that's going to hold this in the plane. Just that little tiny bit is all that's mattered, because it's gonna be a friction fit anyway, okay? So now, these are high quality straps, but remember, the high quality straps are not what break. What breaks is always this basswood stuff, okay? The actual board, in my experience. Okay, so I would recommend being super careful with that. So I'm just gonna drop this down, and then I'm gonna just drop this down and walk it forward, okay? So what that's gonna do for us is it's gonna allow us to then strap the battery in with some level of impunity. You only have to strap it so hard, and it's otherwise going to purchase better. And you see what happened here with this CA, or this isn't CA, this is China glue. If you ever get China glue on the countertop like that, I'm just gonna show you this because since I gotta clean it up, I might as well show you how I'm gonna clean it up. Now, there's more than one way to skin a cat, as with many of these steps, but I'm gonna use just a clean paper towel and some Instaset. And I am gonna literally use this to break down the adhesive, and you're like, why are you using Instaset to break down adhesive? Just because it, for whatever reason, it works, okay? And you don't need a ton, but what I'll do is I'll just flip this upside down real quick and spill all the stuff, okay? So obviously it's super sticky. Nope, not bad. Once you get that kicker on there, it's just gonna wipe right off, okay? And the other thing you could do is you could just peel it off after it dries, but I would recommend just do this while you can, before your wife murders you. Or if you're more intelligent than me and you didn't drag your wife into building this airplane, then you know you won't have that same problem. You could just not notice that it happened and
Yes.
claim ignorance later. But as you can see, all that's gonna happen is that's gonna break down, and then you can just see it's just wiping off the goodies. It won't hurt the countertop in this case, but I can't necessarily speak to a wooden table or other substrate, okay? So then this will basically come totally clean at some point, and you're gonna be off the hook so you can live to see another day, which is kind of handy.
And if your wife's already mad because you spilled glue on her countertop, you might as well just buy a plane because She's already mad, so at least you can get a plain
Yes.
out of the deal.
Yeah, if she's already pissed off, just take advantage of it. And you can follow the links in the video description below. Help support Brian Phillips RC. Now, obviously, this build was kind of long, and I'm just going to take a little bit more. Yeah, that was more appropriate amount. But if you guys are brand new on the channel and you don't know what we do, you've obviously found out what we do, which is we take a simple process and we overcomplicate it, but in such a way that it's really our aim, our heart in this is to help people that need help. Come here, please. See this? Why is that so dirty?
Gross.
Yeah, I know. Seriously. That's disgusting. And this stuff will actually clean your counters really nicely.
Apparently so.
I did not know that was not on the sales literature. That's so gross. I'm going to use this other spot here. So now if you get a little residue there, I would be amazed because this stuff really does break it down. It won't be sticky and you shouldn't be finding it there. And then I would just wipe it off when you're done putting away your airplane stuff and you want to go back to the next step. Okay, so let's talk about what is the next step. We have the shelf liner in. We have the receiver mounted. We can go ahead and give it a quick yank, just make sure it doesn't move at all. And now that we're spatially aware, we have all the servos moving in the right direction. We have the flaps working. We have the thrust reverse working. We have differential thrust working. We've tested differential thrust and reverse thrust. And we've got the battery now ready to install. We can check CG, okay? So we're gonna give it a quick yank and we're gonna see if it moves.
Okay. I'll let you do that.
Well, I was hoping you were gonna do it. All right, so actually give it a quick yank, please. Does the receiver move?
No, it does not move.
Okay, do you want me to yank it? You're acting like you're maybe not 100% confident.
Well, I was trying to be careful because there's tons of wires in there, but it doesn't move.
Okay.
I mean, you yank it.
Oh yeah, that thing is in there solid. It's
Yeah.
totally solid, guys. All right, so throttle cuts on, throttle sticks down, forward thrust is on, okay? So now that we've done that, I just wanna show you this IC3. While it's not designed to go into an XT60, it will go into an XT60. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually put the flight pack in that I expect to use this time. And as you can see, there's plenty of room. It's like they set the straps really, really tight for the size of battery. I feel like they could have given us more strap. This is like incredibly tight.
Oh, the length,
Yes.
like around the battery.
The length is incredibly tight because I feel like this is a huge battery tray and then they gave us a dinky strap. So that is very weird. They are high quality straps. They are nice. And when they're the right length, it's nice. If you know for sure you're gonna be using 2200 for us, I guess that kind of makes sense. But at the same time, I would have expected they maybe do a little bit bigger. They are nice straps though, okay? So now, you see what I'm having to do here? Not real thrilled about that. If you don't wanna use adapters, that's fine too. But I should warn you, doing this connector like this might be a bit of a pain. So I'm gonna just show you it can be done. Make sure your throttle cuts on, make sure you're in the right modes, all that stuff, and then go to town, okay? So I do not like that because look what just happened. I yanked out the bundle of all the wiring, okay? And that's because of the angle of dangle. I'm tempted to go in there with an adapter or something. What do you think, camera crew?
Just so you can get the battery plugged in easier?
Well, just to make it easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna use an adapter this time. I don't usually use an adapter. You know what, screw that. We're gonna flip the battery around. I think that's gonna be the ticket. Okay? So I've now loosened the straps. This is the adapter I would use if I was gonna use an adapter, okay? So I'm gonna slide this battery forward. I'm gonna walk it out. I'm gonna stick it in this way now and see if I can get lucky. Okay. And shelf liner does tend to make it a little bit harder to load the batteries because there's resistance, but that's what you want. You want that battery to hold still. I'm just kind of amazed like how hard it is to get this battery in. I thought it was gonna be really easy.
Yeah.
Because it's so big, okay? All right, so now we should be able to do it. You see now from the front, no problemo. This will be the second HobbyKing product where I've had a heck of a time getting the XT60 to go. Now, this is not by design. This is an IC3 going into an XT60, and I feel like I'm gonna break it. I do not like that.
Yeah, we don't do that.
I mean, I broke it on what other plane? That profile plane. Or not
No, the
profile,
Yak.
but F3A. Yeah, that just is not going, okay? I'm just gonna take yes for an answer, and I'm gonna put my adapter in. Okay, guys, you can get an adapter. I hate to tell you that, it's kind of true. Okay, all right, also look right here. Steerable nose gear is adjustable with that linkage. We're also free of the linkage, but I would like to have the linkage on the other side, so the next time I load it, I'll load the battery the other way. This is mostly, you know, kind of centered on the straps, if you want to call that centered, and it's close enough in weight to the China Hobby lines or the Turnigy. It's going to be really similar for your build, okay? So now keep in mind, there's going to be a potentially wildly different CG when you put the floats on. Probably shouldn't be, but just plan on it, okay? So you're going to have to potentially put the battery in a different position to accommodate that. So at this point, we're going to check CG. And it's feeling like we're just right around the corner from being done, but we still have to do all the forward programming when we're done with CG.
Yeah.
But because we're this close to CG testing, we're gonna test it right now. Okay?
And the CG is 50 millimeters from the leading edge.
All right, so the leading edge is pretty straight on this plane. Couple things. I always like to label what battery is supposed to go in a plane. 2200 4S, okay? Now, I don't know where it's gonna lie, but I like to mark the front and like where the wire comes out so that I can easily manipulate the center of gravity without having to always test the center of gravity if I don't want to. Once I've kind of figured out where the battery goes, I can just plop the battery in the correct position, if that makes sense, folks, okay? So now normally I'd mark the bottom of the plane, but this plane has a lot going on, okay? I really don't want to have to flip this over again, but now that we have the plane complete, it's going to be easier, okay? Camera crew is going to hand me this stand. We're going to put the stand over here, and I'm going to flip this plane onto the stand so that we can measure it from the underside and mark it, okay?
Okay.
1600 millimeters, pretty easy to manipulate, pretty easy to handle, but there's still a lot going on this model, okay? Make no mistake, sometimes a simple looking model is not super simple for setup. This is a case in point, okay? All right, so marking not from this little thing, but right here, okay? Why would it be so hard to just have a center of gravity marked on there? I just don't get it. Seems like it would be so easy to do that. And by the way, they give us a singular center of gravity. There is no range that they indicate. And to be honest with you, I really don't care. If it's the right center of gravity, that's really all I care about.
You can always adjust for personal preference anyway.
Yes. Yeah, you don't have to fly it at their center of gravity, but that's the way they've designed the plane to work. And so the control surface throws and all that stuff will be designed around the amount of, you know, stability, over stability or under stability that they expect. Now, you guys may have noticed I use the felt tip marker, AKA Sharpie, to make a mark. Why? Because guess what? Now I can feel it. You see? So she's feeling pretty tail heavy there. So I'm about 10 millimeters back to get nose heavy right now, or to get center of gravity, okay? So I am slightly tail heavy right here. So what does that mean? I get to redo the battery, otherwise I'm gonna run into that steerable nose gear, okay? How am I gonna do that? I'm just gonna flip it up, flip it over, and I'm gonna go forward, okay? That's gonna help with center of gravity. I just go vertical with it.
Oh, that's true.
We'll see. I don't hardly ever have a room for that.
Right.
Okay. Okay, so it's in there. And then what I'll do is I'll just take that and flop it to the other side. Now, the other thing is, if in doubt, here's another trick you can do. You can sometimes, if you have enough length, you can go under the Velcro. Now, for the mechanism of the testing, that's probably fine, but I would like to have, you guys see that? I'm able to move the plane by the battery very easily. If your battery is moving with that much authority compared to the plane, that means you just crashed. Because even harsh 3D is not going to be that much movement. Okay, so now I found the hole, And we're still kind of leaning back. Twin Otters do tend to do that a little bit. So I'm just wondering if we're gonna have to be way up here. Look at this.
You're gonna be almost off that back strap.
Yeah, off the back strap. That's very unusual. They must have a heavier pack in mind. But let's just say right there, that's probably gonna get us done. Nope.
Really?
Not done.
Wow.
No. Okay, a little bit more. We're getting close though, okay? So look at that. So obviously now that's gonna be completely unacceptable, but because we're shortening up the length, we can definitely come over here and more or less hold it where we need it. And I can obviously run that battery the other way because you wanna stay away from your steerable nose gear. Now you can add dead weight if you want. You could also put the longer nose cone on that would allow you to put dead weight further out as well. But I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna use the battery. That is really dang close, guys. Dang close, but let's see what I'm gonna actually do. Okay, I am going to now flip the battery again for the 4th time. Okay, not uncommon to have to do this on the first go around. That's why we do it on the first go around, because then we don't have to figure it out when we're out at the flight field. Okay, so this is a high quality strap. It's got a metal ring that goes around it, and it's the kind that like guides the strap around. So actually pretty nice. And by the way, even with half my shelf liner, no slippage. Really nice, beautiful, huge. Okay, so now we are into the firewall. Did I already put away the marker? I did, didn't I?
You did, yes.
Okay, watch this, guys. Come on, do it. She's balanced. Still very close to tail heavy, but she's balanced. I cannot believe how far forward I have that battery, okay? So what that tells me is if you wanna use a bigger battery, this plane, this plane can handle it. You can put a 4,000 in there, easily. Okay, all right, so just gonna go here, and I'm just gonna go here with like an arrow, and it's gonna say 2200 4S, and I'm gonna mark from here to here, okay? And then I draw an arrow which tells me what direction the wire comes out, okay? The way I marked that was maybe not the most effective way, but it'll work.
It'll work.
All right, so now what's left in radio setup is called forward programming. This is where we set up the AS3X Plus and the safe. It's very easy, it takes minutes, and then we'll be done. And we have done a lot on this build. Guys, this is the heart of what we do at Brian Phillips RC. This is what distinguishes us from pretty much everybody else on YouTube that comes out here and shows planes. They show planes, they show them how they were set up. They might give you a highlight reel. We take you through the entire tedious process. And what that means is that sometimes you're gonna see things you don't like, okay? That's why we exist, okay? Because I'm not the best pilot. We don't demonstrate any better than anybody else that I can think. What we do is we take you through this tedious process, okay? Because at the end of the day, you know, some of these manufacturers will say a build like this is 15 minutes because they're on crack. These guys didn't.
No.
And we actually had a great instruction manual.
Yes.
They did go over a lot of details that would normally be overlooked, okay? But I gotta say, this is a pretty complicated build. If you are new to the hobby, this would not be a good plane to start with for that reason. Even if it's a great flying plane, it's just complicated. There's a lot to set up, which is a bad reason not to get a plane, I gotta admit. But as a beginner, you have to weigh the pros and the cons. Do you want a complicated plane that you might screw up, or do you want a simple plane that you probably won't screw up? I'll let you be the judge of that. But if you can follow instructions, you can do this.
And we did make it more complicated than it would have had to have been with the differential thrust.
But honestly, not by much.
Not by much, no.
The differential thrust added probably an hour of complexity to this video, okay? So now we have to go into forward programming. Make sure everything is correct first, which we already did. We double, triple checked. Gyro settings, first time setup. Everything's set right. Set it, level, and continue. Set it on its nose and then continue. So remember, if you've got the longer nose, all this does is it figures out the position of the receiver. Okay, that looks correct to me. So it gives you a little drawing of the way it's sitting in there, and it is positionally aware, okay? So now we're gonna continue. Gain channel select. The rotary knob we set to channel 9. So I can't just twist it. I can highlight and then twist it, and then it does work. Hit next, hit apply. Listen, one dance. There's your dance, okay? That's the initialization. Okay. Then we're gonna gyro settings, AS3X settings. I'm gonna turn this to 4X. And I'm gonna go into AS3X gains. See how it says mode 1 and it doesn't change? That's because we don't have it up assigned yet. Okay. F mode setup. Highlight it, move it. Is that aux 1?
No.
No, it's not. Because we want it to be flight mode. Where did we tie flight modes to? We would have never used a pluggable channel.
No.
Because that is incorrect. Crap, which one did we use? I know it's not G, and I know it's not 6. I'm 100% certain it's not 6. But I don't remember what it is.
I thought we did 10, but I don't remember for sure. We'll have to go back to...
And you can also scroll to flight mode. Right? Or no, it's gonna make you pick a switch. Okay, so D. Let's see if it works. Here's how you can tell. Yep, so that was right. So good job, camera crew, remembering. So that was auxiliary 10 or channel 10.
Channel 10.
Like aux, whatever that is, okay? So it says FM channel. AS3X is gonna be active in this, off in that, inhibited, and then active. But we're gonna also add safe to that one as well. Okay? Hit back. Now we're gonna go to first time setup, or we can go into AS3X settings. See, now it unlocks some different settings. Okay, so here is our default setting. This is gonna be based on 40, 50, and 60. This would be 40, 50, and 60. This would be 20, 20, 25, and 30. And this would be 0, 0, and 0 because the master gain is a proportional access to whatever that is. I have it set to 4x, so it's actually 4 times so that we can see the amplitude for testing. And we'll set it back to 1x by default, okay? All right, so then we can go to fixed adjustable gains, make sure they're all adjustable, and they are by default now. Good. And then you can go to next, and we're not gonna mess with that for the heading hold, and we're not gonna mess with the stop lock rate. Okay? So now we're gonna do first time setup. Sorry, my scrolly wheel's jumping a little bit. First time safe setup. Set the FM channel. It is correct. Let it populate. If it isn't correct, you could change it there and hit continue. I want it to be in flight mode 3. Level, model, and capture attitude. Look at that. Is there really roll in that?
Yeah, probably a little bit.
Why?
Just the way that it's mounted in there. It's not
perfect?
I don't think it's totally
throttle
perfect.
cuts on, by the way. When you're in forward programming, it forces you to have throttle cut on. I just want to make sure that this receiver is not like lifted. And it's not lifted, but you're right, it does kind of have a little bit of a cant to it. And that is exactly what we're picking up, folks. Check things now, don't check them after you crash, okay? Check them now so you don't crash. All right, so we'll go like this. You can change those values manually. Okay, so safe mode is going to be self level with angle demand. And I'm gonna open all these up so that we have more flight envelope to work with. I like to go to like 70 or so on pitch roll, all of it, okay? Now, if you're trying to set up a panic setup to where you panic, the panic mode will shorten this value a little bit so that it is not allowed to move as much while in panic. and panic is latched for a few seconds, okay? So now apply. Now, throttle cuts on, listening, we're gonna see dance, 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 dance. 1, 2, that means safe is activated, but not necessarily on. It happens to be on now. Okay, so now it says receiver's rebooting, so this takes you back in. Okay, so elevator up and over, elevator and aileron, off, on. That's your limited angles. Okay. All right, very good. So we're in AS3X mode. Now, other settings, you can go in here and you can do a factory reset, all that stuff. And we're not gonna mess with any of that crap, okay? But to be honest with you, the other settings, the fail-safe, capture fail-safe positions. Throttle cut's on, safe is on, capture fail-safe. Remember, throttle cut is on and throttle stick is down. But we need to make sure that both of those don't start running, okay? So I'm gonna capture fail-safe positions. I'm gonna hold this and look, now it's captured, okay? So you can hit complete or hit back rather, okay? So now we can hit back, we can hit back, we can hit back. Now I have never captured fail-safe positions because I don't generally need to, but you can set up special mixes so that it'll like kick at an angle and fly in a circle and all sorts of stuff. I'm not gonna do that. I just want it to be in safe and I want the throttle off if we lose radio signal. I don't lose radio signal. So it's not a big issue, okay? I think I've had it happen like 3 or 4 times in my flying career and 2 of them were on the same flight with an L39 and it was some piece of crap Redcon receiver that we got from Banggood. It was garbage, like $6.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, and then that stupid bear, that rare bear.
The rare bear.
That was a super good plane. I loved it. And then
Yeah.
I crashed it going like 1,000,000 miles an hour because of stupid radio system. Okay. Throttle cut is on. We're going to test the direction of throws now. We're in AS3X, elevator up, elevator down, roll left, roll right, yaw left, yaw right, takeoff flaps and landing flaps. Okay, throttle cut is still on. I'm gonna stand up, I'm gonna turn off throttle cut, I'm gonna move the throttle. I'm gonna give it yaw, I'm gonna give it yaw. Over 25%, throttle cut's back on. Now, I'm gonna see what happens when the gain knob is all the way up. We should see response. Yep, the rudder is moving very obviously. Okay, now I'm gonna just pivot on the nose gear. Up, down, up, down. It's resisting by going opposite the direction of environmental impact, not Brian Phillips impact, okay? So as I lift, that goes up. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Now watch the ailerons. When I lean the plane, that's gonna go up to resist. Yep. And this one, same thing. Okay, very good. So now all those things are working. I'm gonna go ahead and hold this in an otherwise dangerous position and I'm gonna wiggle it. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Master gain is up. Master gain's at 50. Master gain's off. Master gain's full. Stabilizer's off. Safe is on. Okay, yep, trying to find the quickest route to level. Okay, is the elevator working? Yes, the elevator is trying to level the plane. Yes, the elevator is trying to level the plane. Once it's level, it holds still. Once it's level, the ailerons will stop. Okay, and let it hold still. Okay, so AS3X and Safe are both working. Now, with the advent of AS3X Plus, they also have a test menu in the other settings that I'll show you. I like to just go to 4X gain because that helps me test my gain. I want it to be about there. 4X is too much, almost certainly. So I'm gonna go back into forward programming. Guys, we're almost done. Forward programming. Gyro settings. AS3X settings. 4X, click, scroll back to 1X. Now we're done on that. And then we can go to system setup, utilities, gyro response test. Okay, watch this. Oh yeah, you can definitely tell what's going on there. You can definitely tell what's going on. You can definitely tell what's going on with the ailerons because it's super obvious. The reason I don't like this test is because it's not the same function that you have out of the menu. So you don't get to see the way it really is going to work. Okay, so, but it works, okay? All right, guys. So there you have it. So there's other features we didn't tap into because we don't need them, but let's look at what we have here for our voltage. So we have 16.7 volts, very nice. Now we can go into telemetry and we can go into volts. And I'm gonna move the plane a little bit so that the camera crew can move herself a little bit. All right, so the volts, I don't want any alarm for this. And why does it say 1S? I hate it when it does that. This needs to be 4S. Okay, so I don't want a warning there and I don't want a warning there. Vario is currently technically off, okay? You can turn it on pretty easy. Where is the smart ESC? There is no smart ESC, that's why. So we're just gonna have volts, okay? So you can set alarms, warning reports, and status reports. Warning reports every 20 seconds if we drop below this level, okay? So 4.3 times 4 would be, or it's not 4.3, 3.3 times 4 would be 12 point, that would be 13.6 then, yeah. So we'll go ahead and turn this on to a voice call out every 15 seconds. Let's say 15 seconds, okay? So it's gonna start alarming at 4.3 per cell. That's pretty low for a twin, but I don't like warnings, and so I don't want warnings unless I need warnings, okay? There's also a startup voltage and all that stuff that you can set up. I'm not gonna use it because it just annoys me. And if you have smart ESCs, then you can get some additional feedback that I also generally turn off. But this thing is set up. We have forward thrust, we have reverse thrust, we have differential thrust, and we have that in both forward and reverse. We have all the controls working in the right direction. We have yaw controls for both the differential thrust, nose gear, and rudder. Everything has been tested. The flaps work. The elevator correction goes in the right direction. The time delay works. All the mechanical trim adjustments have been made so that we're in the centers. The lights all work. What else is left? We got the center of gravity tested. We have the battery tested. We know that all this is going to work well. And yes, when we switch over to floats, we don't have to make any technical changes.
True.
So we hope that you understood most, or if not all of this, because we've taken time to go over not just the how, but the why on many of these steps. Now, if you need more help, leave it in the comments below. Special thanks to our Patreons who help support us monthly, because this takes a lot of work for our family. And even though I love this, my wife doesn't necessarily love it. She just helps take care of it because she loves me. Okay, so special thanks to our Patreons. If you're one of them, thanks for being a Patreon. If you're a YouTube member, thanks for being a YouTube member. It helps us tremendously to have a little bit of regular income there. If you want to become one of those members and support us, check out the links in the video description below. Also, YouTube super thanks, always appreciated. Patreon, or excuse me, PayPal for one-time donations are also accepted. But really, those four things are our backup plan. Really what we want you to do is buy planes, buy batteries, buy transmitters and receivers, and be in the air, because that's where we really want you to be with us and not just watching us, is in the air. So we want to get you out of the chair and into the air here on Brian Phillips RC. We hope we answered all the questions on this Avios 1.6 meter Twin Otter. It looks really good. I'm hopeful it's going to be amazing. Keep in mind, we're using Spectrum Smart Packs. I did have to use the adapter. It did not want to receive the plug from the IC3. That's unusual for us. So if you get yourself a Turnigy pack, might be a good idea to grab one when you order this plane, okay? 2200 4S, I would recommend 50C or higher. They're not recommending it, I'm recommending it, okay? Just because of the twin. All right, leave your questions and comments down below. This is a long video, thanks for sticking in there. We'll do our best to get back to you. Make sure you timestamp the questions if you have them, so we can go back and reappraise our memory of what your question was in the context from which it was in. Anything you want to add?
I think we covered it all.
All right, stay tuned. So much more from Brian Phillips RC. Thanks for watching.